sorry for the wait, you guys. I'm sorry for the wait. I was talking about the cats, and there's just a lot happening right now. I'm actually live a little bit later than I wanted to be, but I was feeding the cats before my stream, and they would not separate. And Horty wants to, like, you know, he's considering, like, eating her kitten food, and he's, you know, kitten food is much higher in fat. And I'm like, look, you're already a big boy. He's not overweight. Like, you know, he might be a tiny bit overweight. He's a big cat. He's not obese, though, you know, but I don't want him to get obese, so I don't want him eating the kitten food because it's very high in fat. And also, we measured out all of Kohaku's food, and she's a growing girl, so she has to eat her recommended portion, or at least we want her to get as close as possible. So if Horty comes munching on her food, it's a problem. So I was getting ready to go live, and I want to feed the cats. We feed them 3 times a day. Just we measure their food and then split it up so they have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And with the lunch session, I could not get them to separate. They would just follow each other everywhere. I ended up having to lead Horty away with treats while, like, pushing her kind of to the side, and then I was able to shut a door. And then I was able to get them situated. Horty's on my desk right now, and Kohaku is very curious about it. Come here, buddy. You come over here. Look. He's like, nah, I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna do my own thing. He's like Miles Morales. I'm gonna do my own thing. Someone said, we'll forgive you. Yeah, sorry, YouTube, sorry. Yeah, there's a lot happening in the studio. Plus, luckily, Jordan just got home, so she can help watch the kitties. I was actually going to stream with one headphone off today, so I could listen for them, but since she's here, she'll be able to tend to them. And thank you for clearing the level 4 hype train. Oh, here comes Horton. Hi, buddy. Yeah, there you go. You can get in your little cat bed. How's it feel to be back in the studio, buddy? How's it feel to be back in the studio? He smells Kohaku on that bed. He's like, you betrayed me. Anyway, I got to shout out all the love here, you guys. Thank you so much. If we do clear this level 5 hype train, there are 5 level 5 emotes I don't have yet. But we got the Gritty Goose, so, you know, don't feel like you guys have to do the level 5 hype train. You really don't. I want to say, first off, Belby, thank you for the first. I think Belby was first bits of the day, right? It was 200 bits. I got to scroll back down. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. First bits of the day, actually, I think might have been Mags? Yeah, Mags with the first bits of the day, Belby with the second with the big 200. Thank you, my friend. And then, Oxria, how do I say your name? Oxy? Is it Oxyra? Oxyra, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. If you guys are not aware, we have a very big goal, and you guys have been helping a lot with it. Oh, let's go. Thank you, my friend. Dang, Bobs with the 5 gifteds. Thank you, Bobs. Thank you. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much for the super generous gifted sub bomb here. We have a minute and a half left on the hype train. 24% remains. Very close. But yeah, we're currently on a quest to get the plus level 2 program. We have to hit 300 sub points for 3 months in a row. Right now, we're at 146. So, Belby, thank you, my friend. Belby. Oh, and we hit the level 5 hype train. Let's go. And by all means, guys, you're welcome to stop there. You know, you don't have to do, you didn't even have to do that one. But I did unlock one of the only emotes I still don't have from hype trains. So, we'll see which one we get. And anybody that sends 100 bits or more during this hype train will also get a level 5 emote. Belby, thank you again. Wait, was that another? Wait. There's so many things happening. Yeah, I think it was Bob's and Bell, right? Okay. I'll have to go through. Yeah, so any of you guys that send 100 bits, you'll unlock a level 5 emote as well. They can be... You might get the Gritty Goose if you weren't here when we did the Gritty Goose one. And thank you, guys. Thank you. That helps a lot with the goal as well. So yeah, what I was trying to say, and then I'll shout out all the love, and then we'll start reviewing snaps. We are working on getting into... Oh, we got a new channel member. Let's go. Tig, thank you. Madison, welcome. Do you want to go by Tig or Madison? Or Nor Madison? Let me know. Let me know what you would like to be referred to by. I haven't played this game in forever because of the updates. What did they add? Oh, they've added a lot to the game, Tig. When was the last update you played, out of curiosity? I can answer your question. Let me know when you last played, and I can give you a brief summary of like what's changed and what's been added. Okay, let me get this out of the way. So for the month of August, we have a very big goal. We're trying to hit 300 sub points here on the channel. If we hit 300 sub points for August, September, and October, we'll be back in the level 2 plus program. So any recurring subs on Twitch, tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, will help us reach that goal. Twitch is a little stingy with the plus program, so they do not count prime subs. They do not count gifted subs. Both are still heavily appreciated, though. So, you know, if you are on a prime sub, don't feel like you absolutely have to switch over because you're paying for Amazon Prime. You might as well reap the rewards. You might as well use the benefits you get out of it. That said, if you do become a recurring supporter, for tier 1s, I get 1 point. For tier 2s, we get 2 points. And for tier 3s, we get 6 points. And to reward, you know, anybody that does tier 2 or tier 3, we're prioritizing those snaps at the beginning of the stream when we review Dream Snaps. Just Madison, says Madison. Okay, gotcha, Maddie. Gotcha. Can I call you Maddie? Or is that, like, too personal? Is that, like, you know... It just, for me, it just removes a syllable. It removes a syllable and just makes it quicker, you know. I like Maddie. Maddie's a fun nickname for anybody named Madison. Oh, you haven't played since the Aladdin update. Oh, dude, there's a lot that's changed. So, I don't know how into Dream Snaps you are, but they have added this revamped villager toggle where you, when you're in camera mode, you can, like, place the villagers wherever you want. Almost. It's not perfect. And you can cycle through different emotions and poses for them. So it's been great for Dream Snaps. They've added some awesome items, like a lot of fun animated items. There's been many changes to the game since then. Now, let me quickly shout out all the love here. Again, Belby, thank you for the bits here. Raydell, thank you for the Prime sub. Jennifer, thank you for the 200 bits. Jennifer said, love the kitty update. So happy to see them settling so well. They are doing so good. The whole reason we wanted to adopt a new kitten was for Horty. Essentially, I wanted to get a cat for my cat. And it's really because when I'm streaming and when Jordan's working, Horty, he cries, he gets really bored. He needs a lot of stimulation. He is a very playful cat. He's very energetic. And he bites me a lot, like just, you know, little chomps to get my attention. He's not trying to draw blood or anything. But when he wants to play, it's always me, you know. He always goes to me and he just chomps on me. And I know what he needs. He needs a companion. He needs a little friend to run around with. And, oh my god, bro, you guys took it to a level 6. Thank you. Like, y'all really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Dang, level 6 hype train here. Let's go. Thank you. So yeah, when it comes to little Horty, I just really wanted him to have a companion. But, you know, you got to be careful when introducing two cats. You don't want to just throw them in a room together. So what we did was, you know, we let the kitten stay in the studio because it's a nice big room. Some people do bathrooms, but I didn't want to lock her in a tiny bathroom. I mean, anything would be better than the kennel she was in at the shelter, you know, like a little box. But, you know, so I let her stay in the studio. And we fed them on both sides of the door every morning. We gave Horty some of his favorite wet food. We gave her food. And they started to get really used to each other. We found them playing under the door where they'll, like, paw at each other. And we cracked the door a couple of times to let them touch noses and sniff. And they were just doing really well. So we were like, you know, I think this weekend, because we were planning on a 2-week separation, but we ended up just going with a 1-week separation. And we introduced them, and I filmed a lot of it. They just did so well. Now, the past 2 mornings in a row, they're chasing each other all over the house. And it's funny, you can tell that Horty looks at her as a friend because he returns, like, he lets her chase him. He's not scared of her at all. She's very submissive towards him. But, you know, it's almost like he's teaching her, you know how cats are. Like, since she's a kitten, he's letting her hone her hunting skills as well as his. You know, he lets her ambush him, and he'll see her, and then he'll run away. And when they walk past each other, they make little noises. They'll be like, they make like little chirps. It's so cute, but they're getting along so well, and I'm just over the moon about it. I am so happy for Horton, and I'm so happy for Kohaku, because, I mean, ever since we introduced them, you know, she follows him around everywhere. I actually did have to separate them this morning, though, because Horton, he will get a little frustrated because she's got a lot of energy and she wants to keep playing.
Notice me, senpai. Notice
Mama
me.
Flash, thank you, my friend. Thank you. We got a lot of bits to shout out here as well. I'm going to be shouting out all of you guys for the love, so thank you again. But yeah, when he he always does his like mid-afternoon nap, and he was trying to do that today, and she kept on like trying to get his tail and trying to mess with him. So he would chase her, and then he would like, kind of corner her and start bapping her. And I'm like, buddy, she's a little scared. So I would like get him to stop, and then she would go right back to try and attack him. And I'm like, you're poking the bear. She was scared when he got her cornered and he was like giving her the skibbity baps. And I'm like, you know what just happened, and you're just doing it again. You're just agitating him again. So I ended up putting him in different rooms so Horton could take a nap. And then after that, they're fine. So, the only issue is that she doesn't want to let him rest. And when he wants to rest, and he will definitely try to tell her that. But yeah, he's not trying to hurt her. He's just trying to, set some boundaries. Max, thank you for the 100 bits here. Dekai, thank you for the 100 bits. Plum Bob, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Greatly appreciate it. LOTR, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Bobs, thank you for the very generous tier 3 resub here. Oh, it was Jennifer with the 5 gifted subs earlier. Oh, yeah, Jennifer, Belby, and Bobs. I think it was all 3 of you guys with the 5 gifteds. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So, Bobs, again, really appreciate the Tier 3. That's a whopping 6 points towards our Partner Plus goal. So, thank you. Very, very helpful, my friend. Jennifer, thank you again for the 5 gifteds. Cozy Pixel Girl with a highlight comment says, "Hi, Sam, I cannot enter my snap in the queue because I was so close to getting a review when the snap went down. If I could send an update DM if possible. I had changes, thinking I'd be getting a secondary. We'll see. You can go ahead and DM it to me now, Cozy. You can DM it now, but, I need to look at how many we have to do, because if we have more, then, I gotta stick to, because I need to be done by 8 o'clock. If we have too many snaps, then I'll, any changes you make, we'll just take a look at them on the secondary review. But if I have time, I'll take a look at it. Fallen Angel, thank you for the 200. Vox, thank you for the 101. Tazzy, thank you for the hundo. Jordy, thank you. She said cat party in the stream room. Jordan with the resub here. Yeah, they've been hanging out. They're having a good time. Catterday Girl, thank you for the 100 bits. Tasha, thank you for the 25. Bobs, thank you for the hundo. Breezy, thank you for the resub. Breezy with that beautiful tier 2. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate you helping with the plus program goal. Gabby, oh, let's go, dude. Gabby coming in with the tier 3 resub. Thank you, my friend. Also, let's see what we got from the hype chest. Oh, we got the clapping emote. Nice. What'd you guys get? I got the I am clap. Yeah, here it is. I got this one. I'll make it big. Very cool. And Gabby Cella, thank you so much for the tier 3. That is a whopping 6 points towards our plus program goal. You guys are crushing it. Thank you. Black Knight, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Have you seen those gaming chairs with a little side cart for cats? Oh, that sounds cool. I wonder if they make attachments like that for Secret Lab, because I really like my Secret Lab chair. Eventually, I will need to replace it, so. Kendall, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Carrie, thank you for the Prime sub. Lady and Dekai, thank you for the 100 bits each. Bobs, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Waterfall Glow coming in with the tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you for helping us with the plus program goal. Scuttle, thank you for the hundo. Gamer Mom, thank you for the hundo. Bell B, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Tazzy, thank you for the hundo. Beyblade, Lady Nix, Lisa, all with the additional 100 bits here. Man, so much happening. Oh, Bell B's gifted sub went to Bella Mix. That's fun, from one bell to another bell. There we go. Bella as well, coming in with the tier 2 resub. Thank you, Bella. Thank you. Good to see you, Bella. Hope you're having a great day. Beetle Bailey says I have a Prime sub, I think, but not sure how to use it. My mod, Samantha36 here, responded to your comment, Beetle. If you use that link that Samantha put in chat, you will have to set up Prime Gaming first. And she gave a little breakdown in the chat if you saw it. I'm just now getting to your comment because there was a lot going on earlier. Mama Dukes, thank you for the resub as well. Thank you for the Prime sub. Bella here, so just subbed as tier 2. Thank you, Sabai. Thank you, Bella. Thank you. Sunshine, thank you for the 300 bits here and for the tier 3 resub as well. Thank you, Sunshine. Dreamy Tinker Bunny coming in with a Prime sub. Let's go. Welcome, welcome. Also, for anybody that is new to the supporter family, like Dreamy Tinker Bunny or our friend Beetle Bailey that was asking about using their Prime sub, anybody that's subscribed to the channel or a YouTube member, whether you're a YouTube channel member or a Twitch subscriber, either one, you'll be able to participate in our weekly Dreamsnap review process. You'll just need to link your Twitch and your Discord or your YouTube in your Discord. And then if you go into our Discord, you'll find a how to get reviews breakdown, and there's a rules breakdown as well. Once you read that, you'll be all set. Rope, thank you for the 100 bits. Samantha said someone was asking when you'll be doing the tiers on YouTube. Soon. I would have set it up this weekend if I wasn't so busy with the kitty cats. But I will have the tiers, the different tiers set up on YouTube sometime this week. It might be this weekend. Hopefully earlier than that. So yeah, I'll try to get that. Why So Thirsty said tips on introducing cats together. So I can give you a quick rundown on that. Let me finish shouting out all the love here, and then I will give you some quick tips on that before we dive into the snaps. I gotta be fast though, because we got a lot of snaps to look at. Rope, thank you for the back-to-back hundos here. 300 bits from Rope My Heart. Ronald, thank you for the hundo. Lady Nix and Tazzy, thank you. Mama Dukes, thank you for the bits as well. Ashley, thank you for the 100 bits. Mom Flash, thank you for the 5 hundo. Yasmin Ellie, thank you for the Prime sub. 11 months now. Almost a year, Yasmin. Nice. Waterfall Glow with the 100 bits. Thank you. And you guys have already almost knocked out the entire goal. Much appreciated. Wow, so much happening. Okay, I think we're all caught up. I think we shouted out all the love. I think we're all caught up. So are you looking forward to Friday's D23? I haven't really had any time to consider that yet. But probably. Crystal Bell said, thanks to you for mentioning it before. I was able to get a Prime sub. I'm retired on limited income, so thank you. Hey, I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know about the Prime sub thing. There's a lot of people that use Twitch that have Amazon Prime, and a lot of people aren't aware that you can actually subscribe to a channel for free and watch without ads or anything. Not to mention you get the Dreamsnap reviews as well. But I'm very happy you were able to find, to learn about it and to set it up, Crystal. Thank you for the Prime sub. All right. Okay, so we're almost all set. Real quick, I had somebody ask for advice on introducing 2 cats. So, a few things first. If it's an adult cat and you're introducing it, the best thing is to have a cat that matches its energy. So, if you have a high energy adult cat, that's maybe like 3 or 4, it's best to pair it with a high energy cat around the same age or potentially a kitten. Also, opposite genders can be a little easier to introduce. That's another thing. Now, if those things aren't an option, that's okay. So what you'll want to do is keep the cats in separate rooms. And you'll want to let them get used to each other's scent. Cats experience most of the world through their sense of smell. I know that's often directly tied to dogs because dogs have an even stronger sense of smell, but cats are a bit different when it comes to their psychology and their temperament and how they adjust to things. So smell is a really, really big thing for them. So what you can do is, once you have them in separate rooms, start by swapping their bedding. Like, make sure that they're both using some kind of little cat bed or, some kind of comfy little hidey hole, especially the new cat, because it's going to be in a foreign environment, so it might be a little scared. And then what you'll do is you'll just swap out their bedding. That way they can kind of get used to each other's scent. And then when you feed them, try to feed them on opposite sides of the door. Especially if it's like really good food. That way, they can kind of get used to positive things around, when they're in close proximity of each other. If they're doing good with that, if there's not like growling, and hisses are okay, by the way. Like, not every hiss means I'm going to tear you apart. Some hiss is a fear response. Some hissing is a setting of boundaries, like letting the other cat know, hey, this is my domain. Don't try anything. So just because they hiss doesn't always mean they're going to tear each other up. Body language is extremely important. The position of the tail. So, and also the arch of the back and the way they're standing. So the tail straight up is good. So if the tail is held high and it's up, it's good. If it's kind of a little crooked, then that means they're feeling good about it. They're just not sure what happens next. If the tail is down and out, that's not good. You know, if it's going straight back, if the tail is wrapped under, then they're very scared. So familiarizing yourself with cat body language is going to be a very crucial part of introducing two cats. That way you'll know when it's not a good time for them to be around each other, especially if one tail is straight back or one tail is crooked. You'll know one is very frightened or one is feeling aggressive. And then, you know, if you feel like they're doing good, what you can do is kind of crack the door after a few days of them eating. You can feed them like breakfast, lunch, and dinner on both sides of the door if that's a possibility, especially like wet food they really like, or treats they really like. But once they seem to be doing good with each other's presence, you can slightly crack the door. I like to set heavy books on the other side so they can't push it at all. And then let them kind of sniff each other's noses at the door. And after, you know, this takes about 7 to 14 days. 7 to 14 days of this swapping bedding, feeding them on both sides of the door, letting them adjust to each other's scent, adjust to each other's presence. Once that happens, you can use like a baby gate that has more openings, and you can kind of let them interact with each other on both sides of that gate. And if they're doing good with that, we don't have a baby gate though, so we just did the door crack multiple times, and then they were also playing under the door, so that was a great sign. So, you know, we introduced them. And when you do introduce them for the first time, make sure you have things to distract them, right? So toys, treats, you know, if there's two of you, like you and your husband or wife or boyfriend, girlfriend, you know, or brother or sister, whoever else is around, have them tend to one cat in the same room while you tend to the other. Both of you can entertain the cats. They probably won't want to play right away. They're going to want to inspect each other first. They're going to want to sniff. But they might still get scared. And if they lock eyes and they're staring at each other very intensely, try to break that. Try to break that so they don't start trying to intimidate one another. You know, like, it's okay for them to kind of look at each other, but if they're staring for a long time, it can turn into you know, some aggression come out of that. So if they're staring, wave a toy, you know, distract one. And it's very easy to distract a kitten. That's why this is so much easier with a kitten. But if you have a much older, low-energy cat, they're probably not going to like the kitten that much because they just want to sleep all the time. Luckily for Horty, he's very energetic. He's only 4 years old. He's very playful. So for him, a kitten is exactly what he needs because, you know, they can grow up together. You know, they'll adjust to each other well. I just got to separate them sometimes. But anyway, that's the advice I have for you. If you want any, you know, if you want more advice on cats, if you want, you know, on other streams where I don't have to review a lot of Dreamsnaps, I'd be happy to dive into a bit more. But I think that's some good, like, surface level, you know, stuff when it comes to introducing two cats. All right. So, on to the snap reviews, you guys. On to the snap reviews. And thank you so much. We're already 2/3 of the way done with today's goal. That is very kind of you guys. Very kind. 4,069 on the board out of 6K. And it is big goal number 229 today. Thank you, thank you. All right. This week's challenge is called Eco-Friendly Fun. Now, we already reviewed some of these snaps on Friday, but Discord went down, and we had to cut that short. We ended up switching to Pokopia, which was fun. So, yeah, we're going to try to move pretty quick today because we weren't able to review as many snaps as I would like on Friday. So, Eco-Friendly Fun is a challenge that states it's a harmonious day in an eco-friendly paradise. So, keywords here, harmony, right? Harmonious. When you think about harmony in an eco-friendly paradise, like, what does harmony with nature look like? Well, including wildlife, including different companions, and showing that they're very comfortable in the environment is a great way to show that harmony in an ecosystem. It also mentions eco-friendly paradise. So we're not just creating an eco-friendly space, but a paradise. So what does paradise look like? You know, it's about as good as a place can get. You know, it's beautiful. It's something, you know, it's somewhere everyone would strive to be. So an eco-friendly paradise. The next sentence states, create a sustainable valley with serene spots and mindful touches. So, keyword here would be sustainable. Now, because of that word, it's going to be a great play this week to not only include companions, but also to consider green energy. That just showcases the word sustainable very well. So there's the solar panel on that new hot spring. And then you have the wind vanes that came with that new bundle. There's also different wind vanes in the game. So there's a few different things you can use there. But you don't absolutely have to have green energy highlighted in this snap. It's just a great way to play up sustainable. Another option would be to utilize houses. Like, you know, how we see the inside out headquarters here behind this avatar. And then we see the superheroic mansion behind this avatar. The reason those two houses in particular made an appearance in these demonstration photos is because they look very advanced. They look very clean. And that kind of hints that they could run off of clean energy. You know, they kind of lean into that clean energy concept very well. So if you don't have, you know, like green energy items, you can always use houses that look like they could work with that kind of setting. And of course, there's also all the stuff in the premium shop. The final sentence says, build a brighter, greener future, just like Wally and Eve. So, of course, the challenge description closes by mentioning two very strong villagers, Wally and Eve. So I always try to use villagers that are mentioned in the theme when they are mentioned. So I do think they will be very strong this week, and there's some great storytelling you can do with these two villagers. As far as build a brighter, greener future, when you think of the words brighter and greener, look at the grass in these two example scenes. Both of our outdoor scenes are in the meadow-style environment, right? So either the meadow or the plaza, they have very similar grass, but the reason these two environments work so well is because they are both brighter and greener than the other biomes. So, you know, if you're trying to showcase a brighter, greener world, it's going to be a great opportunity to use settings like the meadow and like the plaza. And I always use them anyway for any outdoor snap. Even if I'm making a jungle or a forest, I still use them because the grass just looks so much better there. Now, there's also an indoor option here. I've not seen any indoor submissions yet in the reviews, but I do think outdoor is a bit stronger this week. I think you could make it work. I think you could make it work. But, you know, I think most people are leaning into the outdoor concept. Anyway, we've gone through the challenge. We've gone through the description. You guys know what we're looking for. We're all on the same page. So with that, let's go ahead and dive into the reviews here. And thank you for holding it down today, Samantha. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. All right. First up, we got our Tier 3 reviews here. Femme Fatale is up first. Let me move you over here. All right. Beautiful scene. Beautiful scene. Lighting is great. You have the sun behind the camera, sunset time of day, beautiful lighting in here. The new premium shop house right behind you. Some beautiful fireflies layered into the backdrop. We have Wally featured here. We have Eve here. And you even used Aurora. I mentioned her. I mentioned Aurora in my Thursday video as a very strong villager to use here because of this interaction. So it's really good to see you highlighting this interaction. I think that's really strong. You even have some local wildlife with the raccoons here. So you're checking all the boxes. You have the green energy with the wind vanes. You have these very eco-friendly houses set up. The one from the Moonstone bundle. You got both the villagers that were mentioned. And you even got great decor around your garden here, like the burlap sacks, which could be like fresh soil or fertilizer. So showcasing this nice little garden, showcasing wildlife, showcasing both villagers. And a very fun outfit, too. The Emerald Firefly fit, I think, can be very strong here. It is a beautiful outfit, though with your gardening scene, I mean, I have this outfit too, but I don't know, I might end up using the Meadow outfit because it has like all those little gardening pieces on it. And I do think it's a great way to tell a story, like posing with your watering can or posing with your shovel or with a little animal, you know, like a little raccoon pose or something. I think it is a great week for companion poses and tool poses if you wanted to kind of showcase what you were doing in this scene. Overall, very strong, though. I don't think that's something you absolutely have to do, Fim. It just could add even more of a competitive nature to this just because you know, there's an opportunity to not only tell a story with Aurora, Wally, and Eve, but also with the Avatar. The story right now is that she's just in this paradise and she's very happy to be here, which is great. So that story works. But we can also show her, you know, with tools like she's tending to the crops here, or with wildlife, like the little bear. You know, you can pose a little bear, you can pose a little raccoon. There's some really fun stuff you can do here. Not that you have to, but, you know, I think these will be good competitive options this week. Beautiful work, Finn. Beautiful work. Sogo is next. Hey, Zamai, sorry this is a little later. I hope you and the cats are doing well. Oh, no, you're fine, Sogo. Anytime you upload before 3 p.m. on Monday, it's never late. You're totally good. All right, let's see. Okay. We have Wally here. So, with, like, the bug wings and the Tinkerer outfit, I'll be honest, I think there are some better options this week. Fantasy isn't necessarily part of this theme. You could get away with it. I mean, honestly, it just depends on what you pop up against. And this outfit is very nature-centric because it's, like, made out of the recycled leaves and stuff, which I think is really cool. But, like, the meadow ensemble has, like, seeds on the belt line, and it's got, like, a little spade, like it looks like you're gardening. So if you had that little outfit on, it could kind of highlight that you're planting flowers. But this outfit's like a little tinker outfit. Like, you got a little hatchet, and you have, like, the little scissors here. So it's more for, like, this is more of a crafting outfit. Whereas the meadow outfit could work really well here because that's going to highlight, you know, that you're tending to these flowers because you'll have a little spade. You'll have the little seeds. Could work very well. And I don't think you need the wings because they don't really add much here. If anything, they just make the background a little harder to see. Now, I love the wildlife. I think you're doing a great job with the wildlife here. But since the challenge also mentioned one color, right? It said a brighter, greener future. So I think playing up green, like you're playing up a lot of green in the trees, but I would honestly go with green on the smoke bombs as well, just to play up that greener future. And then with Wally, you know, you could get him holding the little boot pose, where he holds the boot up with the sprout in it. All you have to do for that is, I think you put him on his idle animation and then you unpause him, or do you toggle him on and off and he does it? You guys were talking about it the other day. I know there's a way to do it. It's in the Dreamsnap hub. Like somebody put it in the Dreamsnap hub, by the way. Bun Mary said, I bet you all know by now, but don't place the new docks over the river kit. I learned the hard way. Oh, I haven't even tried to do that yet. And the other thing here is, you know, we have Wally. I see you have Rapunzel, so I'm assuming you have Eve. Wally and Eve were mentioned by name, so I think they're very important. But I don't think you need, you know, I don't think you really need Mirabelle or Rapunzel. I guess you're using them because they play up the flower concept here. But we only see a little bit of flowers, like right here, kind of in the foreground. Everything in the back is like the trees. So I think Pocahontas is perfect. But I would advise leaning more into Wally, Eve, and Pocahontas. I think those three could be really strong. You could still use Rapunzel and Mirabelle if you want. But also, I would try to aim for scene visibility. Because, you know, you have the hot spring back here, right? You see how you have that new hot spring? That hot spring has green energy attached to it. It has solar panels. It has little wind turbines. But you're hiding all of it. Like, we can't really see it because it's behind the villagers, and it's behind the wings, and it's behind the bush here. So, highlighting some of that green energy could be very good here. All that said, your lighting here is really good. Your proximity to the avatar. I would do a little with the makeup as well. Anytime you're going to be close to the avatar, you always have a great opportunity to showcase like some great avatar customization. And then for your necklace, instead of the gold coin, I would consider accessories that kind of work with the, you know, eco-friendly paradise. There's all kinds of fun necklaces. There's the one with like the little bee. Then there's different bracelets, and there's a watch with like little green leaves on it. Some fun stuff you can use. But yeah, lighting is great. The companions look great. Bob's is next. I made this before your tips and tricks video and was really happy to see that I was actually following the theme because this one had me kind of lost. I can't decide on outfits and poses. Does it need more Eve stuff? I don't know. This theme kind of stumped me. Okay, well, let's take a look. I don't think you need more Eve stuff at all. The Eve stuff is only some of it, I think, is really good to use, and a lot of the Wally stuff just isn't because it's very rusted out. It's more of that post-apocalyptic wasteland feel than it is, you know, eco-friendly paradise feel. Now, the Eve stuff has a great eco-friendly paradise feel, and I think you're highlighting, like, the little hydroponic flower setup here on the left side very well. The bike is an awesome item. I love the Shiba Inu. He kind of draws attention to the solar panel. And then both Wally and Eve look fantastic. And this is what I mean about how, you know, when we were looking at Soko Snap, like, less villagers is kind of, could be better because we can see into the environment really well here. You know, just having Wally, Eve, and some, you know, companions. But I love the Shiba. I love Lucky back here. Let's look at your other examples. The pose here with the bike is really nice. I love the gardening gloves, too. That's such a nice touch. That's what I mean about accessories, right? We have this little feather necklace accessory. We have this gardening glove accessory. Anytime you're pushing the camera close to the avatar, it's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity to really highlight the theme with that avatar customization. But yeah, the hot spring looks so good here. The fact that we can see the solar panel and the wind turbine, that's why this is a good item to use, guys. So if you're using this item, but you're hiding all of those elements, is it worth having it there, taking up all that space, right? We want to focus on the keyword of sustainable. We're creating a sustainable future. So highlighting things like this wind turbine in the back and highlighting things like the solar panel here is a great way to showcase that sustainability. I love the feature of the new house. Yeah, your scene looks fantastic. Now we have this one here. Also fun, also fun. I think I like your first one more. And this one here with like the Eve style shirt. I do like these pants a lot, but I'll be honest, I think your first snap, I think this one is my favorite out of the three. Honestly, you could likely get 4K with any of these because all of them highlight the sustainability. They highlight a beautiful paradise. You know, this really feels like a paradise. But I just think the Sheeb is so cute here. It's such a good focus on him. And your outfit here, out of all three outfits, this one just screams like gardener. And I think that's great because you highlighted the crops right here. But the gardening gloves, the lean on the bike, the fact that we can see these flowers right here, this sells the theme really well. Not to mention the colors and lighting here are absolutely perfect. So, yeah, I think this is very strong, Bobs. I think this is a very, very likely candidate for 4K, and it's my favorite of the three. Tazzy is next. I really appreciate the advice and tips. I'm learning so much on and enjoy making snaps now. Perfect, Tazzy, perfect. And I'm getting much better results. Was torn between two, so we'll take any advice. All right, so we have this one here, and then we have this one here. So this one looks like you're in the daytime lighting, but you've boosted the saturation really well to compensate for that. Good job, good job. And then we have this one here. Now, the only thing is the bread and butterfly. Like, in this shot, I like the lighting here a lot, and I like the color here a lot, but I couldn't even tell what this is until I went to the second photo. It looked like something hanging in the foreground. It's just kind of hard to tell. And I think I wouldn't really try to highlight fantasy-esque creatures, right? With this being an ecosystem in harmony with nature, I would highlight more natural types of companions. You know, like if you have the new bear, you can have him walking around. I think sunbirds or the lovebirds would be better than the bread and butterfly here. Not that you're necessarily going to get, you know, points off for using the bread and butterfly. I just think other candidates will likely be stronger. And I do love that you included Aurora in this one, but I think most people, because a lot of people vote fast, I think a lot of people are going to miss this. They're probably not going to see it. So if you were to use Aurora, I think a spot like right here would be perfect, where she's very visible, and your avatar will kind of draw the eye to her. Now for this scene, if you end up wanting to use the sunset time of day, you see how the vignette border makes it very dark on the corners? So what you can do is you can just go to vignette and you can set it to -1. That's going to remove that vignette border and it's going to make this whole picture kind of evenly bright. Another thing you can do to adjust lighting here when you have like a lot of dark, like we have a lot of shade back here and it's darker trees, you can do things like set highlight to 0.2. But I would personally just stick with this one because the lighting here is really nice. Because with the sunset time of day, the fact that we have a lot of shadow, like when you use the sunset time of day, it's very important that you minimize shadow as best as you can. So all this shadow back here and all this shadow right here makes this a good bit darker than what we're looking for with sunset time of day. So like, you know, if we look at Bob's shot, right? This is the sunset time of day. Notice how everything is very bright and colorful. That's because we're not getting any shadow here. We're not getting any shadow here. So my advice is when you try to use the sunset time of day, Tazzy, you're going to want to build your scene in a very particular way. So if we look at Bob's, first off, you'll notice in Bob's shot, her shadow actually goes straight back. So she's actually built this entire scene pointed directly at the sun. The sun is behind the camera in both, but your sun is behind the camera and off to the right. Her sun is directly behind the camera. That's how you can make sure you have a lot of adequate lighting. And the other thing here is when you're building for a sunset scene, large items, where's your shadow? Yeah, it's going this way. So if these are kind of pulled out a little bit on the right-hand side, the sunlight's not going to hit them on this side because the sun's coming from the back right of this shot. So on the left-hand side of things, they're not going to catch sun. So we're not catching sun on the left side of this. And the shadows from this big item here are blocking our light here. So just keep that in mind if you want to use sunset time of day. That's why I would just go with the daytime one here, because this scene isn't really optimized for sunset. It still looks beautiful. The color's still really nice, but I think this one is going to stand out a little bit more. Love the outfit in both. Love the raccoon pose. So yeah, final thoughts here is I would probably go with this one out of the two. Otherwise, like if you went with the other one, you're going to have to kind of reposition things and adjust for that sunlight so you don't have those very, very dark corners. Because I think even if you rolled back the vignette, even if you boosted the highlight, there's going to be a big color disparity between the middle of this photo and the sides of this photo, which is why this lighting is probably going to work better. You see how your shadow is a little bit more straight back here? You're getting a little bit better lighting throughout the scene. And the big thing I would focus on for this one, if you do go with this one, I would try to highlight, you know, a natural companion here instead of the red and butterfly. And yeah, I love that you have the raccoon back here. If you can attach like a couple of other, you know, you have the fox here. Just keep doing what you're doing with the companions. If you can get one to walk by right here, or if you want to add Aurora to this, this would be a great place for Aurora. And I would probably swap Joy and Wally. The challenge mentioned Wally and Eve by name, so I would try to put a bigger focus on Wally. But yeah, looking really good here, Tazzy. Looking really good. I'm happy to hear that you've been really enjoying snaps. That's such a big part of it. When you're actively having fun making your snap, it's usually going to do a lot better. Because then you're like, oh, I can also do this, and I can do this. Oh, I should try this pose. You're more likely to experiment. You're more likely to put more thought into your build. And ultimately, that's what gets 4K, is when you put not just time, but thought and strategy into how you communicate the theme. Ashley is next. I'm hoping this is good enough for 4K. Would love a second opinion. Oh, beautiful. Oh, I love the way the light's coming in here. This is really cool. Wally giving you the little sprout boot is adorable. Great backdrop here. And then we have Eve featured really well here. I think this has a great shot at 4K, Ashley. I think it has a great shot. I do think it might be a good idea to minimize the brown here. Like, I think if we had more greenery, just to... You have all this beautiful green in the back. I think having the meadow grass texture here would actually be really nice. It would make the whole picture feel brighter and greener. And the other thing I would consider is if you can add a couple of sunbirds to companion homes, or the little bear cub or a raccoon. Like if you had a little bear cub in the corner right here, that'd be hard to get, but that could be super cute. And there's little birds flying around, you know, just to show that harmony with nature. But yeah, I love the way you have the sunlight coming down on Wally here from that cloud from the Godly Glamour Star Path. That's such a good play. And using the little sprout boot is fantastic, and how you're holding your hands out. This tells such a great story. Love the rainbows back here and the fireflies. It just really adds to that paradise concept. Very, very good, Ashley. Sunshine, so happy to hear that the formal introductions went well this weekend, and it makes my heart so glad. I enjoyed this snap more than I thought I would. Always happy for your suggestions and viewpoint. Oh, I'm so glad to see you using the bear pose. That is so stinking cute. Just look at that. I really think voters are going to eat this bear pose up, because it's brand new. It's super cute. It shows harmony with nature. And not only do you have the little bear pose here, but you're highlighting these solar panels perfectly. This is what I was talking about with Aurora earlier. Like if we go here, Tazzie's doing a great job including this Aurora scene. But what you have to remember is there are a lot of voters out there that just submit random selfies, and they're just trying to get their moonstones real quick. They're going to do the same thing when they vote, right? They're not going to spend hours looking at snaps and like picking apart the details. 2 pictures pop up, they choose one, and then they move on. So when you have such a cool play like this, there's a good chance it gets missed if it's minimized. Whereas in your snap, you put her right at the foreground with the bird on her hand. So this is exactly what I was talking about when I was talking about how, you know, you want to prioritize things like this. So you have Wally close to the front. You have Aurora with this excellent pose here. You have Eve here. You have this beautiful paradise in the back. I love that you're using the grapes because they're like nice and tall. Like rather than having a fence, you actually have like greenery and grapes growing back here. Beautiful scene. Stunning scene. Honestly, this is so good. Sunshine, I think you'll get a fantastic rank with this. I think it's extremely likely for 4K, just with how well you've set everything up. I know you don't have any like little companions running around, but the fact that you have the sunbird on Aurora's hand and the bear, you have the wildlife, you know, so you don't necessarily need to have like raccoons and foxes and sunbirds flying around. You know, not that all those things fly. I just talking about the sunbirds. But yeah, really love what you did here, Sunshine. Absolutely outstanding. Probably one of my favorite snaps I've seen so far. Just really, really cool. Moving on to tier 2 here. Breezy's up first. If you don't get it this Friday, that's fine. I finished it kind of late. I wanted to go with a living off the grid kind of vibe. Hopefully, it's not too risky. I may have gone a little over the top of decorating for this idea, but there were so many good items for this. I struggled waiting for the critters to cooperate, but this was the best I can get. Would love to know your thoughts. Yeah, it can be tricky with the companions. Oh, this is so cool. And yeah, this definitely works. This definitely works. You know, at the end of the day, we're being tasked with creating an eco-friendly paradise. That's the mission, right? That doesn't mean it has to be some kind of eco-friendly city. It just needs to be a little eco-friendly paradise. And I don't think you really went over the top with decorating. This is, you know, what I would expect from a very high-ranking snap, right? This is pretty, you know, this is what we see mostly in, like, top 1,000, top 100. And that's where I would expect something like this to have a great shot to land. You know, it comes down to what you pop up against. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful scene. I love how well you're highlighting the green energy here. And I think one thing that's really going to sell this is just how perfectly you captured the bear and how your storytelling with your pose. Using the hey hey pose here to plant crops and still showing the spade, showing the seeds. You know, we can see the tools of your trade here. We can see exactly what you're doing. This tells a phenomenal story. And I love the layering over here of like the fountain kind of coming down. This is just an outstandingly well-built scene. You know, even the little watchtower here with the raccoons on it. Great way to highlight companions. And yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about getting all your companions perfect. I think the bear is one of the most important. And the fact that you have a squirrel right behind him, that's perfect. So I wouldn't even mess with this. I would just you know, because it's easy to spiral when you're you keep trying to get better shots of the critters. It's perfect. The critters are perfect here. The lighting is perfect. The colors are perfect. The villagers are perfect. The pose is perfect. The outfit is perfect. This is high quality work. I would say this is extremely likely for 4K. Well done, Breezy. Well done. Beautiful submission. Wishing said, hi, Sabai. I had posted earlier, but after seeing the snap on my phone, I realized it was really dark. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you. All right, so we have this one here. So you're kind of doing what Ashley was doing where, you know, Wally's handing you off the boot. I love how Eve's looking at it here. And the bear cub is super cute. I'm telling you, he is going to do numbers this week. This little guy is going to steal the show. Definitely the first one. So the way the light catches the bear cub's face here and the way, you know, in this one, he's not really smiling. He's just kind of coming around the corner. But in this one, he looks so happy to be here. It shows that your eco-friendly paradise really is in harmony with nature, which is really fun. Now, there's really good light on you here, but it does look like something's casting a bit of a shadow on Wally. I'm wondering if it's these fence posts here. Like, do we really need these? Because this is, like, the way you're capturing the companions and the villagers, I don't think you need these fence posts here at all. All the eyes are going to be on this, and if these fence posts weren't here, we would see more of these details, like the coffee beans and whatever you have next to them. You know, we would see your little garden set up, and then over here, if this wasn't here, we can have some little items on the side. I would consider getting rid of the Wally billboard. You know, this is an eco-friendly paradise, right? It's like as best as it gets for the ecosystem. So having rusted out old items, not what I would lean into here. Wally and Eve are mentioned by name, so of course some of the items from the Wally and Eve set are going to work really well. Luckily for you, it's pretty buried, but like, envision this, right? You have all this beautiful green on this side. We have this beautiful green home here. What if we had more beautiful green over here? You know, that just balances out the scene, makes it feel like, you know, a real paradise. Like nothing here is rusted out or falling apart. The reason that stuff is in the Wally collection is because Wally is part of this post-apocalyptic world where humans overbought and overconsumed. And they just let the environment fall apart. Like, that's Wally's whole thing. He's trying to bring back the plants. So, we're not in that post-apocalyptic world. We are in an eco-friendly paradise. Paradise. Like Wally's dream come true. So, I would stray away from any of the rusted out items here. Like I said, it's well hidden, so you don't see it too much. But if we had the same kind of beauty and color that we have over here on this side here, not to mention, you know, if you didn't have this big yellow tree here, you see how the bottom of it's not getting light, but the top of it is because it's a large item and it's pretty close to the camera. So it's catching light on the top, but not here. So everything with the center of this, the way you've got the villagers, the way you've got the bear, it's all perfect. My advice would be to open up the sides here and do the same thing on the left-hand side here that you're doing here. That's also going to help Wally stand out really well because he's got nice dark colors on the top. And if we put some nice bright colorful green back there, it's going to look great. Even if you don't change this, you know, even if you leave it as it is, like if you don't have time to make those adjustments, I think this still has a really great shot at 4K. I think the bear's going to sell it really well. And I like the little interaction here. And also, if you didn't have this post here, you could possibly get Wally a little closer because right now, you're not looking at him. You're kind of looking over here, and he's looking towards the camera. But if this post wasn't here, you can kind of move Wally up a little bit, and then it will look like you're looking directly at him, and he can be handing you that boot. CC, hey, I pivoted quite a few times already. After rereading the prompt, I realized I may have been emphasizing two different parts of it than I did initially. These three snaps are basically my progression, and I'm currently leaning towards the last one with the jumping pose. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts, seeing everyone else's take. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I definitely think number 2 is best for the theme. I think this one would be the most competitive because almost everything that's happening here ties in directly with the theme. So you're wearing an outfit that shows you're taking care of the environment. That's what your outfit tells us. You have a spade, you have seeds. You're actively planting more things in this environment, in this eco-friendly paradise. We also have Wally featured holding the boot right here up the front, which is adorable. We can see Eve close by. Pocahontas here with her arms out. Like, this is a tasteful amount of villagers, and it's kind of the, a very good balanced utilization of villagers. This one is fun, but the scene doesn't have great balance. Notice how in this one, we have this backdrop that goes straight across the whole scene. Like, big pink tree here, then big green tree, and then our little green city. And it closes out on that side. In this one, you have this descending line kind of going across the scene, and then it kind of falls off to empty over here. And we also have, like, there's just a lot of villagers here. Aurora is great in the foreground, but in this one, it shows that you're playing, but, like, it doesn't really tie into the eco-friendly, like, portion of the challenge as much as the second one. You have an eco-friendly city. We can see through the snap in a lot of places. We have a lot of villagers. And when it comes to an eco-friendly paradise, I think it's better to go with a small number of people or characters so you can have a little bit of wildlife as well. But yeah, I think this one is very strong. I think this is a great option. I think it captures the scene well. Also, you made it to where we can't see right through the scene in multiple places, whereas in this one, we have a lot of gaps here. It feels like kind of a line of trees rather than a forest. And while the jumping pose is kind of cute, this really ties into the eco-friendly fun. How you're having fun is by embracing the local wildlife. You're hugging this bee and you're gardening. That's your eco-friendly fun. Playing hopscotch is fun, but it's not necessarily something that's eco-friendly fun. I mean, you are playing hopscotch in an eco-friendly environment. I'm just saying from a storytelling standpoint, this really captures the eco-friendly fun. And it's also just a more balanced scene. You'll find that most of the higher ranked players here in the community, you'll find that most of them are using a small to medium amount of villagers. This one, the whole left-hand side is, quite a few of them. And it just doesn't have the same eco-friendly vibe that this does. This is very strong with the theme, and it's what I would be leaning into if I were you. Why So Thirsty is next. Highest I've gotten is 2,500 and hoping to go beyond that. I try to be more creative with the concept of the second one, so I hope the story comes through, specifically wondering if my lighting choices in the second version make sense intentionally against the sun to make it darker, plus more shadowy, are coming through properly, or just makes the lighting look weird. Looking forward to hearing your feedback. Thanks for making such helpful videos. Long-time viewer, but first time submitting. Nice. Well, thank you, my friend. Great to have you here. So we have our first one here, and then we have these ones here. So I'll be honest, I would not go in this direction. Now, the thing is, you kind of explain your thought process here, but you're not going to be able to do that with voters. You're not going to be able to attach a description. They're going to see a photo and that's it. That's all they're going to get. So we are being tasked with creating and showing an eco-friendly paradise. Now, that's what you have back here, but you're also showing something that's the opposite of that. That's not quite what the challenge was asking. I get the concept. It's a very fun concept. But you're going to be, I want you to get 4K. Like, that's the most important thing for me, is I want you and everybody else here that receives advice to have a great shot at 4K. So, what you're seeing is people are building snaps that completely embody the description. They're not trying to put a spin on it. They're not trying to incorporate outside concepts. So the challenge says it's a harmonious day in an eco-friendly paradise. Create a sustainable valley with serene spots and mindful touches. So the entire environment, the entire photo, not just a portal, needs to be that harmonious, eco-friendly paradise. The risk here is this is what your competition looks like, right? This is what's out there. These are the snaps that are going to be fighting for those 4K positions, right? And another example, when we look at Breezy's again here, these are the snaps that are going to be fighting for those 4K spots. They are stunningly beautiful. The entire scene, not just a doorway, is showcasing that eco-friendly paradise. Not only that, but in both of these examples I'm showing you, they're telling a story with their avatar. How is their avatar having that eco-friendly fun? How is their avatar showing that harmony with nature? So in both of these shots, the avatar is doing something to showcase that eco-friendly fun and that harmony with nature. So in this one, she's gardening. She's got these seeds, she's got her tools, and then we see the harmony with nature with these animals here. But the entire scene is that eco-friendly paradise. What you have to consider, there are two primary things that motivate votes. And this is something quantifiable. It's something you can see when you review what is getting 4K and what is not getting 4K. Those two things are theme and lighting. Those are the two biggest impactors. Now, there are many other impactors, but those are the two most impactful when it comes to what does good and what falls short. You'll notice in this scene, everything we see, from right to left, top to bottom, it all embodies the theme. There's nothing outside of the theme here. Not a twist, not a spin, just 100% dedicated to the theme. And if you look at the lighting, beautiful lighting all the way across, vibrant colors. That's another thing we see consistently in 4K. Like 80% of the snaps in 4K are going to have these vibrant colors, and they're going to have this really maximized lighting. So what I'm getting at here is if this is your competition, if this is what your competition is doing, and it's not just these two snaps. We saw a ton of them on Friday. I get the idea that you're going for here. I think it's a clever spin, but the issue at hand, number one, lighting and color heavily determine how well a snap does. More than concept. It's a fun concept where you have like this old decrepit world that's kind of falling apart, and then you have the eco-friendly paradise in the background. It's a fun twist. But beauty-wise, if this pops up against this, concept is not going to help it there. Your photo, I think, could do really well against people that are... It can do well against a lot of snaps. I think there's a chance it could, get 1,500, 2,500. It could even get 4K if it popped up against the right things. There's always a chance. But I would highly recommend going kind of in the first direction that you had. Because we know how well snaps like this perform. We see it every week. Lighting, you should not intentionally try to make your lighting bad to sell the concept. You don't have to do that. There's ways you can build the scene where both sides can be well lit, but I wouldn't even do the both sides thing. Because we're not necessarily being tasked with showing the ruined world. We're just showing the eco-friendly paradise. That's what it's all about. And there's, as Breezy said, they said, I may have gone a little over the top with decorating, but there's just so many good items for this. Exactly. There's so many good items for this theme. You have all these different flowers. You have all these different crops. We have all these different companions. We have all these companion homes, like this, like the Raccoon Watchtower. We have all these fun houses. We have these wind vanes. We have fountains. It's going to be hard to beat an eco-friendly paradise with just a doorway because you can't really showcase much of that, right? Like you have the bunny home back here, but we can't see the bunnies at all. Like the villagers cover them. And we see the building back here and the wind turbines, but all we really get is a glimpse, a tiny, tiny window into this eco-friendly paradise. Most of the photo that we see is the opposite of the theme. Again, I get the concept. I get the direction here. But my advice is when, if you really want to lock in 4K, focus entirely on delivering the theme itself without a spin. And then prioritize strong lighting. Don't intentionally have parts of your scene dark. Once you've been on like a 10-week 4K streak, once you've gotten 4,000 moonstones 10 weeks in a row, you could ignore this, by the way. This is just what I advise people that are trying to get into 4K and trying to stay in 4K. Once you've been on a nice long 10-week 4K streak, I would encourage you to try concepts like this and see if you can get them to work. But what I would focus on before that is everything you do, everything you show, every villager you choose, every animal you add, every outfit option you put on, everything needs to tie into the theme in some way, and you want your entire scene to have optimal lighting. You want that sun behind the camera, you want everything well lit. And then, once you start getting 4K consistently, you'll start to see just how much voters appreciate those things, just how much they gravitate towards those things. That way, when you do try a different concept, you'll have a great knowledge of how to make it work and still capture votes. This, like I said, it could work because you have the theme in this pocket. And there are going to be a lot of snaps out there that just don't have the theme at all. And it'll beat them easily. It'll beat the selfies. It'll beat the quest photos. If it pops up against nothing but photos like that, I think for sure it'll get 4K. But the odds of that happening are very slim. It's very slim. As it stands right now, your photo will likely struggle really hard.
Accidentally posted their primary review in the Tier 3 secondary channel, but it's a primary review and was posted before the deadline. Would you be able to review it today?
Beagle Mama posted their primary review in the... Oh, yeah, I'll take a look at it. Thank you, Samantha, thank you. Yeah, Beagle Mama, I got you, don't worry. And thank you for the 300 bits, Samantha. We are now less than 1,700 bits away from goal. But yeah, I'll take a look at yours next, Beagle Mama. We'll go on to yours next, don't you worry. So yeah, I would really recommend caution here, because at the end of the day, Thirsty, at the end of the day, you have some of the best stuff for this challenge. There's a lot of people out there that weren't able to get this new building set. And you're in one of the best environments with like the meadow or plaza. And you have this beautiful scene. If your entire photo was that scene, and you can play up companions, I would also trim down on the villagers. I think this week, villagers are good, right? It's really, really good to tell a story. But that's why this one, I don't think would do nearly as good as this one. They both have villagers, but this one has better balance. And all the villagers we see are kind of vibing with the ecosystem. Like Wally here with the boot, Pocahontas, no description needed there. Tinkerbell, and then we have Wally over here, Eve over here, and Winnie the Pooh is right next to the honey. Of course he is, right? And then we have like the beehives. So there's a story with every single one of them in a way. And they all tie into this eco-friendly paradise. But with the challenge asking us to showcase, we are being asked to create and display an eco-friendly paradise. You want that to be the entire photo. And then you want to take those other keywords and introduce them as well. In a perfect world, concepts like yours would be more appreciated. But the truth of the matter within Dreamsnaps is that beauty reigns supreme. Beauty often beats out concept, which is why concept is best paired with beauty. You don't want to sacrifice beauty for concept. You want to find a concept that works with beauty. And this week, it's simple. Make your entire photo this beautiful, eco-friendly paradise. And if you want to stand out from the crowd and be different, every snap is different, right? Look at this snap versus Breezy Snap. They're both eco-friendly paradises. They're even wearing the same outfit, but they look nothing like each other. Absolutely nothing similar, aside from the outfit and the fact that these are both eco-friendly paradises. Completely different structure, completely different build, completely different angle. So I think some people get really caught up on this idea that, like, oh, I know I can probably get 4K. I just need to be really different. I need to be really different so people will gravitate towards my snap. We're all doing the same thing, right? Everybody's doing the same thing. And the thing is, what you have to remember is it's not you versus everybody else. These snaps are 1v1 each time. It's you versus one photo each time. So when it comes down to it, the likelihood of your snap somehow looking identical to the photo it pops up against is nearly non-existent. And even if it did happen, at least that way, the voter's going to have to really struggle to choose between the two. So, again, in a perfect world, concept like this would be more appreciated. But the advice I give is not about what I like. It's not about what should be getting 4K. It's about what does get 4K. What do we see week after week after week after week? And what we see very consistently is dream snaps where the entire photo embodies the theme. Dream snaps that have optimal lighting throughout the entire scene. Dream snaps with bold, vivid colors. These make up a vast majority of 4K. And if you want to get 4K consistently, I would lean into that with my submissions. So, for your first scene here, this could work. Pops, hello. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. But what I would actually recommend in your case, Thirsty, is kind of a combination of these two. Because you do have this beautiful, eco-friendly building set, right? Like, you have the house back here. I also see you have the Moonstone Bundle outfit. So, that makes me think you probably have the Moonstone house too, right? That Moonstone house is amazing. Look at it here, right? In Sunshines. This house paired with these building pieces, and for that keyword of sustainable, if you didn't have those big walls right at the front of your scene, we could be showing stuff like that sustainability. We could be showing these solar panels with this beautiful little hot spring. We could be showing crops, flowers, wildlife. We could be showing that eco-friendly paradise. And that's what I recommend you lean into. So, for your other version, the one that was leaning more into that, I wouldn't do like a heavy amount of villagers. I would make some kind of living space. It could be an eco-friendly city, or it can be like an off-the-grid build. We have two examples here that we showed you at the beginning of your review. Breezy's is kind of an off-the-grid build, right? Where we have her little home, and then we have little homes for the animals, like she's deep in the woods in this eco-friendly paradise. So this is a great direction that you can take the challenge. But I wouldn't have like a lot of people there. I wouldn't have a lot of traffic. I wouldn't do like a market. Rather than a place where you're selling the crops, you can just show that you're taking care of the environment. You're planting things, It's not necessarily a place to generate revenue. It's just a place to sustain the environment. It's an eco-friendly paradise. So this would be one option. And then just like we saw with Sunshines, you have the option of building a scene that's sort of like an eco-friendly city. And you could take this route as well because you have these building sets. And you pair that with like the Moonstone House. And then in this eco-friendly city, you know, what does it look like? How is it powered? You know, we have our green energy. We have the local wildlife in perfect harmony with the environment. Not only are these types of scenes going to embody the theme very well, but they're also going to provide a lot of opportunities to tell some amazing stories, and they're going to provide voters with something they absolutely love, a feast for the eyes. People vote fast. They vote fast. And when they see something that has beautiful color, beautiful lighting, at the end of the day, every Dreamsnap challenge is nothing more than a photo challenge. Which photo looks better? So theme comes first. A lot of people will not vote for something if it's not on theme. And then it's the beauty elements. That's the next thing. So theme and beauty. I think if, you know, with how well you would design that doorway, if you do your whole scene in that kind of setting, I think you'll have a great shot at 4K. All right, so I think Big Mama, there you are. Hey, Sabai, it's my birthday today. Oh, no way! Happy birthday! Well, that was yesterday, apparently. Happy birthday, Big Mama. I sort of rushed the snap to get out the door for my B-Day fun. Did the best I could with the time I had. I'll have some time to make changes Tuesday night if you think they're needed, including my best 2 options so far. Thank you so much for your advice as always. Your new fur baby is precious. Congrats. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, very nice, Big Mama. Very nice. I'm liking what I see. Oh, we have one with the bee, and then there's the emerald sunbird, and then we have one with the purple sunbird. Ooh, tough choice. Both very good. Let me talk about the strengths here first. The setting is perfect. You're in the meadow floating island here, or the plaza, one or the other. The fact that we can see your solar panel featured right at the front and your little wind turbines. We have our sustainability right here. This is our sustainability. We have our green energy. We also have more sustainability over here on the top left. As for the harmonious, we have our harmony with wildlife. Look at how comfortable the sunbirds are. They'll fly right up to you, right? This goose, he's pretty harmonious with the environment. He's chilling so hard, he's got a straw in his mouth. So we have the harmony, we have the sustainability, and I love the pose. The garden outfit here with the shovel in hand. Wally right here. You have the villagers that were mentioned. So yeah, Big Mama, this definitely has a great shot at 4K. I don't really think you need much else. The only thing I would consider if you go back and make any changes, I think that little bear is going to do numbers this week. That bear is so stinking cute, and voters love a cute animal, and this is such a good challenge for that harmony with wildlife. You kind of have a perfect spot for that bear right here. You know, if that bear was here with a little bear smile on his little bear face, it would probably boost you by like 1,000 ranks. But yeah, I think this is already 4K though. So if you don't have time to add the bear, just roll with this. I think this is already very, very likely for 4K. But with this perfect space for the bear, I think it would be even stronger. But yeah, looking really good here, Beagle Mama. Looking really good. And between your 2 options, I actually like the sunbird more because you have the goose here as well. And I like the dark colors of the sunbird. This one, you know, we have a sunbird here, but we can't really see him. He kind of blends in, right? This emerald sunbird, he just blends in. And then we have the bee here. But yeah, if you end up having to choose one of these and you don't have time to add the bear, I would go with this one. Both are great options, though. Really beautiful, really beautiful. All right, I think we're ready to move on to primary reviews here. All right, Left Shark is up first. Left Shark says, I really like it. Oh, Leaning on Eve. That's cool. Very pretty, very pretty. With all the dark green in the back from the building sets here, Left Shark, I think fireflies would look really good. So one thing I would consider would be fireflies here. And then another thing, you see how the flowers here in the foreground aren't really catching the light? I would do the trick with the Chandelier of the Deep. I think if you took a couple of Chandelier of the Deep and you put them right in front of this scene to get that gold light to hit your flowers here, I think that's going to have the green light up enough to really match this brighter green where the sun is hitting. So I think that's going to boost the coloration of your foreground. But I love the pose on Eve. This is fantastic. Love the outfit. I think the little city build is really good. Aside from that, my only recommendation would be wildlife. You know, show that harmony with nature. You know, showcase the harmony of this eco-friendly paradise. And you can do that with sunbirds. We can't see a lot of ground, so it's not likely you're going to be able to do things like raccoons or foxes or even the bear cub, sadly. But you could do flying companions. You could do bees. You could do sunbirds. There's some great little critters you can have kind of in this environment. And I think the combination of a tasteful amount of fireflies, some sunbirds, and I think some extra lighting on these flower beds here would be great ways to make this even more competitive. But as it is right now, I think it does have a great shot at 4K. Delionica says, thank you so much. You're welcome. Oh, I love this. Beautiful, beautiful. Very simple. Very simple. Nice little eco-friendly paradise here. So we have some seeds here. Love the outfit posing with the watering can. Great shot of the avatar. I love the deep green eyes. You did a great job there. Really good shot of Wally here in front of the little plant. And then we have Eve here. I like the storytelling with Wally. My biggest recommendation for this one, Delionica, is I do think you have a really good opportunity for wildlife. You see how open these sections are? If you added some cozy companion homes outside of the scene, and then you took like the Pixar companion ball, there's like a tiny companion ball. If you just go to your furniture and just type companion, you'll see the companion feeder, the companion ball. Once you attach pets to a companion home, after about 4 to 5 minutes, they'll register those toys and those food bowls, and they'll go back and forth between those. So if you hid those right behind you, and you put a companion home out here where we can't see it, you can get a pet walking right through here. It could be the little bear. Imagine the little bear walking in front of the honey, like the bear right here in this empty patch, strolling either towards the honey or past it. That would be super cute, and I think it would elevate this a good bit. The other thing is we can see through your bamboo a little bit. So what you can do is you can put some green smoke bombs back there just to give it a deeper green feel. And I'd probably do the same thing over here, kind of on this right-hand side, or just more trees. But yeah, looking really good. The lighting's really good, Delionica. Love the inclusion of Wally and Eve. Great shot of the avatar. Great outfit. Fireflies could be really nice here as well. But the main thing I would try to consider is luring a companion into this spot. And then, you know, maybe even having one on this walkway too if possible. But I think the prime spot for one is right here. The bear would be top-notch. Lex, hey Sabai, I'm wondering if the picnic area ended up taking too much focus. I tried to balance the eco side, bike, compost, wind turbines, gardens, with the serene spot sides, adding lots of mindful touches. Do you think the balance comes across, or do the serene spots overpower the eco theme? Well, the thing is, the eco theme can play directly into the serene and mindful, right? Serene and mindful can be determined in a number of ways. So, you know, even a setting like this is going to have serene locations and mindful corners, right? What I would really focus on is the eco side, kind of like you mentioned. So I like the little picnic setup here. And at the end of the day, what's really going to determine how this does is it on theme? How on theme is it? And how beautiful is it? How good is the lighting? All of those things are really good here. So I would not overthink the mindful corners and serene pockets of your snap. I would not overthink that. It's more about it being an eco-friendly paradise, right? So the first sentence is extremely important. It's a harmonious day in an eco-friendly paradise. That's what it is. That's the world we are in. Then it says to create a sustainable valley with serene spots and mindful touches. Well, almost every build that's actually an eco-friendly paradise it has to have those things just by default. It's not going to feel harmonious or eco-friendly if it's not serene and mindful. Those two things are hand in hand. So if you have a beautiful eco-friendly landscape and it's created to be sustainable and harmonious with nature, by default, it is going to be serene and mindful. So I would not hyperfixate on serene or mindful here, because if you're doing the rest of the challenge, these things just automatically come. And it says build a brighter, greener future, just like Wally and Eve. So we see Wally and Eve here. Now, I love this trash ban. There's two. So this one here, I think on the other side, it says please recycle. And this side here says please compost. I love seeing snaps that actually showcase those words on the waste bins. Now, a lot of people that are familiar with these, they'll know what that says. But others, it'll be blocked a little by this. But I like the crops here, so I wouldn't change that. I wouldn't get rid of the pepper plant. I think it looks really good there. And I think the picnic scene is cute. I don't think people are going to see this and say, oh my gosh, a mindful spot. They're going to be like, oh, that's cute, Because every snap, if you look for it, every snap is going to have mindful spots. Every snap is going to feel serene. Otherwise, how is it even an eco-friendly environment, If it's eco-friendly environments by default are going to have that serene feel. So, the picnic spot is cute. You don't need it, but it's cute. So keep it, Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. You got plenty of the eco-friendly paradise vibes, right? We have wildlife with the bees. We have birdhouses. We have loads of greenery. We have the rainbow, which kind of plays into the paradise feel. And then we have, like, the gardening stuff here. So, yeah, I think you're really safe here, Lex. I wouldn't overthink it. Pretty sure you're locked in for 4K. Yeah, extremely likely for 4K here. Cozy Pixel Girly, here's what I came up with so far. Totally open to advice and changes. Thank you so much for your input. All right. So we got this one here, and then we got this one here. Well, the lighting in your first one is better. It gets a little dull in the second. But in your first one, you have, like, Fairy Godmother kind of clipping into Mirabelle here. The thing is, you don't really need all these villagers. Like, we don't need all these people back here. When it comes to using villagers, they're really, really strong for storytelling opportunities. That's where you want to consider villagers, is when you're trying to tell a story. So, for example, if I'm making a snap for Fabled Relics, right? I'm going to have these storytelling opportunities here where Flynn is stuck in a spider web and Pumbaa's worried about him, right? Jafar wants to steal this relic. Sully is lurking out of the fog. Timon and Donald are very excited we found the relic. So every villager I'm using here is telling their own unique story. But, like, just having villagers just for the sake of having them, like, this challenge is all about the ecosystem. It's all about the harmony with nature. I wouldn't just have villagers just to have villagers. That doesn't really do anything for you. So, Wally is great. Wally was mentioned by name. Hey, Jen, thank you for the resub. Let's go, let's go. Oh, Musha said there's a new code, Dream Journey. Noted. So, we have this one here. I was trying to edit my snap in the queue. Oh, yeah. You asked me that at the beginning of the stream. I said you can DM it. And if I had a chance, I'll get to it. Go ahead and DM it now. I'll take a look at it. Hopefully you already DM'd it, because I mentioned that when you were when you brought it up earlier. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is much better. Oh, okay. Yeah. You've already fixed the issues. Perfect. Well, good job. Yeah, this is exactly what I mean. You know, less is more, right? Now you don't have all those extra villagers in there. You have Wally and Eve, who are really important. You have Flynn, and he's actually interacting with the, you know, with the waste bin. He's like looking at it like he's going to throw something away. So now, all the villagers you have in your scene, Wally, Eve, and Flynn, they're each telling their own story. You know, you don't have villagers just for the sake of having them. You got a great pose on the avatar. You got great buildings in the back. It feels very eco-friendly. You got your green energy here with your, you know, little solar panel and your wind vane. You have crops. Looks really good. Looks really good. So, the only thing I would recommend here is maybe a little something in this bottom right corner right here. So, you see how you have the box here, the raccoon here, but there's a tiny empty spot here. You could do a little tiny crop, like some lettuce. You could just plant lettuce right there. Or you can put a little flower or flower petals. I just put like a little detail there. But if you don't have time to do that one change, just roll with this. This is looking really good. This is very, very likely for 4K. You've already fixed all the issues we were talking about. Dekai says, thanks as always. Of course, of course. Wow, beautiful scene, Dekai. Beautiful. Oh, yeah, I like the gardening outfit. It just makes it brighter and greener, which I think is going to play well. I do think bright green eyes would look really good here. And yeah, the critters are really nice here. Little critter companion here. We have Eve. I like the water wheel. Got some green energy in the back with the water wheel. Very cool. And we have the wind turbines for more green energy. Very sustainable. Super cute fox here. All the butterflies look good. Yeah, really strong, Dekai. And I love that we can clearly read. I was talking about this earlier. I love this. Please compost. Says it right there. If you have these waste bins, you know, seeing the words please compost, like right there in the corner is fantastic. The greenhouse right here, very nice. Yeah, it really does feel like an eco-friendly paradise. I don't really have any recommendations for this. I think against some of the dark green, fireflies could look nice. But I would do a very minor amount, you know, just like a tiny tasteful dash of fireflies if you wanted, but you don't need it. You don't need it. Really embodied the theme well with this one, Dekai. Great job. Mushu is next. Oh, beautiful scene here, Mushu. There's the bear. I'm telling you, he's going to do good this week. People are going to love that bear. They're going to love the heck out of that bear. I'm telling you now. I would not be surprised if, like, one of the top 3 photos doesn't even have an avatar, and it's just, like, a beautiful ecosystem with, like, the bear, like, just right in the middle. Like, a whole picture about the bear. He's going to do numbers, though. I'm telling you, he is. I love the tall grass here, kind of, you know, growing through the flowers and the glowing elements. That looks really nice, Mushu. Beautiful utilization of the new buildings back here. The Bluebird house. I love the fact that this house is finally getting a good challenge. We haven't had many Dreamsnap challenges where the Bluebird house really shined. And this week, I think it's one of the best challenges ever for this house. And then we have the greenhouse back here. So really beautiful shot here, Mushu. I love the storytelling angle, how you and Wally are both tending to the flowers. I mean, look at the way your hand's kind of going around the purple tulip here. That's fantastic. The bear is absolutely adorable. And then we have this just beautiful, serene backdrop. You know, this is what I meant when I said, when it comes to mindfulness and serene, when you make an eco-friendly paradise, it's going to be those things. It's going to have those elements. But yeah, really good job here, Mushu. You've got the wildlife. You've got Wally. No Eve in this one, but as long as you're using one or the other, and in particular, I think Wally's the most important because he's the one with more of a green thumb. But yeah, looking really good. I mean, if you did want Eve, you can kind of have her back here. I think she could be pretty fun back there, like maybe waving at you guys, trying to get your attention. Could be cute. But, yeah, that's the only tiny recommendation there. Beautiful shot. Very likely for 4K. Uncle Rod, howdy ho. I hope this seems eco enough. Thanks for all your help and feedback as always. All right. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, you got lots of flowers and crops planted. Beautiful light in the scene. It does get a little dark back here, but that's because you're using these really big towers up in front of the shorter towers, so it's casting a large shadow there. I usually put the larger ones behind the more mid-range ones. Now, you're not getting the same shadow effect on this side, but that's because your sun, if you follow your shadow, is behind the camera and to the right. So the sunlight is hitting the front, this right-hand side of this item, but it's casting a big shadow here. And then also, since your trees come out so much, none of the trees here are really getting light. So look at the difference in lighting and color here versus here. Now, I'm not saying that's going to cause your Dreamsnap not to get 4K, but against certain snaps, it will prove a problem. So, for example, if you end up going up against, like Bob's has a scene that's using the same buildings. Notice how we're not getting any bold shadows here on anything in the scene. You get a tiny shadow here, but look at Bob's shadow. It's kind of going straight back. So what Bob's did was they built this scene at a diagonal angle with the sun right behind the camera. Now, when you build your scene normally on a floating island where you're facing the side where the sun sets, the sun actually sets in a corner. So if you don't build diagonal, what happens is you end up getting the sun on the back right side. So your sun is over here on this side and behind the camera. That's why everything on the far left is very well lit, but all of this on the far right-hand side is dark because the sun is hitting the right side of these trees, just like it's hitting the right side of this tower. So yeah, the only minor issue here is with the way you've built your scene, sunset lighting is going to be the most impactful when you can get full scene lighting. You don't want one side to be darker than the other. Again, doesn't mean it's not going to get 4K. This will only matter, Uncle Rod, this will only matter if you pop up against some really good snaps. So, you know, if you were to pop up against, like in Mushu's, you see how there's nothing big really obstructing the sunlight. It goes across the entire scene. Even over here on the right-hand side, we get plenty of light here. And that's because they don't bring any of the large trees out. They're not building it down the sides. That way, they don't get any shadow. And then if you look, again, at what Bob's did, it was kind of the same thing. We have loads of light here, and even this water tower isn't casting a shadow on this house. That's because the shadow for this water tower is back here, where we can't see it. So there's really good lighting across the entire scene. So if you pop up against snaps like that, it could be problematic. So this is a difficult thing to fix, Uncle Rod. It's a very difficult thing to fix because it would require you to kind of restructure your entire scene, which is a huge headache. So I wouldn't worry about it too much because your scene is really beautiful. And I think it has a great shot at 4K. But if it somehow fell short, that would probably be the biggest culprit. And this is more or less something you can consider for your future snaps. If you want to make the most out of that sunset time of day, you must minimize shadow. Otherwise, you lose the biggest benefit of this light setting. So, you know, on this side, you can see just how perfect that lighting is, just how perfect all that color is. But then on this side, you know, we lose a lot of that color here. Overall, though, very, very beautiful. It also looks like there's a good bit of darkness at the bottom of your outfit here. I'm not sure if there's something casting a shadow on you. So I'm not sure, because you're very well lit here, but you're pretty dark down here. So hopefully it's not something built into the floating island that's casting that shadow on you. And you could always try, you know, if you don't want to mess with it, if you're worried about the shadow, you can always roll time back a couple hours and just not use sunset. If you use midday lighting, you might be able to get rid of a lot of these shadows. But if you do take that route, I would recommend a 0.5 or 0.6 saturation to remain competitive with your colors. Beautiful snap, Uncle Rod. Beautiful. Emily is next. Hey, Zim, I appreciate any advice you have. The glare on the bubble bothers me slightly, but not sure if it's worth going back through. Again, thank you for the review. All right. Oh, you know, you don't need the bubble. Like, you can just get Wally to do that animation. Like, you don't have to put the boot in his hand. He'll do it himself. Oh, let me delete Beagle Mama's snap out of the secondary reviews since it wasn't supposed to be in there. There we go. So, you can actually get Wally to do this pose where he holds the boot. So, if you're worried about the bubble, you could just not have it. You can actually have Wally holding the boot. I'm sure somebody in chat remembers how to trigger this. I think what you have to do is trap the villager and then toggle them off and then toggle them back on or something, and then they'll automatically do this little pose. It's in the Dreamsnap hub. Somebody mentioned it in the Dreamsnap hub, but if somebody can throw that in chat, that would be super helpful. So yeah, I would try to use Wally's actual pose here. And the only other thing, I talked about this in my Thursday video, I don't think voters are necessarily going to automatically refuse to vote for your snap based on the billboard. But I don't think it needs the billboard at all. Because the whole concept here, the whole idea for this challenge is that we are creating an eco-friendly paradise. Now, paradise is perfect. You know, it's like heaven on earth. Paradise has, like, everything is right. But this is not really an eco-friendly item. So, a lot of the Wally items are the post-apocalyptic world after humans overconsumed. But like all this rust and all this worn paint, you're just kind of putting a very non-eco-friendly item smack dab in the middle of your scene. Now, the storytelling angle here is that this place was a wreck, and now it's been changed into an eco-friendly paradise. Like, that's the idea with the sign. But you don't have to have the sign to communicate that. You don't need the sign. Wally and Eve being here communicate that on their own. Like, they helped to turn this place into this beautiful world. So yeah, I would advise against using any of the rusted out, like, you know, post-apocalyptic Wally items. I would focus on only using things that come off as very eco-friendly. You gotta ask yourself this, Emily. Why, since the challenge mentioned Wally and Eve, why don't we see this billboard, like, among any of our top-ranked players this week? Why are none of them using it? Because in other challenges about Wally, this thing always pops up, right? It also popped up a lot in Nature Takeover, when we had a challenge about nature reclaiming a place. So why aren't people using this? And the answer is simple. It's because they're only placing items in their scene that are eco-friendly. They're only showing eco-friendly. That's what the entire challenge is about. This is still very likely for 4K, though, even if you don't change it. But I think if you were to get rid of the billboard, add some wildlife, you know, to show that harmony with nature, and then to actually use the Wally pose of him holding the boot. That way you don't have to have the glare on the bubble. You don't have to have the bubble at all. You can have this beautiful scene between these two. And you definitely have room to do the Wally trick if you want him to hold the boot. Lil Jim, thanks as always. Hoping this looks like a brighter, greener future. Took ages to get Wally to do the plant thing. I have a DM'd update. Guys, you must get permission to DM an update. You must get permission. It's not an automatic thing. And I'm not taking any more updated snaps today, guys. I can't. We have so many snaps to look through. We already did this for one of the other reviews. Just, you know, and this is not for you, Little Jim. This is for everybody, In the rules, guys, it says you are not supposed to upload your snap for review until you are ready for a review. So if you're still making changes, if you're still, you know, if you're like, well, I made some changes because of what you said in the Friday stream, or I made some changes because of what you said in your YouTube video. If you're planning on making changes at all, don't upload yet. Don't, like, upload your snap when it is done. But I cannot have my DMs getting flooded again with this. That's why we made the forums, because my DMs were blowing up with submissions. And I had to make the forums instead. And also, we're on a timeline. When I exit out of the forum and then I go into my DMs, I have to go back to the forum. I have to scroll back to where I was. It slows the whole process down. So we're not, I can't, guys. I can't. You must follow the rules. And again, this is not just for you, Lil Jim. This is just a public service announcement. Please do not upload your snap for a review if it is not fully ready. I think the main reason people do this is because they want to get in the queue early. I think that's the thing.
As Ballad21 upgraded from Tier 1 to Tier 2 at the beginning of the stream and moved their primary review from the Tier 1 to Tier 2 channel.
Yeah, I can review.
Their original primary was submitted before the deadline, but the moved review post wasn't reviewed when we did Tier 2s.
Yeah.
Can we get
Yeah, I'll take care of it. The reason it wasn't reviewed when we did Tier 2s is because I already had the forum open. And if the forum's open, new submissions will not show up for me. So if I go back to it, it'll show up. But yeah, I'll do that one next. And I know Bella already had her submission in. So yeah, I'll do that one next. And thank you, Samantha. Thank you. Also, if you want to get my attention without sending bits, Samantha, that's totally fine. You can like play a sound or something and I'll look for you. I might add a sound, like, that you guys can play specifically to get my attention. But I'll have to have some rules on it or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But thank you. But thank you, Samantha. Appreciate it. And yeah, we are now less than 1,300 bits away from goal. But yeah, since Bella was already submitted before the deadline, and I saw her upgrade, so I'll definitely do that one next. All right, thanks for the help as always. Hoping this looks like a brighter, greener future. Took ages to do the Wally and the plant thing. I think somebody might have put it in chat, but there is a way to get him to do it. But the thing is, Little Jim, with Wally doing the plant trick, it took you ages to get this shot of him, but it's really hard to catch. Even if Wally wasn't doing it, you'd likely get the same exact rank, because it really just feels like we have Wally's presence, and that's it. But if you had Wally closer to the scene where we can see him handing the boot, or maybe he was holding it towards the voters, like if Wally was like up at the front, I think that maybe that's what you've already done in your snap. But I would definitely try to play up Wally a good bit more. Now, also, maybe already on your new snap, you've switched your outfit. Yo! Dang, Scylla, let's go! Thank you. Scylla coming in with a big 1,500. We were only... Yeah, I think we were only like, what, like... Oh, I was wrong. My math sucks. I said we were 700 bits away, but we were actually 1,400 bits away. I'm bad at math. Thank you, Scylla. At least you're good at math. I forgot that on Mondays and Tuesdays, the goal is 6K, not 5K. Well, I'm glad you're good at math, because I'm apparently just bad at it. And thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the super generous dono. Now, for your outfit, since you have this wonderful gardening scene here, right? Beautiful garden behind you. Beautiful backdrop. I would get rid of these darker green trees for something that has a brighter, greener feel. And I also would have built your scene in the meadow. So the meadow or plaza. Which of the environments in this game is the brightest and the greenest? Meadow and plaza. Pretty much anytime I do an outdoor snap, if I'm going to show the grass at all, I'm going to show the meadow and plaza. Look at the dark texture of the forest grass and look at the bright green that we see around it. This could be the meadow color, which would be a brighter green. But yeah, my advice here, if you don't want to move your whole snap to the meadow, don't worry about it. That's going to be a lot of work. But, Little Jim, I would highly recommend just avoiding, if you're going to do a snap outdoors, voters love vibrant and bright colors. They gravitate towards them in a lot of challenges. If you look through the history of my outdoor snaps, pretty much any snap where I'm showing green grass is always going to be the meadow or always going to be the plaza. And they always do well. I try to stay away from the forest. I try to stay away from Ancient's Landing. Now, you also have fireflies back here, but we can barely see them. I actually was about to say fireflies would look good here, but then I noticed way back here, you do have fireflies. So here's what you can do with your fireflies if you want them to be more noticeable. Put them way closer to the camera. That way, they're going to be sparkling over these trees. They're going to be sparkling in your skyline. That would look beautiful. I would take your fireflies and I would move them much, much closer. And then for your outfit, since you're standing in front of a garden, you have a great opportunity to use that new meadow outfit, right? It's not going to have as much white here. I do like the boot shirt, but what's going to tell more of a story? Boot, like a motif on a shirt, or an outfit that has a spade, a little rake, seed strapped across the side, and some gardening gloves, right? And that's going to really communicate what you guys are doing here. And yeah, we'll take a look at your next submission on your re-review. And if you haven't incorporated the things we discussed, you'll have an opportunity to do that for your secondary. And then also wildlife. Wildlife can be really good. Glitter Elk. Hello, hello. I really enjoyed creating this week's snap. I would love to hear your thoughts. Thank you for the feedback as always. Waterfall Glow, why do you keep saying the Fuzzy Wuzzy song? I mean, at least you're constantly reminding Chad to put that bear in there. It is good this week, I'm telling you. Oh my god, the kitty cat. Let's go. I'm not going to lie, the bear would probably be better this week. But I freaking love that cat, so, you know. I mean, if I was voting on it, I'd probably choose the cat, but that's just me. I think voters are going to choose the bear a lot more. Glitter Elk here. Some beautiful submissions. This one, you kind of have the best shot of the Calico Kitty. And I do really like your pose here. You chose not to hide the robot, which is kind of fun. You know, 9 times out of 10 when people use this pose, they hide the robot. But I like how you have him kind of helping you garden. I think that's kind of neat. Your backdrop looks really good. Your lighting looks good for the midday lighting. It does feel like an eco-friendly paradise. I have a couple of minor recommendations. Up to you whether or not you want to follow on these. First off, I would totally ditch the piglet clothesline. I would 86 that entirely, especially with where Eve is. Now, if you follow me closely, Glitter Elk, and you know about my Dreamsnap advice, you probably already know why. It's because of all this white. We already have the white from Eve here. This very bright white is sucking all the color out of this region. If I put my hand over it and hold one eye closed and I block off that white, the whole snap looks better. Like, now I just see beautiful greenery everywhere. I think this item here is actually hurting your snap more than helping it. And then Eve is a white character, so we don't really want her on a white backdrop. if Eve was on top of, look at how good the border of green looks around Eve. Look at how much she pops. But then when we look at this side, So I think the clothesline, I know it's a new item. I know it's fun and it's cute. But it's probably one of my least favorite Twitch drops of all time for Dreamsnap utility. Simply because of the fact that the hanging cloth is white. I wish it was any other color. Because it sucks the color kind of out of the environment here. Now, I do think it's a clever pose. And I like the bike back here. I probably wouldn't do the motorcycle because it doesn't really feel like it runs on green energy. Luckily, if you do leave it, it's very, very far in the back. It's very buried. So, I don't think it's too big of a concern. The bike is perfect, though. You could always do 2 bikes. You could just show the back of another bike here, like the other side of it, or if you just had 2 of the same bike, it'd be really pretty. But yeah, the crops look good. I really like the burlap sacks here on the side. As much as I absolutely adore the kitty, I think a little creature that lives in nature, because I'll be honest with you, I love cats. I absolutely love cats. I'm kind of obsessed with cats. I've even thought about creating a second YouTube channel literally to give cat advice and to teach people about cats. I have a crazy obsession with cats. I just love cats so much. And it's in my family. It's a running thing in my family. My mom has rescued hundreds of cats. My grandma has rescued hundreds of cats. I grew up around a ridiculous amount of cats, and I've always been somewhat obsessed with cats. So as much as I love cats, and as cute as the little guy is, cats are typically not very good for ecosystems. They are not the most eco-friendly animal. So I think in this case, as cute as the cat is, I would lean more into highlighting wildlife. To show harmony with nature. Cats are known for destroying ecosystems. So perhaps instead of a kitty cat this week, you could do the bear. Or you could do a little fox. But there's a lot of different animals you could use here that would work really well in the environment. So, again, cat's super cute. It's super cute. But not the most eco-friendly little critter. And I think highlighting wildlife is going to showcase more of that harmony with nature. Cats literally kill things for fun. That's another reason I love them. They're just incredible little murder machines, They're like the epitome of evolution when it comes to grace and murder. It's a fascinating mix. But yeah, not the best for ecosystems. Jedi. Finally, a reason to use the bike trick. Hope this is on theme enough. Took forever to get the cat in the perfect spot. Uh-oh, you got a kitty cat. And those pesky clouds to not float like sky turds. Yeah, the clouds can be super annoying. I think this could be really risky here, Jedi. Because, the asphalt paving, the rail system. This looks like a beautiful town, but there's not much going on here that reads eco-friendly paradise. There's also not much going on here that reads harmony with nature. It's a really, really pretty picture. It's a beautiful town. I freaking love the Shiba Inu at the front. But based on what other people are submitting, I would be a little worried. Because if we look at, we got to do the tier 2. I forgot about the tier 2 for Bellum. I'll do that next. But if you look at what other people are creating, we're not seeing tram systems. We're not really seeing roads. Even when we do have paving, it's just very natural pebble paths. And instead of a typical city, every building feels very eco-friendly. Now, you do have really good eco-friendly kind of items here. I feel like the bus stops with all the plants growing on them kind of tie to the eco-friendly feel. And then, like, the flower shop kind of ties in the eco-friendly feel as well. I'm just worried because, like, there's not a lot of, like, asphalt and, like, iron tracks. Most people are doing builds that are kind of like super, super green and eco. You know, it's like either it's off the grid and it's just like everything is kind of one with nature, or it's these almost futuristic cities that have moved away from traditional towns. So it could get 4K because it's so beautiful. Like, it's such a pretty scene. But my concern would be a lot of people are showcasing, you know, that they're planting flowers or planting crops in these environments, and it's in harmony with nature. So there's like wildlife around, and this has a very city-esque feel. And I'm worried that while it does feel like an environmentally conscious city, these other snaps are just taking the eco-friendly environment to like a different level, where we don't see asphalt roads and we don't see a lot of paved brick. I think heavily paved scenes or like traditional towns might come at a risk this week, but again, it is beautiful. I think it's a stunning photo, and I think you got a really great shot of the puppy and the cat makes a lot more sense in like a traditional town scene. I mean, you can roll with it and see how it does. It's pretty enough for 4K. The lighting is really good. You got good villager presence. And like I said, even with it being more of a traditional town or city, it does have a good... It feels environmentally conscious, which is important here. But there's other snaps where, you know, they're highlighting green energy. They have like, you know, solar panels and wind vanes, and everything kind of feels in harmony with nature, where this feels like a town with nature elements, you know. But yeah, I love the photo. I think it's beautiful. Hopefully it'll get 4K if you do stick with it. You can always save it to your gallery and, like, you know, try something else, and if you don't like it, go with the original, because it is very pretty. Okay, let me do the tier 2 for Bella before I forget again. All right. Well, love the headpiece. Talked about this a lot. Think this little bird on the head is fantastic. Surprised I haven't seen it more this week. Now, if you're going to use Aurora, I wouldn't even have Aurora in your scene unless she's doing the bird shot where she has the bird land on her hand. That's why we recommended Aurora specifically for that pose. Otherwise, she's not really doing anything back here. She's blocked by your shovel. She's just kind of posing. She doesn't really tell a story with the environmental, you know, world. If you can get the bird to land on her hand, if you can trap her, and if you can pause her doing that animation, that's where Aurora comes in. Otherwise, I would just not have her here. Wally looks great, but the challenge did mention both Wally and Eve, so I would definitely consider Eve as well. And the last thing would be your lighting. We have sunlight hitting this side of your scene, but look at how dark all of this is. And the reason why it's so dark is because you have all these big items here on the edge of your scene that are casting a huge shadow over this environment. So we talk about this all the time. Think about your layers. Small items in the front. Small. Like things that aren't going to cast shadows on the rest. In the mid-ground, you still don't want anything too tall that's going to cast shadows to the back. But we have a lot of shadow here. We have a lot of shadow here. So I would be mindful of the location of your sun. I would be mindful of how big the items towards the front of your scene are. It's a beautiful scene. It could definitely get 4K against the right things. But, you know, against stuff like this, where they have good lighting, where the light is cascading across the entire image, I think it's going to have a much harder time. Now, there's no guarantee that you'll pop up against snaps like this. There's no guarantee. So you might be just fine. But if you can master your lighting, if you can have, you know, what you want to do, Bella, anytime you're creating a snap, you don't need me to tell you this. I think you've learned enough to where you can figure this out without any advice from me. But what you want to do is you want to look at your snap, find your shadows, and then say, what's causing that shadow? Why am I not getting light here? Is it because of where the sun is? Is it because of these items? What is causing my photo to be dark here and here, but not here, right? Good light here, good light here, very dark back here, very dark back here. Not always going to matter, but it matters a lot in the higher ranks. And in order to stay in 4K, you got to be able to contend with those other 4K snaps from time to time. If you don't pop up against a bunch of them, you might be okay. Sorry it took me so long to get back to your snap there. Peanut Butter Quacker, hi Sabai, thank you again for the review. I got my highest score ever on Wednesday with your help. This is my submission for this week. I'm not sure about the stone path at the bottom. It feels too dark. Any advice? It is a lot of gray. It is a lot of gray. And one thing the challenge mentioned was a brighter, greener future. Do you have the tan garden stones? I know a lot of people don't have those. You might not. But, like, imagine the garden stones here. Like, I would, you know, like, let's say we didn't have the rocky terrain and we didn't have the gray path under it. What if it was just grass with brown garden stones, right? That would feel very natural with the grass. And I think it would add to, you know, it's going to help play up that brighter, greener kind of feeling. One thing I really love about your submission here, Peanut Butter, is that it really feels like the future. I've seen some snaps that played up a brighter, greener future, but you made it really futuristic. But it still feels like paradise, and it still feels eco-friendly. Like the big rainbow back here connecting with the inside out house. The way you have the Eve planters here with the waterfall behind them as the centerpiece. And the freaking bear, dude. I'm telling you, the bear is gonna do numbers, guys. Like, it's so good for this challenge. Literally anyone who bought the bear was being eco-friendly. So even the concept of buying the bear is eco-friendly. It's crazy how good this bear is and how cute the pose is. Like, if you're like, I don't know what I should pose with this week. Just do the bear. I'm telling you, it's so good. Or you can just have the bear in your snap. You know, just having him in your snap. But yeah, Sunshine used the bear really well. Breezy used the bear really well. The bear looks fantastic here. Great job, Peanut Butter. Great job. This bear is gonna do numbers. I'm telling you right now, mark my words. Mark my words. You're gonna see a lot of snaps doing really good with that freaking bear. But yeah, it's not that your stony path is too dark. It's actually that whites and grays kind of absorb color from your scene itself. I would not get rid of the whites because the white buildings and the white Eve items look fantastic. They play into that futuristic concept. What you could do is minimize the grays. So you have a couple of options, right? Garden stones could work really well. And just because it's the future doesn't necessarily mean things have to be like, you know, paved with like solid pavement. You could do cobblestone path. I think that looks very environmentally friendly. I think we saw it in Bob's. And it's a darker color, but darker is good because it plays up color. The lighter grays and the whites, that's what absorbs the color from your scene. Whereas dark tends to complement color. So if we look at Bob's snap here, right? She's using a much darker path than you, but it's the cobblestone path. And it's got, now you might not have Wish Blossom Ranch, and if you don't, then you won't have this path. But it shows the green through it, and look at how vibrant the green looks next to these dark gray pebbles. You know, it looks great. And it just plays up the color in the whole scene so well. Now, if you don't have that, you could try garden stones. I love garden stones in my nature scenes. I always have. I used them in Marvels of Nature. Again, like I said, I know a lot of people don't have these. But, you know, this got rank, I think, 90. And we did our path with garden stones here. It just works so well with kind of the nature-y concept. I'll be very likely to use them again this week. I'm not sure, though. I haven't made my snap yet. Just depends on what I build. But yeah, I really like your scene. I think even if you keep the paving, if you really want to keep it, I think you'll be okay. I think this is very likely for 4K because of the way you arranged the avatar with this pose in particular, and then even Wally. The way you guys are all gathered together, like it's some kind of family photo, and the way this feels brighter, greener, and futuristic is really cool. It's really cool. I also love the kites, you know. But yeah, everything here looks like it could run on green energy. And it's just so beautiful. It's such a fun scene. And choosing the bear pose just shows that harmony with wildlife. You know, even a bear is just like chilling with you. Jingle bells. Hi, Seb. I appreciate to hear your thoughts. Thank you in advance. Of course. Wow, this is so pretty. I like it. I like it. Love the new building sets back here. You haven't used Smell the Flowers is a really fun pose. Wally looks super cute here. Eve looks great. Nice little wave from Goofy. I think it was your comment I saw earlier. Was it you that said you're going to add companions? If it is, perfect, because that's really my only recommendation, especially the bear. Especially the bear. Do you guys remember when we did that Valentine's Day Dreamsnap challenge? And I kept telling everybody how strong that new heart border was going to be. And I just kept saying it over and over and over. And then, like, all three of the top photos had the border. And, like, a ridiculous amount of snaps in the top 100 in the 4K range had the border. That's how I feel about the bear this week. That bear is so good. So, yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do for my snap this week, but I'm definitely going to have that bear. I'll tell you that right now. So, yeah, if you're looking for some good wildlife, unlike, there are many snaps where you can't really see the ground because they have so many crops and so many flowers, so they can't really have the bear. You, on the other hand, you have these great pathways. You could have the bear, like, right here at the front, and then you can have Wally just a tiny bit further back. But if you put, like, a little item for the bear to play with right here, it could draw the bear down. He could be right here at the front of the scene. That would be so cute. You're smelling the flowers. The bear's smiling at the front. We got Wally and Eve right behind him. Awesome. Definitely an eco-friendly paradise for sure. Fallen Angel. Hope my idea translates. If I'm on, considering my timestamp for my review, if it's seen on Friday, I'm leaving for camping Friday morning. Oh, okay. Well, it's not Friday, so we didn't get to it. Discord went down. Oh, this is beautiful. I love all the colors here. So, definitely has that eco-friendly paradise feel. I like the cotton at the base of the scene. Usually not a big fan of white. But, you know, the fact that there's like brown that wraps around the cotton piece is actually a very unique crop. And also it shows that sustainability, right? You guys are you're not using polyester or like, you know, anything plastic involved to make your clothing. You're using like cotton, you know, like sustainable crops for your clothing and stuff. That's a cool nod to sustainability. I like that. The Wally bike looks great here. Got a great shot of Wally, great shot of Eve. Pocahontas, great villager to include, just to have somebody in there. Very one with nature. Oh, even got the fruit trees in there. Very cool. I love all the color here, Fallen Angel. You know, thanks to the amount of color. And you do have your bear. I'll be honest with you, though. I think posing with the bear might be even better. I do like the bear here, but when you pose with him, you get to see, like, the front of his face, right? And he just looks extremely cute. Like, you get this little bear face right at the front of your scene. I think that's going to be really strong. Now, that doesn't mean you absolutely have to pose with the bear. As we saw, if you can get the bear to, like, walk into your scene, you can get some really, really cute shots of the bear. But I think in your case, Fallen Angel, I think I would for re-review, I would give it a try. I would do it another version of this where you're posing with the bear. And see how you think about, see how you feel. Could be worth trying. It would minimize how much white we have because we already have all the white from the cotton. And holding a little brown bear, I think, would help minimize the amount of white. You already have so many other cute little wildlife members around. But yeah, really, really good harmony. Good paradise feel. Looking cool. Beautiful work. Tasha's next. Oh, what do we have here? I can barely believe it. We got the bear. Awesome. We also have the raccoon lookout. I love this. I love how well you're playing up companions. We have green energy back here with the water wheel. So we're using water to power our little paradise here. We have this beautiful waterway here. And I love the way you guys are looking into the rushing wind. It's gorgeous. Very fun. A couple of glowing lilies in this waterway. Like, not a whole bunch. I wouldn't, fill it up with them. But I think that would add a great beauty element. Whether you're using the orange ones that we got from Dapper Delights or the purple ones that are or pink ones that are always in the landscaping menu. A couple of little glowing lilies I think would be so pretty in this water pond here. But yeah, you got Wally doing the boot pose, which is fantastic. Eve kind of tucked away in the back. It feels very eco-friendly here. It's beautiful. And I'm telling you right now, dude, this bear is going to do numbers. Gorgeous scene. M's is next. I felt really confident when I started, but I'm not sure how about it now. As always, thanks for any advice. Okay, so we got this one here. Oh, it's really pretty. It's looking cool. I would definitely 86 the Wally billboard, though. I like your first one more. Like, this futuristic green techie city just doesn't really vibe with this. These are two completely different styles, so it doesn't really feel quite as harmonious, right? You don't need the water wheel. You have windmills. You have wind vanes. That's where our energy is coming from. We got the energy coming from the wind vanes. And I would definitely get rid of the rusted out billboard. You know, the reason why is I'm not going to get into it because I've already explained today. So I got to keep moving. But you're building an eco-friendly paradise. A paradise. Everything is perfect. Everything is eco-friendly, right? We want to avoid things that are not eco-friendly. So a lot of stuff in the Wally tab is not eco-friendly because it's from a ruined world where humans overconsumed. That's why the Eve stuff is very eco-friendly looking, and a lot of the Wally stuff is very worn down. Because you can use Wally decor to create the opposite of an eco-friendly world. You can create a worn-down world that Wally came from. That's why he wants to be eco-friendly. So, yeah, I would be very careful with this. And you can still definitely get 4K having it because, again, I get the idea. The idea is that, you know, we're fixing it. We're bringing the world back. But we're not just in the middle of fixing it. We've made a paradise. This is an eco-friendly paradise. So having rusted out items there just aren't going to feel quite right. It'll only matter if you're up against a snap where everything feels really good, then this might hurt you. But this would beat most snaps. So yeah, I would play up this building. I would stick with your original concept. If you want more buildings on the right, use more of these. You know, these two just have completely different styles, completely different shade of green. One is built out of wood and like hay, and the other one is like super futuristic and like grown out of plants. So I would stick with this one. But I would maybe add more buildings or do something over here on the left-hand side. Foreground looks good. I like the pose, like Wally, like Eve. The other thing I would consider would be wildlife. Do you have the bear? Bear time. Now, Varia, beautiful, beautiful. I like the semi-futuristic vibe here, right? So we have our eco-friendly paradise. We have the bluebird house. I love that you're holding a little bunny rabbit. That's super cute. Great outfit here. Eve and Wally. I like how balanced they are. The little scavenger hunt map and the robot really add to the, eco-friendly future. But also, guys, keep in mind your snaps don't have to be futuristic. It says we're building towards a brighter, greener future. But you can make it futuristic. So you can do either. So for those of you that have done off the grid, in the woods, this perfect ecosystem, that is totally fine. I don't want you to feel like, uh-oh, I see people doing futuristic stuff. Did I miss the theme here? No, you didn't. It says build a brighter, greener future. That doesn't mean we're living in the future. We're building the future. So you could use futuristic elements, but you don't absolutely have to. Just want to make sure that's known. They do look really good here, though, especially when you mention the robots. We have robots, so that's kind of futuristic. Beautiful scene here in Avaria. Do you have the bear? That's a big question. I would find a way to put that bear in there. Ginger Snap, not completely sure if farm works for the theme, but I had fun with it. Excited to hear your thoughts. Well, it could. I mean, it just kind of depends on your votes. The thing is, we're being tasked with making a paradise, right? Like, that's what we're being tasked with. So, a place where, like, everything is perfect. But that can be subjective. People can read it one way or another. We've had a lot of challenges where we've made ranches and farms and gardens. We had a farmer's market challenge. This would have worked for that. So we've had builds like this before, whereas we've never had a challenge about building an eco-friendly environment and about it being in harmony with nature. So when something's in harmony with nature, you're going to have like local wildlife being part of that. That's how you show that harmony. So it is eco-friendly, like farms can be eco-friendly, especially apiaries. Like if you have beehives, that's very eco-friendly. But like cow farms, like if you have cows, not as eco-friendly, right? Especially if it's a lot of cows. They dump out a lot of methane. So not all farms are going to be eco-friendly. Yours looks eco-friendly though. You have the windmill. You have a couple windmills here. You have a lot of flowers. A beehive could be cool to highlight that eco-friendly feel. But yeah, it is very pretty, so I think there's a great chance at 4K here. But yeah, it is, the thing is, it's likely for 4K, as it is. Because most snaps are nowhere near this good, and most of what you pop up against, I think this will easily beat. The risk here is that there's a lot of snaps out there. If you're unlucky enough to pop up against them, I think that could give you a difficult time. Because there's a lot of snaps out there that feel more one with nature. Whether they're off the grid, like this one. And look how we see the beehives. Those play directly into being eco-friendly. And then we see how comfortable the wildlife is. Not domesticated animals, not animals behind a fence, but wild animals. So, if you want to do horses, I think wild horses would make a little bit more sense to show that, just that ecosystem. But at a farm, it's kind of a controlled system. It's not necessarily like a natural environment. And that's why I think, the only risk there for you is that there's a few different types of snaps out there, right? So you have these off-the-grid snaps like the one we just looked at in this one, where It's all about the ecosystem. There's wildlife all over the place, like squirrels, bears, raccoons, and then they're taking care of crops out here off the grid in this very balanced ecosystem. And then the other side of the coin would be there's a lot of snaps out there that are these futuristic style cities where everything is very eco-friendly. They run on solar and wind energy. All of the buildings have loads of greenery growing on them to clean out all that carbon monoxide from the air. You have, just these utopias, these perfect places. In other words, an eco-friendly paradise, right? So against snaps like this and against snaps like this, I think your farm concept will have a very hard time. Luckily for you, Ginger Snap, these are kind of rare, right? This is a very small percentage of people doing the theme this well. So as long as you pop up against stuff that's not like these, I think you're very, 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 very likely to win the vote. But yeah, there is a chance that, you could have a hard time with that snap. Johnny is next. Hey, Zemi, I love this theme, but not sure if the snap is completely on theme. I might have been too focused on the future part of it, but I really like it and really curious to hear your feedback. No, this is totally on theme, for sure. So, as we mentioned, if we want to look at the theme again, right? It says to build a brighter, greener future, just like Wall-E and Eve. So, that doesn't mean it has to be futuristic, but it also doesn't mean it can't be, right? As long as you're building a brighter, greener future. This could be 50 years from now. It could be 100 years from now. We could be in a golden age of like perfect balance with the with nature. We could be at perfect harmony. And at the end of the day, we're also being tasked with creating an eco-friendly paradise. If you think about it, as a society, we're pretty far away from that. So, in order to reach that, you have two options. You either go off the grid and disconnect from modern society, or you build your snap in the future where society is eco-friendly. Does that make sense? So, what I'm saying here is it works. And so do the ones that are not futuristic. So I don't think it's necessarily a mistake for you to make it futuristic. Just like it's not a mistake for people to do their snaps off the grid. Because those are really the only ways you can showcase a truly eco-friendly paradise. Because that doesn't exist in modern society. That's why I think snaps where you have kind of a modern city with like asphalt or tram systems could be a bit risky. As long as they pop up against the right things, I think they'll do great. But yeah, I like this. The new building set, there's a reason it's in the shop this week. It's very environmentally forward, right? So the backdrop is great. You're using the good Eve items. You're not using any of the rusted out Wall-E stuff. I think you should reconsider your pose. Like the hourglass doesn't really do anything for you here. It's just kind of big. And also, the side profile isn't very flattering on your avatar. You have a great outfit. There's seed bags that hang on the belt that we could see if you were facing us. Have you perhaps considered a bear pose? Just put it out there. I don't know if I've recommended this yet. So just food for thought for anybody watching. But I think the bear pose is going to be pretty good this week. I think it's going to be really strong. It's going to add wildlife to your scene. Because this is the future, but if it's an eco-friendly paradise in harmony with nature, there should definitely be some wildlife around, right? So instead of holding an hourglass that doesn't really tell much of a story, why not hold a bear and make the voters say, oh my God, he's so cute. Why not do that? That would also help you show off this outfit a bit better. And we can see your expression a bit better that way too, because you'll be facing us. If you want Wall-E and Eve to be having some kind of interaction, you can have them interact with each other, or you can have them facing the camera. The last thing I'll touch on is the shadow back here. Do you really need these large items all the way up here? Because there's loads of small stuff you can play with here. There's loads of farming stuff. There's loads of tools. There's burlap sacks. There's so many things you can put in here that are not going to cast these super big shadows on your backdrop. And also, you see how dark the left side of this tree is? And the top of it is bright here? It's because, the sun's on the back right. So anytime you bring these trees up on the right-hand side, they're not going to catch light. You can bring a bunch of stuff up on the left-hand side. But on the right-hand side at all, if your sun is in the standard behind the camera position where it's kind of behind and to the right, it's always going to make this side darker if you try to do that. So I would keep this side more open, and I would keep the trees and stuff in the backdrop, and then bring your left side out like you are. That's the advice I have for you. Scylla is next. Hi, thank you for the review. First time submitting since cherished childhood. Dang, it's been a while. I missed you, Scylla. I missed seeing your work. But I've been doing well, getting 4K since. Just not confident with this one. Well, yeah, you've been doing a great job. You've been doing a great job with your snaps. I'm not surprised you've been getting 4K. Since when you started getting reviews, we saw you just get better and better over time. And I think you were on a pretty good streak before you ended up, taking a break from the reviews. So, a few things. Number one, your time of day. Your sun is not behind the camera. Look at your shadows. They're coming towards us. That's why your tree line is so dark. I think you're actually in the middle of the day. The only reason there's light on your avatar is because you've cranked your character lighting all the way up. So there's two glaring issues here. Number one, the lighting. Your sun is in front of the camera somewhere. We can see or it's above us. We can see the shadows coming towards us. Look at the shadow on the burlap sack. It's coming towards us. We want the sunlight hitting the scene. We were tasked with building a brighter, greener future. Scylla, you've done Dream Snaps long enough to know this. How do you make a scene brighter and greener? Light. It's all about the light. We don't have spotlights in this game. We can't put lights out that cast light on us. We got the sun. That's what we got. So I would reposition this snap to where the sun is behind the camera. That's step number one. Step number two, to make this a brighter, greener future, would be to get rid of the stuff that's not environmentally friendly. Like this giant rusted out Wally billboard. This doesn't feel like an eco-friendly paradise. Like this right here does, but like this just doesn't fit in at all. Just because the challenge mentions Wally, guys, doesn't mean you have to use all the Wally items or items with Wally's name on it. We've made a paradise. That's what we've made. That's what we're being tasked with making. A perfect ecological world at one with nature, balance with nature, in harmony with nature. So things like this are things of the past. They're long gone. This old rusted out sign likely wouldn't be here anymore. It would probably have been recycled. Just leaving it up is not very environmentally friendly. It would be more likely that it would be recycled somehow. So just like these old street lights. These don't fit in at all with this new building set. Look how everything is grown out of wood. Like it's some kind of futuristic tech where you can grow buildings. Like, this isn't carved. Like, it's literally branches going up. It's a really unique type of home. And it's completely tied into nature. Now, you also have the hot spring back here. And you're facing away one of its most impactful items. The solar panel. It's the only solar panel in the entire game. And you spent the moonstones for the item that has it. And you're not even showing it. The challenge mentioned sustainability. Green energy is how you showcase sustainability. You are showcasing the wind turbine. But why hide this beautiful solar panel here? Maybe it's because you want the pond to be visible, but you could always buy two of them and have one on one side showing the solar panel and then hot spring on the other. So yeah, my biggest advice here, Scylla, I'm not sure why you're doing your lighting like this. You've had enough reviews to know what works well when it comes to getting 4K. So I have no idea why you set your lighting up this way to where the trees are really dark and boosted, the character lighting. Sure, if this pops up against the right things, it can get 4K, but you've seen some of the strong snaps today. You've been here. You've seen how you know, like sunshines and breezes and bobs. You've seen these snaps where they just have this perfect lighting, and you've seen how vibrant they are, and you know how well those do because you've made a lot of snaps like that. You know, I've reviewed a lot of your snaps, so I know you understand just how important that lighting is. And if you did reposition that sun, the color in these trees is going to look so good. So yeah, final thoughts here. Showcase the harmony with nature by incorporating wildlife. Fix the lighting by repositioning the sun, and if it requires you to move your build, so be it. You can use the group select to easily move your build. If the reason the sun is where it is all because you want to use Wally's garden so you didn't go to a floating island, that is not a good enough reason. This garden is not that strong. It's not worth the trade-off. You can just make your own garden. You know, you can make your own. We have trellis, we have these tools, we have this gateway. Like, why do we have to use Wally's crops? You know, like, we can just make our own little garden. So companions for that harmony with nature. I would 1000% recommend fixing the lighting here. Getting that sun behind the camera just like normal. And I would move away from items that are not environmentally friendly and that are, you know, things that should have been recycled long ago, like these street lights or these, or this big billboard. Because you have some of the best items in the game. You have this new building set. You have this great outfit. And if you have the bear, even better. You also have this. So many people don't have this. The fact that you have solar panels and wind turbines, that's perfect. You know, you have all the right stuff to make this an eco-friendly paradise. Just prioritize your lighting. Zombie, I'm sorry I keep updating my review, but I swear this will be the last time. Here's my starters for this week. I can't decide on which theme I want to use. Love your advice and suggestions, as always. Thank you. Oh, very fun. Look at that bear, you guys. Look at that bear. Wally reaching up towards the planets. I love that you put these planets so far away. You put them on floating bubbles so they floated in the sky. That's pretty cool. And you have this one. This one might feel a little bit too chaotic to feel like an eco-friendly paradise. It doesn't feel harmonious. It doesn't feel balanced with nature. Because we have all this chaotic electricity and energy here from the Sense of Self lamp. And then we have this blue flame rising up here. I'm not really getting that eco-friendly harmony here. And then we have this gold reflection, which feels like plastic or metallic. I think this is a much better bet here. It highlights more balance with nature. Nature feels like a much bigger part of it. It feels more harmonious. Especially with this freaking bear. And this one, you know, you're kind of holding Eve, which is cool. But it's like nature took a back seat, harmony took a back seat. I think this is like much more on theme. You got the wildlife with the bear. You're highlighting the harmony with the wildlife. Green energy could be good to highlight. You know, if you wanted to bring in solar panels, but you don't really have room for it because you have these big waterways on the left and right. But potentially the wind turbines could be good if you have those. But yeah, I think this is definitely the better bet of the two. And for a night shot, it's got really good lighting. I think you're using the Chandelier of the Deep because I can see really good lighting here, like this warm lighting here, and I can see it here on Wally too. So the Chandelier of the Deep looks great on this foreground. And making a night shot have good lighting is tricky, you know, so I think you've done a really good job with this. I also like the planets in the sky. I think that's a really, really pretty touch. And the butterflies flying out above the bear here are fantastic. So yeah, it does have a good eco-friendly feel. and it does have a good paradise feel. There are other keywords you can play up, like sustainability, but, you know, you have most of what the challenge is talking about here. Tito, I have 2 options. Okay. So you have the hey pose with the crop. I like that you're casting the gold light down onto the crop here. Wally looks good. Eve looks good. And then we have this one. Definitely the first, for sure. Though I do really like this outfit. You could wear, but this outfit's fine too. Wildlife is the only thing I would consider adding here. You know, it mentioned harmony with nature, so I wouldn't just have farm animals, right? Because there's got to be animals living in the forest. There's got to be native birds, you know? So we have a goose here, but with all the crops, the goose just kind of feels like a farm animal. Wildlife, something that's not found on a farm, I think would be awesome to include. Have you heard of my friend the bear cub? Could be really good. Little bear cub right here. Little bear cub action. Just chilling right here. You could do a squirrel. I mean, some farms have bunny rabbits. But yeah, bunnies could be good too next to the carrots. That could be super cute. So, I think this one is much better than the second one. We see less sky. We see more of a focus on the avatar. It's a more flattering pose on the avatar. And it shows you guys building a brighter, greener future. Like you're planting either flowers or crops. We see flowers here, so this hasn't, you know, bloomed. So we, you know, crops are also, most crops have flowers. So Wally right here, the gold light right here is just much stronger. And it feels like a little paradise. So I think it's a good, strong scene. I like the bee house back here. You know, bees are very good for pollinating, very good for the environment. Wildlife, that's the main thing I would consider here. Beautiful work. Alejandra, first draft here. Let me go to your second. Okay, looking good. I love the bear. I love the bear. The only thing is I'm not too sure why we're building in Dazzle Beach. You know, the challenge called for us to build a brighter, greener future. So what biomes would be best for that? What biomes would be best to showcase this brighter, greener future? My money is on the one that is both brighter and greener. The meadow, right? If you were in the meadow instead of the sand, because sand and then soil is just, it just feels a little off. And it also sucks the color out of your snap. Imagine if instead of this white sand here, we had a lush, deep green surrounding these crops for that brighter, greener future. So yeah, I love your scene. I think it has a good shot at 4K. I'm just not sure why we would not go to the meadow this week for this. You know, it's the perfect destination for this challenge. And it would tie so well in, you know, with the colors here. Maybe it's because you were like, well, I'm going to be using path, so we won't see it. But yeah, with the crops, you definitely do. And also, if you were in the meadow, you know, it would free you up to show more greenery if you wanted to. Another thing to consider is that you don't really need a whole lot of villagers this week. It's all about an eco-friendly paradise. The challenge mentions Wally and Eve, so they'd be like the main ones I highlight. The villagers are fun, but, I mean, you've probably been watching all the reviews today. You've seen how many absolutely outstanding, breathtaking, practically guaranteed 4K submissions there are with, like, just Wally and Eve, right? I would only add villagers if they're telling a story. So, like, back here, nobody's telling a story. They're just posing. Standing in the crops. There's like, hey, everybody, we're here. We're in the wheat. We're chilling in the wheat. What's up? You know, like, why? Now, if the challenge is to make a town or a city, or a marketplace or a festival or an expo, yeah, you want a bunch of villagers everywhere because there's going to be a lot of hustle and bustle. But in an eco-friendly paradise that's balanced and in harmony and, vibing with nature, we don't need a ton of people unless you're storytelling with them. Like, you can have a couple of people talking. You can have Pocahontas putting her arms up like, oh, it's beautiful, But it's all about how you're using those villagers. But you're not going to get much benefit out of villagers just adding them in just for the sake of adding them in. It's how you use them. It's the strategy in which you use them. Cozy World of Ash, thank you! That said, the bear here and the balance of your scene, I think, gives you a great shot at 4K as is. There's just some things I think you could be doing to make this so much more competitive, like choosing a different setting, like being in the meadow or being in the plaza. But that would require you to group select and move everything, and you can't group select your crops, so you're going to have to redo your crops. So, yeah, you don't really have to worry about that this week. I think you'll have a great shot at 4K just because you're using the bear, to be honest, and your scene is balanced. Those two things alone will give you a good shot at 4K, because this will beat most snaps. Just know, with whatever rank you get, I firmly believe if you were a bit more selective with your villagers and only used them for storytelling purposes, and if you had picked a better destination where we had brighter, greener colors around the crops, this would likely end up ranking a lot higher. But it has a good shot of 4K. Those things would make it more competitive, though. Sabelina. So a great shot of the villager here, Lena. Great shot of the villager. I like the lean on the barrel. I like the bike here. Wally, kind of hidden, but he's there. He's there if they look for him. I do love the big row of wind turbines on both sides, right? It looks so sustainable. This little area you've built feels very environmentally conscious. It feels very sustainable. We have a water wheel on this side. I like the stone. It almost looks like a ledge because you put the tall birds of paradise behind it, so it feels like they're short flowers, like almost like this is all ground up here. But yeah, I like the wind turbines on the sides. You highlighted the sustainable energy really well. The foreground looks fantastic. The framing looks really nice. It's a beautiful scene. I think it has a great shot of 4K. I think you captured the sustainability exceptionally well. Only downside is, there's going to be a lot of snaps that really play up wildlife to showcase that harmony. And sadly, with how tall the foreground is and with how close you are, there's just not really going to be much opportunity to add wildlife, unless you switch it up to a bear pose or something. But I like your pose here. I like leaning on the barrel. That's really fun. And the challenge doesn't directly say you have to have pets or wildlife. It's just a great way to play up that harmony. So I think the only risk for this one would be if you pop up against some of those snaps that are out there that match you on beauty, but they have more harmony, if that makes sense. Like this snap, for example. Like this, just like yours has a beautiful pose, very creative pose. Both snaps have loads of beautiful color, but this one is doing everything you're doing. It doesn't highlight sustainability quite as well as yours because we only have one wind turbine where you have like 9. But it does show this harmony with the local wildlife within this ecosystem. We see squirrels, we see little bear, we see raccoons back here. We see all this wildlife that's just thriving in this eco-friendly paradise. That's how they're really selling the idea that this place is so eco-friendly. It's so eco-friendly. The animals, they live among us. They are here. And I think that's going to sell this concept really well. Luckily for you, Lena, most snaps aren't that good. Most of them are not that good. And the odds are you will not pop up against a lot of snaps like that. And with how beautiful your snap is, it's likely for 4K. I think you're looking pretty safe here because it's so pretty. Yeah, biggest threat to this would be some of the snaps out there that are really showing and highlighting a vast ecosystem and just how much harmony there is there. All right, Poppy is next. Oh, this is on theme. Beekeeping is very environmentally friendly for sure, so I think it can totally work. Wally, I like how you got a little butterfly right here. Perfect timing. Looks like he's reaching for the butterfly. We have the eco-friendly buildings in the back. We have the wind turbines to highlight the sustainability. The rusted out Wally billboard doesn't really fit at all. Luckily for you, it's mostly buried. But like, I'm just not sure why a few of you guys are adding this. You know, it doesn't really do anything for your photo. You already have Wally. You know, we've already built the. You know, we're building a brighter, greener future. We're showcasing the paradise. The paradise, it's a paradise already. It doesn't need to have rusted out items to sell that. The fact that we're here taking care of this place is what highlights we're building a brighter, greener future. We don't need to show a horrible past for that. And the reason why I would avoid it is just because it doesn't look good, right? Like, look at all these beautiful colors everywhere. And we already have a lot of pale here with the beehive. So if there was just more green behind it or more fun buildings, I think it would look better. Like I said, though, luckily for you, it's mostly buried. It's just that you would, you know, you look at the rest of this place and everything is so well kept. You would think something like this would have been recycled long ago. But yeah, it's definitely on theme. You know, it feels like an eco-friendly paradise. You got the wind power. You're taking care of the bees, which are pollinating everything. The beekeeper outfit is fun. My only recommendation would be wildlife. Even if it's just a bird or two. You already have the bee, which is fantastic. But if you used a companion home and you put a bird feeder right behind you, you can have a little bird flying around, you know, just show the local wildlife. Oh, you know what? You do have a raccoon over here. Really hard to catch there, though. Really hard to catch. Maybe if you didn't have the light haze here, he'd be a little noticeable. Because there's like this yellow haze back here. But yeah, definitely on theme, Poppy. Definitely on theme. I think has a great shot at 4K for sure. Dizzy Chic, thanks for the input. Oh, of course, of course. All right. So you're using these big windmills. I love the police compost. Very nice. Very nice. One second. Johnny said remaking mine and buying the bear. Hey, let's go. I mean, you don't absolutely have to have that bear, you guys, but like, you gotta think about it, dude. Think about this. The act of buying the bear is eco-friendly. That's kind of crazy, you know? Like, not only will you be making a snap about an eco-friendly paradise, but you're literally showing a companion you can only have by being eco-friendly. Because you're not necessarily buying that bear. You're donating to a worthy cause, and you're getting the bear for that donation. That's the way I see it. Because Gameloft isn't taking any of the money from the bear. They said all the proceeds from that bear will go to, like, you know, the forest restoration or, you know, up in Canada. But conservation. So it's all about, you know, it's a conservation movement. So that's why that bear is so good this week. It's literally eco-friendly. All right. Yeah, really good. Scuttle says, I regret not using the bear now. Dude, it's not too late. You can always add it in. You know. I haven't made my snap yet, but I'm for sure going to use the bear. Shutter said, only downside, there's no bear. Exactly. That goes for any snap without the bear. The one drawback, no bear. The one drawback. No, I'm serious, though. I do think that the bear is going to be very strong this week. I think it's going to be very strong if you have it. It is very eco-friendly to even own the bear. And it also is a great storytelling element to showcase that harmony with nature. You know, the fact that the local wildlife is so at peace that you're not being ripped apart and mangled by a mama bear. You can actually pick up her cub, and the bear's like, oh yeah, that's a human. They're fine. They take care of this place. You know, that's cool. I like not being ripped apart. So for your scene here, Dizzy, looking good, looking good. Your trees fall off right here, though. You see how your tree line goes all the way to the left-hand side, but then on the right-hand side, it just stops right here? I would have one more tree right here, just to go straight across. I would also add some diversity to your trees. You're using the same 2 trees. You're just kind of copy-pasting them. So, if, you know, like I always say, if you want 4K, got to put that 4K effort into everything. You put a good 4K effort into your foreground here. This looks great, right? You have so many diverse items. But then for your background, you're like, okay, copy, paste, 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 copy, paste. There we go. There's my background. Instead of doing that and spending 30 seconds, spend 2 minutes instead. And I'm not saying your whole picture took 30 seconds, by the way. I'm just talking about copy pasting trees, right? That takes 30 seconds. Now, if you scroll through your trees, you can find some other good tall trees, kind of blend them in here. You know, you can add some texture, a few different trees. That's going to give this more depth, more dimension. It's going to make it feel more like a forest in the background. Because if you look at any forest in nature, you know, never will you see the same tree 7 times, right? Every tree is a little bit different. That doesn't mean you can't use the same tree 2 or 3 times in a photo, but I would rotate it each time, you know, kind of mix it up. Make sure we're not seeing the same exact angle of it. So rotating these trees, adding in some additional trees, diversify it, and then bring that tree line all the way down for balance. Because it drops off right here on the right, and we can just seal that off there. The other thing is local wildlife. Foxes, squirrels. Have I mentioned bears? All of these things can be really good to showcase your harmony with nature. I love that we can see the solar panel. I love that we can see the compost here. These are such good touches, Sheik. These are such good touches. The gardening pose is really fun. You could get a little closer to the camera if you want to, but you don't absolutely have to. I think you got pretty good range here. I would also get rid of these crops with the snow on them. These beets from Wish Blossom Ranch, they're covered in snow. There's no snow anywhere else. So I would go with lettuce, something green, you know, cucumber, okra, whatever you want. Or you can, you know, something low to the ground that's not going to cover your background. Lettuce would be great. It grows fast. You can put it in there. It'll be ready right away. But yeah, that's the big recommendations I have here. Lighting looks good. Saturation looks good. I love that Wally's checking out his little boot here. That's super cute. You have your sustainable energy. You have composting. So final thoughts here. Replace the beets with something without snow just to make it all cohesive. Bring in a little bit of wildlife. If you don't have room for raccoons or squirrels, you can have some birds flying around. All you got to do is add a cozy companion home outside of your scene and then hide like a little food bowl or a bird feeder. You can even show the bird feeder if you wanted, because you have bird houses, right? So that way you can get some birds flying around or some bees flying around, whatever you want. But some kind of wildlife here is going to be nice. Like you have a goose, Canadian goose, so he's wildlife. You know, you don't really see these guys on farms much, but you see them all pooping all over the parks. They're all over the roads. I don't care where you live. If you're in North America, you are familiar with these little guys. They are everywhere. So luckily, he's not quite a farm animal as a Canadian goose, but they're still, you know, still a goose. So I would try to incorporate some wildlife that you don't usually see around that's really comfortable around humans. Because these guys are already comfortable. These guys will be in the middle of a city park. So they don't care if it's environmentally friendly or not. They'll shit anywhere. Okay? Beautiful snap so far. Taters. Hoping this meets the prompt. I will have time for it on Monday. First, realize too late. The sun is to the side. I can fix Monday. Okay. So we have this one here. Yeah, sun's off to the left. I see what you mean. Yeah, I would not go with sunset unless you move that sun. Because you see how dark this left side's going to get if you do that? And also the side of the avatar here. Tricky. So your daytime one right now is the better option, but both of them need the sun fix. I think that's going to be good. For once, I actually really like the clothes hanger. putting Tiana in front of it with this pose is actually a really good play. This is the only way I've ever seen somebody use it, and I actually like it. Because you break apart the white of the item, and it really looks like Tiana's hanging it up. That's super clever. Now, with Wally and Eve gardening, and you being close to the garden, I do think it's a great opportunity for you to highlight that garden outfit. You know, you'll have the spade, you'll have the seeds. You know, it's really good storytelling. Aside from that, we have dogs, which are around humans. We have, like, farm animals with the horses and the geese. Wildlife. Wildlife would be really nice. You can have little wild bunnies, rabbits, squirrels, bears, perhaps. But yeah, main thing would be fixing that sun. I do like how environmentally friendly this is. And also green energy. You know, if there's any way you can include a wind turbine or anything that really showcases that, you know, the electricity in this place comes from... Because, like, you know, this is more of a mill, right? It's for, like, grinding grains. It's not really for generating electricity. But, like, a wind vane of some kind would be nice, or solar panels. But, again, you don't absolutely have to have that. It would just play well with the sustainability portion. Silver tab. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful snap here. Love the bluebird house here. Wally and Eve look fantastic. Look at that wildlife with Miko. The solar panel, Aurora, the mushroom house. Oh, man. The outfit. You got the seeds, you got the spade, you got the shovel. You got some light, tasteful fireflies. You got the meadow craftable arch here. You got a water wheel. You got everything. I like that you hid the house, though, with the tree. I like that you're just showing the water wheel, but you're not showing, like, the boathouse because it doesn't tie into this. It doesn't fit with the rest of the architecture. So instead, you're just showing this water wheel made out of wood. This is really good, Silver Tab. This is really good. I think this is very likely for 4K, especially with the way you're featuring wildlife. Miko is really cute here. Aurora with the bird pose in a really prime spot because our eyes are going to meet that solar panel, and then they're going to meet Aurora. Joy over here is adorable. The garden gnomes in the garden. This is really strong, Silver Tab. Very likely for 4K. Great job. Shutter. First time for a review. Nice. Welcome, Shutter. Welcome. I hope this is eco-friendly and fun enough. What should I add and change, if anything? Thanks for all you do. Of course, of course. Let's see. Okay. Definitely feels environmentally friendly. It is a little pale, though. You see how pale the avatar is and how pale the colors are? If we look at Silver Tabs, right? Look at the colors here. Look at how vibrant everything is. It's because of the time of day. This is the sunset time of day with the sun behind the camera. We're getting this beautiful warm light across the scene. So that's why that lighting is so prime, because it has a very good natural saturation. Like, since your avatar spends a lot of time in nature, she likely wouldn't be quite this pale, but the daytime lighting makes her look that pale. You could just give her more of a tan complexion. That'll eliminate how pale she looks. Or you can do the sunset time of day, but your sun must be behind the camera for that to work. The other thing I would consider would be wildlife. You know, you can pose with the new bear. You can include the bear. You have a lot of butterflies, so that's good. You know, that shows a thriving ecosystem. So I like the butterflies. Rapunzel's pretty fun back here. And yeah, Wally and Eve look great. Very good beauty elements. Feels very tied in with nature. You have your renewable energy here with your wind vanes. You have your eco-friendly cityscape in the back. Loads of nice greenery in the foreground. So yeah, looking really good. I would aim for more tan complexion on the avatar or towards sunset lighting just so she's not looking quite as ghostly next to Eve. And then I would consider including wildlife. Again, the bear could be really good. Squirrels, foxes. You have enough in the air. I don't think I would go birds because you have so many butterflies. But a little bit of wildlife here, or here could be nice. Or you can do the bear pose to highlight that. Suli. Hi, I've submitted 3 weeks. or 3 this week, as I didn't know if I was quite on theme which one I should go with, change hairstyle, or if I need to go in another direction. Okay, let's see. It's very different, but it works. I like the rainbow a bit more. This one, on your first one, Tinkerbell is really bright here. And then we have the Sunflare that's also really bright. But here, more of that brighter green comes through. You know, we're building this brighter, greener future. So on this one, I love the rainbow. It adds to that paradise feel. And we get so many vibrant greens in the snap. We also have Aurora with the bird. And you have a lot of wildlife, right? You have like the squirrels, you have Eve, you have Wally in the garden. So I think this is definitely on theme. But rather than holding something that would be more of a standard farm animal, I would pose with something wild, like a bear. Or a raccoon. I want to be clear here, you don't have to use the bear pose if you don't have the money for the bear. Raccoons are also really good because they're not a natural farm animal. Like a farm animal will let you pick them up. But if a bear cub or a raccoon are comfortable in your environment, that really showcases the harmony with nature. Kind of like how with Aurora, what makes her so good is that the birds are so at peace here that they're willing to come land on the humans. That means like people aren't hunting them, they're feeding them, they're taking care of them. So yeah, I think it can work. I think this can definitely work as an eco-friendly paradise. Like I said, it's different because, you know, we don't see the Bell Cottage too much. And what's really, really strong about this cottage is that it has a water wheel. And that could be its source of power, which is a green energy. But unfortunately, with the way you built this, we can't see the water wheel, which is what makes this such a strong item. Not that you absolutely have to have the renewable energy aspect, as long as it feels sustainable, which it does. But yeah, I would say either 1 or 2 if you end up going in this direction. But you really don't need these villagers back here. Like I said, there's no benefit to just adding villagers just to add villagers. People aren't going around voting and saying and counting the villagers and saying, well, I got to go vote for this one because they added more. It's the only time you really need a crowd is when you're building a snap about some kind of event, a birthday party, an expo, a celebration. You know, these things have crowds. We don't need that here. Instead, focus on the villagers that have great poses. Like here, you have all these extra villagers, but in this one, there's no bird on Aurora, which is like the whole purpose of wanting to have her here. With Mirabelle, you're telling a story, how she's using the spin wheel, right? So that's good. I would just focus on using the villagers that are telling a story. Like Eve, like how Joy is like, you know, look at Wally gardening. You know, like that's cute. But like we don't need these guys back here. Like Gaston flexing for the camera, Flynn posing, Kristoff. They're just kind of there just for the sake of being there. As you've seen today, there's been loads of amazing submissions with like just 2 villagers or even 1 or 3. So I would say as of right now, I think this one is your best bet because Aurora is perfect here. You got her with the bird pose. But yeah, we don't really need the villagers back here. And the other thing I would focus on would be, you know, I would pose with either a raccoon or the bear for sure. The bear if you have it. Tori said it took time to figure out how to get Wally to hold the plant like that. Any suggestions? I feel like I'm starting to get better. Yeah, it's looking really good, Tori. Yeah, this is great. Good job this week. Love the outfit. Love the pose with the watering can. This is super cute. Your avatar looks fantastic. Wally holding the boot is such a nice touch. Eve looks great. Now, I know it took you a while to get Wally like that. This has a great shot at 4K, how it is right now. So I don't want you to feel like you absolutely have to do this. But if you can, again, adding some wildlife would be really strong. You don't have to do the bear pose, because I think if you're going to be wearing the gardening outfit, posing with the watering can is actually a bit better for storytelling. But having some squirrels or raccoons kind of in this eco-friendly space, that'll show a bit more of the ecosystem. It would show the harmony with nature. So that's my only suggestion is, if you don't mind getting Wally like this again, you can try to add some critters to your scene. Could be strong, could be strong. Beautiful work. Reptile Mom, I like this, but I'm not so sure. Okay. So, I'm not really feeling the pose. Like, what is really eco-friendly about mining, right? When you think about mining, what do we get from mining? We get coal, right? It's one of the biggest things. Iron, other materials. But oftentimes, mining is associated with the destruction of ecosystems. Mining is also associated with the burning of fossil fuels, like coal. Rather than posing with a pickaxe, why not have a little garden here? And you can pose with a shovel. The other thing is you have these like green willows here, but then all of a sudden here it's icy willows, which is kind of confusing. We're building a brighter, greener future. That's what the challenge said. So I would focus on that. I would focus on this greener world. This world that has harmony with nature. So I would do green trees in the back instead of the icy willows. And then consider how you can tell stories with your villagers. What's Wally up to? What's Eve up to? What are you doing to build this brighter, greener future? How are you taking care of this environment? With a pickaxe in your hand, I don't know, could be doing more damage than good, right? But if you're planting crops or planting flowers, that's a little different. This is kind of open to interpretation. So I would rethink the pose for sure. And if you do end up posing with a shovel, I would switch outfits. This is, if you did Olaf's exhibition for the meadow, if you finished it, you get this great meadow outfit that showcases you as a gardener. There's seeds on your waistline, like you're planting seeds. You have a little sprout in this cup here. Like this avatar, they have renewable energy, right? The challenge mentions sustainability. So we have wind power. It's sustainable. We have crops. We have flowers. The left side is crops. The right side is flowers. And then we have an outfit that shows that the avatar is taking care of these things. So which one feels more like a brighter, greener future to you? The one with the crops and the bright green trees and the gardener? Or the one with the pickaxe with the Wally houses and the icy willows and then kind of this barren landscape around you with like rocks and wood? Where's the ecosystem? Where's the wildlife? Where's the plants? There's a few plants in your background. So I would kind of rethink your approach here. Consider what you've seen today. Consider all the snaps we've looked through. As it stands right now, I think this would have a challenging time getting 4K. Chica, a few different options with companions. Thanks for the review and recommendations. Okay, very cute. I like this one. Look at how well this highlights the garden outfit. Very nice. Pua and the kitty cat. That's so cute. That's so cute. Man, the only thing, Chica, I think these are very likely for 4K. It's just too bad that like everything's a farm animal. Because I think when it comes to showcasing harmony with nature and an eco-friendly environment, it's not just going to be about the animals that live on the farm or on the land. It's going to be about the animals that live in the wilderness, in the natural ecosystem that this occupies. So the bear cub could be really good. Foxes, raccoons, things that you're not typically going to see on farms that are so comfortable they're willing to come in here. Again, I don't think you absolutely need it because your pose is so good. Your angle is so good. Your lighting is so good. And you have your renewable energy. You're checking a lot of boxes that a lot of people are not checking. So I think even as this is right now, you have a great shot of 4K with this. I would probably stick with the one with Pua and the kitty facing each other because that's such an adorable interaction. So what you can do is you can keep this one saved. Down Dang, let's go. Graceful Lion, very nice. Graceful said 3 months of 4K streak. Let's go. Well done, my friend. Well done. So what you can do is you can keep this one saved to your gallery because this is really strong. This is beautiful, super cute, super fun. And if you want to tinker with it, you can try a snap where you bring in outside wildlife to highlight how eco-friendly this place really is. And if you get one that you like even more, perfect. If not, stick with this because this is very like your 4K. This interaction here is absolutely adorable. Really well done, Chica. Tigress. I'm thinking I need to put something in front of the pumpkins, maybe add fireflies, but I'm not sure. Hope this is eco-friendly and fun. I added 2 more in the comments. Okay, so we got this one here. A little point to the pumpkins. I would advise against green lip. How often do you see green lip out there in the world? It's not a very popular lipstick choice because it's not very flattering. If you want a good lip to pair with green, go brown. Brown is a nice dark color that's going to complement the greens really well. It's an earthy note. So you'll have a nice earthy brown, and then that's gonna complement the bold greens for the eye and the bold green for the eyeshadow. But if even we zoom out, you know, the green just stands out, right? It's almost like puke lips. I know that's gross. I'm sorry, but that's always what comes to mind for me. And I know because of that, it'd probably come to mind to voters as well. So I'd be very careful with the green lip. I know you want to play up the green makeup because you're going green here, but you know, there's things you can pair with green that look right, look really good. Now, as far as your snaps here, I do like the one with the clear skies. I think that's really pretty. You do have Lady kind of arching up in this one, which is fun. This one's nice because we see the wind turbines a bit better, but we can still see them here. You can always try to move them back just a hair so we can see them. I like the clear sky a bit more, though. Another thing you can do is get the Aurora. If you can rotate the Aurora, if you have it, that could look really nice back there. And as mentioned with many other snaps, highlighting some wildlife here would be really strong. So, you know, you can include the bear, you can include foxes, you can have birds. All kinds of ways you can show harmony with the ecosystem. Lighting and color-wise, I think you're looking really good here. It's really pretty. Highlights the new building set well. And your pose, I think, is really fun. The way you're, like, pointing at the pumpkins, kind of showing what you're doing. So, good creative pose. Some good, you know, tasteful amount of villagers. And you have the sustainability. I would probably put something back here, though, because we can just see right through your snap, right above my head. We can see right off the edge of the cliff in the floating island. So I would just put some extra bushes back here, just try to cover that space. Lilo. Very pretty, Lilo. I love the lean pose on the bike here. This bike is such a great eco-friendly option. You know, you're not burning fossil fuels. You're not driving, even an electric car, they got to mine lithium, you know. Biking, can't go wrong, can't go wrong. I mean, you know, they got to mine the iron and stuff to make bikes, but, like, you know, it's a lot less environmental damage compared to, I mean, it does have rubber tires, but still, you know, biking is one of the most eco-friendly modes of transportation. I love that we can see the solar panel here right behind Wally. Very good showcase of that. You got the wildlife with the sunbird here. You got some of the new buildings. We got this beautiful bluebird house. Looking really good. I love that Wally's looking at the bunny topiary. That's super cute. All I can really see here, Lilo, if you wanted to add anything else to this to make it more, even more competitive, you have great space here for wildlife on the ground. I love the storytelling here with the burlap sacks, with the sprouts, and then the open garden here, like you're going to be planting things. That looks really nice. I like the spilt pot here. The garden stones leading up to the doorway are beautiful. But yeah, with some of this open space, all this open ground you have, wildlife would be really fun, in addition to the bird. Now, at least you have the bird, though. So, if you don't feel like adding in the critters, the bird is a nice touch. Lisa, thank you for taking a look. Of course, of course. Oh my god, look at him. He's adorable. Look at that freaking bear. Look at the squirrel. Look at the bear. Look at the way the bear's looking at the freaking butterfly, dude. That's so cute. Look at this. That's such a cute interaction. Great, great outfit and pose here. Posing with the shovel, planting those crops, planting those flowers, taking care of the environment. I like the houses. You're not using the new set. You're using some of the Pixie Acre stuff. Very cool, very cool. Then we have the, inside out house, which feels like it would run on green energy. No solar panels or wind vanes, though, but as I mentioned in my Thursday video, if you don't have the green energy, if you don't have the sustainable energy in play here, highlighting buildings that look like they run on clean energy totally works. Windmills, like these windmills in the back, they're more for like grinding grain than they are for generating power, but they still, they still perform their action without electricity from fossil fuels. They do it via power of the wind. So, they still work. They still work. But yeah, really pretty scene here, Lisa. I think this is highly likely for 4K. The bear is great. The butterfly, great interaction here. Beautiful. Really good pose. Very strong snap. That bear is going to do numbers, I'm telling you now. Bailey is next. Not sure whether to include the Gus Gus motif. Let's see. Okay. So we have one with, one without the motif. We have this one. Yeah, I like Piglet and Pooh over here by the honey. That's super cute. And I love that you added this like eco-friendly city in the backdrop. That looks cool. Wally and Eve working on the crops here is an adorable touch. I like the storytelling. And you could use the motif if you want. I mean, the only thing is that he just doesn't look real. I tend to avoid like super cartoony motifs because they don't cast a shadow. The motifs I like are the ones that are three-dimensional that look like they're actually in the snap. But it's a cute sticker, though. It's cute. So, if you want to use it, go right ahead. Really, what's going to be judged here is just how well the whole photo comes together and how it measures up against these other eco-friendly paradise builds. Because there's a lot of amazing builds out there. I do think trying to limit how much we can see through the build would be worth considering. Because this doesn't feel like a forest, it feels like a row of trees. So if you had more trees behind it, and then you put some smoke bombs or something behind it, so like green ones, so we can't see right through it, it'll feel more like a dense forest and less like a row of trees. But that all depends. Is that the edge of your floating island or the edge of your biome? If it is, that's why I avoid... Yeah, that's why I always tell people to avoid building close to the edge, if possible. But yeah, overall, I think it feels very eco-friendly. You have a tiny bit of wildlife here with the raccoon. So, perhaps more wildlife would be worth considering. Camzel, not sure I fully covered the theme with the snap. I went for something a bit rustic. Always happy to hear your ideas. No, this is perfect. This is perfect. Really strong. I think this totally covers the theme. The only thing is, this house's architecture doesn't quite vibe with, like, the other architecture around it. But it'll be all right. I think for this house, it's going to pair best with that new bundle because they look like the same type of architecture. Like, they feel like things you would see in the same environment. Whereas, like, this is a very traditional house. This is more of a fantasy house. And then we have this, like, nature house. So it's like three distinct different styles. But it's a really pretty scene. And at the end of the day, you got a great outfit. You got a great pose with the shovel. It highlights what you're doing. You've got your wildlife. You're showing that harmony with nature. We don't really have the green energy. We have a windmill here, like a grinding mill. And this house does look like it runs on green energy, though, because of the swivels on the top, like that little spinning wind piece up at the top, I would imagine, like, turns something inside the house. And then the greenhouse here is a nice touch. So yeah, it definitely has an eco-friendly paradise kind of feel. Lots of flowers, lots of crops, wildlife, great outfit. Very likely for 4K. As far as the architecture, it's more of a minor thing. I think what voters are going to be more concerned with is the overall vibe. You know, does it feel environmentally friendly? Does it feel like an eco-friendly paradise? And if it does, then it'll check the boxes. And I think this does. I think this does feel that way. The only case in which, you know, the architecture not vibing as well together is the only case where that's going to matter is in snaps where all of it does work together very well. And there's, you know, like I said, that's a minority of snaps. So odds are you won't run into that problem too much in the voting phase. Mama Duke says, I wanted to fine-tune this a bit more, but struggling with power and internet outages from the storm. I struggle with paving, no path. Her outfit got lost in the green, but everything else made the bottom half too dark. Thoughts? Do you have garden stones? Because if you're... And yeah, if you are going to use paths, like dirt paths, you know, I wouldn't really consider this paving. You know, we talked about avoiding paving, but you pave with, like, cement and asphalt and brick and stone. You know, like, dirt path is not really paving. So dirt is fine. You can just do the dirt backdrop if you want. I think that's totally fine. If you wanted to, you could do... If you wanted to keep the green, you could do garden stones as the path behind you. But the sun-baked clay is totally fine. I mean, you know, I think it's the best option because mud is way too dark, the muddy path. It just doesn't look too good. And leaf strewn is what you have in your garden, so that wouldn't look quite right. It would just combine with this path. So I think this is the best pathing option right here. Only alternative would be, you know, garden stones if you wanted to go through the trouble, but I don't think you need to. I think it's fine. The green energy here, you know, we got the solar panel, we got the wind vane, we got the Wally bike, great outfit on the avatar, great pose with the watering can. The butterflies highlighting the ecosystem is a nice touch. Bluebird house. See, now this house, see how it kind of ties in with this architecture? That's what I mean. It's a little bit of a different style, but the blue of the roof ties into the blue of this hot spring roof. And the glass dome ties in with these glass domes in the back. They feel like they belong together. The aurora looks great in the back. The smile on the avatar is beautiful. I love this bright blue waterfall drawing the eye to the eave planters. Looks very hydroponic. The only thing I would consider here would be wildlife. But even without it, you're likely locked in for 4K here, Mama Dukes. But, you know, little rabbit by the crops or raccoon could be super cute. Miko could be super cute. The bear, all kinds of little critters. You can throw one or two of them in there if you wanted, if you had time. But if you don't, I think this will be fine. Anxious Smurf. I love the scene. Love building the snap. My creatures would not play ball, though, so it took hours to get it right. Is it better with or without the path? Thank you so much for all your advice. So this one with the path. The one without. I will say without, it feels a little empty. Like you have the villagers and stuff here, but the path adds a nice layer of detail. So I would either do the, you know, the wood path or garden stones. Both of them work. The only tricky thing here is it feels a lot like kind of an eco-friendly marketplace more than like a place where people live. Because there's not like any kind of housing or architecture, you know. And that's kind of what we see is people building these paradises where, you know, people reside. There's like these buildings and a lot of, not necessarily these exact buildings, but if you look through, you know, what everybody's submitting, it's these greener futures where humans are living in perfect harmony with these ecosystems. And I think that's, you know, that's one of the reasons why pretty much every snap we see is highlighting these some kind of buildings or houses in this brighter, greener future, kind of departing from the cityscapes that we know of into these very eco-friendly builds. So the biggest thing, I think, you know, as far as your two options, I think this one is better because it has like a bit more detail. But if you pop up against, and you know, the drawback here is that almost every snap we've reviewed has had this. If you pop up against these snaps that feel like green societies where people are able to live in total balance with nature, I think it might be hard to compete against them on a consistent level, simply because this has more of a marketplace feel, because there's no living, there's no houses. It's like and with the crowd, that also gives it a big marketplace feel, because you have these veggie stalls, like these are for selling, right? We're selling pumpkin, or we're selling potatoes, we're selling lettuce, we're selling tomatoes, and then we have this big crowd, which kind of makes sense with the marketplace. That's what gives it a marketplace feel. So that's the tricky thing. Whereas a lot of players have built these scenes to showcase these eco-friendly societies or these off-the-grid eco-living situations, this one doesn't show a society or a living situation at all. But it could still work, you know? It just feels different. And ultimately, that'll come down to voter choice. You have a lot of things that tie into nature here, though it's a lot of villagers, but not a lot of storytelling. Wally is good here. The way you have Wally looking at the shoe, that's good. You also have the bear, but we can't even see him. You know, I think if you can't get the bear to be in the shot, why not just use your avatar? Why not just hold the bear and showcase yourself? Hiding the avatar can be good. It can be really good. But you want a really good reason to do it. Like you're highlighting some kind of crazy good storytelling. Which here, that's not really what's happening. Minnie, we don't really know what she's thinking about. She's kind of thinking in the middle of the shot. Anna is just doing this, like posing for the camera. Rapunzel's looking at this lantern, so that could apply as a story. Pocahontas has got her hands up in the wind, so that works. Piglet is just kind of here doing a little wave. Tramp is just kind of arching up. A lot of these things aren't really, you know, a lot of these poses, they're not interacting with each other. Some of them are just posing for the camera. Some of them are looking at things in the environment. And if you are having a hard time getting the critters in your scene, why not just pose with one of them? You know, like if you really want the bear in your shot, why not just hold them? Like, what, you know, what's the primary reason why you're not using the avatar? Is it worth it? Is it worth it to wait hours and hours for the bear to walk into your shot? Or could you just design a good avatar and hold the bear? You know, would that be stronger? I think in this case, it absolutely would. So yeah, final thoughts here. It does have a heavy marketplace feel. And you do have the renewable energy here with like the solar panel, but it's mostly hidden. So you have one of the best renewable energy items in the game, but we can hardly see it here. Thankfully, we can see the little wind turbine. And the other thing would be, you know, what about some kind of eco-friendly house in the back? You know, like we can always take a few of these trees and move. You can have a little eco-friendly house right here on the side. That would help break that marketplace feel. Make it feel more like an eco-friendly little town. And the other thing is, do we need this many villagers? Like, is everybody necessary here? Because what we really want to highlight this week is the eco-friendly paradise. A lot of villagers is good if the challenge is calling for such a thing. If it's a world fair, if it's a celebration, if it's a festival, like, you know, Summer Street Festival, yeah, you want a lot of villagers. It's a festival. It's not going to feel like a street festival if you have 2 people. But in an eco-friendly paradise, do we need this many villagers? Are they helping the photo or are they holding it back? Which is the truth, right? That's what you got to ask yourself. You don't want to add villagers just for the sake of adding villagers. You need a good reason. And then when you do add the villagers, you want them to be there for something specific. Some kind of storytelling, some kind of angle. Like we saw a snap earlier that had Pooh and Piglet, but they were over by the honey, and they were laughing, right? They were going to enjoy some honey together. So there's certain things you can do with villagers, but you don't absolutely have to have all these villagers. Wally and Eve, in particular, I think are very important. Pocahontas is very good, but we could do without Rapunzel blocking the solar panel. We could do without Minnie's big hat blocking the waste bins. Anna kind of just posing back here. She does have a green dress, but not quite necessary. And if you did have less villagers, that would give you room for the avatar. And then you can hold the bear, and you can highlight that harmony with nature. And you don't have to wait for all these companions to perfectly walk into the scene. You got to weigh the pros and cons of what you're doing. Just because something takes a long time does not mean it's a great idea. Meredith. Or it also doesn't mean that there's not a easier way to go about it that's going to look better too. Meredith said, here's my first draft. Not personally sure what I think. Thank you as always for your advice and time. All right, so we got you posing with the watering can here. Lot of flowers here, some trees in the backdrop. So I would bring up your tree line a little bit more. Like I would put some trees behind the willow too, right? And I would mix in some different trees. Don't just pull trees from landscaping, like the willows, they're from the Star Path. They're going to be in your furniture mode. Do you have the sycamore? The sycamore tree, we got that on Earth Day, which is kind of an eco day. So you can put a big sycamore back here on the right. You can put a big sycamore back here on the left. That's going to add more greenery to your skyline. The other thing is you've kind of occupied this entire section with the same item. Why not do a little bit of flowers, a little bit of crops? You can make a nice little garden for Wally. Then you can have items like decor that fits with that vibe. You can have the little empty flower pots. You can have the burlap sacks. Did you watch my Thursday video? I listed out a lot of really good decor that you get right at the beginning of the game. There's some really good stuff you can use here, especially in these empty spots. And the other thing I would recommend here, Meredith, would be wildlife. You can always pose to the watering can if you're tending to the flowers or the crops that you end up putting in. But if you don't want to wait for a bear or a raccoon or a fox to come into your scene, you can always hold one. And that's going to showcase that, harmony with nature. The other thing is is an RV that runs on gas, is that really, who knows? Maybe Buzz's RV runs on electric, but I doubt it. Is it really the best option here? Like a camping RV? Or would more of an eco-friendly kind of house? Like, again, if you watch my Thursday video, my guide on this challenge, I brought up a lot of different houses you can use that are going to work really good with this concept. So I would consider that. My biggest recommendation, Meredith, would be to watch the video that I put out on Friday. It's going to dive into some great decor you can use to fill up these spots. It's going to dive into the inclusion of wildlife, and it's going to showcase some great houses and buildings you can use, both budget and premium. Danielle C. I just got into doing Dreamsnaps. It's my 7th one. Before I was doing that, I was doing Selfish for 300. I'll watch your videos. Thanks to you, the last 4 weeks I've gotten 4K. Dang, let's go. Great job, Danielle. Great job. Sadly, I'm going to have to skip to the end here. I think you're given a lot of details on your snap, but with so many snaps, I sadly can only read a little bit of each of these. He said, anyway, thank you so much for your time and videos, and I'm happy to finally be a member. Well, thank you very much, Danielle. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I'm sorry I don't have time to read. I'm gonna copy it and read it later, because I don't know if I missed anything super important here. Okay, let me put it in my notepad. Anyway, let's get on to your review here. Beautiful, beautiful. I can see why you're getting 4K. Lots of detail. A very filled out snap. You filled out your empty spaces very well. Great competitive play here with Aurora. It looks like the bird has left her finger, though. Even if you pause her, the bird will leave. So it's tricky with Aurora. But there is a way to where I think if you turn her off and then turn her back on, she'll go into her animation. Somebody was discussing that earlier in our Facebook group in the Dreamsnap Hub. I love the way you're highlighting the green energy here. The solar panels right at the front is a really strong touch. We have these windmills in the back. The rainbows add to that paradise feel. So the rainbows are very nice. The wildlife is great, though. The bear, the compost bin. You have a lot of things that nod to the eco-friendly movement. And I think that makes this an exceptionally strong Dreamsnap when paired with the level of detail and work you're putting into the environment. Now, it's not always hours of work that determine getting 4K. It's the thought that goes into it. And the thought that you put into this is why it's so strong. In fact, you could probably get 4K with half this effort, by the way, because you have the right mindset to get 4K. So I want you to know you don't have to build this far back. You don't have to add this much detail to get 4K. Many times you'll actually find that you'll get an even higher rank by doing a little less. If you look at the people that are constantly in the top 100, top 1,000 range, they usually don't decorate this much, but they put the same amount of thought into their snap. So the reason you're doing so well, it's not because of how much time you're sinking into this, because this is a lot of time, a lot of items. It's the thought. The fact that you put Please Compost close to the front, the fact that you have the bear cub featured to showcase wildlife, the fact that you have the solar panels close to the front. In fact, if your scene stopped right here, like right here where this pond is, and then we had like trees and buildings, this would likely still get 4K. So, you know, just food for thought. If you ever wanna, if you ever want to, I don't want you to feel like your rank is not going to be as good if you do less, because the truth of the matter is, a lot of the snaps we see in the top 1,000, top 100 have a lot less than this and can be made a lot faster, but they have the same level of thought, right? Where they're very particular about what they're including. That's why you're doing so well, because you have a good eye for strategy. You know how to prioritize the theme. You know how to communicate the theme well. But yeah, beautiful snap. You know, not much I would really encourage you to change here. You're highlighting wildlife. It feels like an eco-friendly paradise. You've got green energy. You've got compost. You got a fun pose. You're doing, you know, there's not like a million villagers around, just a tasteful amount, just enough for the theme. If it was a festival or a party or some kind of massive celebration, yeah, villagers everywhere. But, you know, I think the issue for some people is like, you know, there's certain challenges where I keep hyping up like, oh yeah, more villagers. And then they automatically think, oh, okay, that applies to every challenge. Like more villagers is always good. But that's not always the case. It depends on the theme. And I think, you know, you've embodied that very well here because you've included Wally, Eve, and Aurora. 3 very strong villagers. Wally and Eve mentioned by name. Aurora mentioned because of the bird pose, showing that connection with nature, that harmony. But yeah, really, really good job here. And yeah, like I said, you know, the only advice I have for you is not really a critique of this snap. It's more or less a time saver for the future. Your snaps do not have to have this much depth of field in order to get 4K. They just need to have the same level of thought. So always remember that. As long as you're being very particular about what you're using, just like this, and as long as those items are the things you're prioritizing, and as long as you keep doing a great job with your lighting and your scene balance, you'll continue getting 4K, even with a snap that takes half the time, because you already kind of have it locked in. The buildings work with the theme. The windmills, the solar panels, the companions. Well, you have an extra villager down here with Lady, but, you know, she kind of counts as both. The pose is strong. Lighting's good. You have the water wheel. So, yeah, just so many different elements that tie in. And I also like that you're not casting a lot of shadow. You know, the larger items are kind of sloped and they're on the edge, so you're not creating big shadowy scenes. You're doing so many things perfectly. Very, very good job. Very likely for 4K here. Keep up the great work. Heathen Dove. The companions were giving me a hard time, but I finally got one that had at least 3 of them. Other than the bee included, can't wait to hear any advice you may have. Thank you so much. All right. Beautiful backdrop. I love that you feature the staircase here, like on the edge. That looks really nice. Gorgeous scene. And I'm kind of glad this one's next, because it kind of brings me to what we were saying with the level of detail in this one, and all the the depth of field, and just how many items are here, and how much time cycling that takes. This is also very likely for 4K, but it has that high level of thought. But it doesn't have as much depth of field or as much variety, but it'll still get a very good rank. Because it's prioritizing items that showcase the theme, like the sustainability. We have the animals to highlight the harmony with nature. Beautiful flowers here on the side. Great architecture in the buildings. We have the sustainable energy with the wind vane here. I love the pathway. Very nice. My advice for you, Heathen, is the kitty cat is super cute, but I would, to showcase harmony with nature, I would showcase wildlife over domesticated animals. And cats are not good for ecosystems. They are little terrors. They destroy ecosystems. I love cats, by the way. They're like my favorite thing in the universe, but I appreciate just how destructive they are. So, if you're having a hard time getting your pets to walk in because this isn't the best shot of your fox or your raccoon, have you ever thought about just posing with the bear? The bear is extremely cute. And the act of purchasing the bear is eco-friendly. All the money from there goes to an eco-friendly movement. Even having the bear is eco-friendly. Not only that, but showcasing a bear cub shows the harmony with nature. Like the wild animals, like the wildest of the animals trust you. They feel comfortable in this place you've created, this paradise. So, rather than waiting hours for all your pets to walk in and look just right, just pose with one. And then you got it. It takes a second. And it would likely do better. Because the bear is so cute, and I think the bear is going to do extremely well this week. Now, if you wanted to pose with the bear and get like a fox or somebody walking in here, you totally could. But you don't have to. The bear would count as your wildlife. So if you have the bear, you're already showing the connection with nature, so you don't necessarily need these other companions to walk in. In that case, you could put Lady over here, like just a little puppy, showcase a little happy puppy in the environment. But yeah, that's my only recommendation is, rather than the cat, I would focus more on wildlife. I love the cat for city life, right? Like, I don't think I have it saved. I can check. Nope, I don't have it saved. I was going to show my summer street festival because I had the kitty cat at that one. But for like a street scene or a city scene or even an indoor scene, I think the cat's going to be great. But for an eco-friendly scene, I think natural wildlife is going to make a lot more sense. The cat is super cute though, so people will still like it. Danielle. Oh, very nice, Danielle. You got the bear. You got the bear cub. Look at how cute that little guy is, dude. I'm telling you. Very good, Danielle. Very good. Good outfit, too. You got the little bird hat. You have a bird living in your head. You have a bear in your arms. Very nice. You have some good eco-friendly buildings. Your lighting is great this week, Danielle. Wow. You've done a great job. My one recommendation is to just turn the tiger off. Like, we don't really need a tiger cub, right? It's not a jungle. It's more of a, kind of a standard environment. Like, it's not Wizard of Oz, we don't really want lions, tigers, and bears, right? The bear is fine. And if you have the bear in your arms here, you don't need this ball, this plastic ball, and you don't need this food bowl. Just pose with the bear, and then have these villagers here, and I probably wouldn't really go with Summer Merlin. Maybe Pocahontas here instead, right? Pocahontas ties into the nature concept. So really good job here, Danielle. Really good job. Your foreground is nice with the wheelbarrows. The houses look like they run on green energy. You know, the inside out headquarters. Eve's house over here. You have a lot of the stuff we talked about in the video you have. You did a really good job this week. You have a great, like I said, great lighting, a well-balanced scene. The shot with the bear is super cute. I think voters are going to eat this little guy alive. The only thing is that we don't need this. We don't need this Red Bull. We don't need this ball. And we don't need this tiger. You already have the wildlife right here. So we can get rid of these items. That's going to free up, you know, it's going to have less, you know, just kind of items here that don't tie into the eco-friendly vibe. And then here, instead of Merlin, I would add a villager that ties into the concept of nature. So Pocahontas, right? Pocahontas is very eco-friendly. You know, she lives amongst the nature. One of her, you know, buddies is a raccoon. But yeah, great job, great job. M. Chenry, it talked me into upping my 4K goal to this month. Open to all constructive criticism. I think I like the shovel pose more. Reply with changes after first reviews of other snaps on Friday. Okay, so this was what you had, and now we're moving into this direction. All right. So, yeah, I like the shovel pose here. I like this. But this one does show wildlife. Though I would show more of a standard raccoon color. If you're going to show wildlife, I would do like the gray or maybe brown. I love the little garden gnome down here. That's super cute. And the pose of the shovel I think I like the most. I would consider adding wildlife. The butterflies do a great job when it comes to highlighting the ecosystem. You know, we can see that there's like thriving bugs here. But to really show that this paradise you've created is in harmony with nature, bringing in some wildlife and showing how it's at peace in this environment could be a great way to go about that. And since you're posing with the shovel, you don't have to hide your companions, so you can just attach the bear to your avatar. You can attach a raccoon to your avatar. You can have them wandering around here. If that doesn't work, like if they won't listen or they just get stuck at your feet, you can use a cozy companion home. You put a home outside of your camera where we can't see it, and then you take one of these little, where is it? You take one of these little companion balls, or one of these food bowls. If you search the word companion, you'll find them. And you put it like back here or right here behind you. If you put them right behind you, the pets will, it takes about 4 minutes, leave your camera closed, wait for the pets to go find those items. Once they do, they'll go to those items and they'll go back to the house. They'll go to the items, they'll go back, and they'll keep walking back and forth. So that way you can get a little raccoon walking in your shot, you can get a little bear walking in your shot, or you can just try attaching them to yourself and see if they'll wander around. Sometimes they will. My only other recommendation is that we don't have any light over here. You see how dark the bamboo is? Like, you see how bright this bamboo is, and then it gets really dark over here? So, it's because you have this big tree right here. We don't need a big tree right here. All we're seeing of this tree is this branch. That's not adding anything to your photo. In fact, all it's doing is making all of this dark. So, I would get rid of this tree. Find out what's taking your light away. Lighting is the key to 4K. Lighting and theme. So, anytime you see a massive shadow in your scene, ask yourself, what's causing that shadow? Where is it? Is it necessary? Do I absolutely need it? Because you better need it if you're going to have a big old shadow on the left side of your scene. It must be really important if we're going to sacrifice all this color, right? In this case, it's just a branch. So, if you want branches, just get rid of the bamboo and put a bunch of trees back here. You know, we can just do a nice mix of trees. The other thing is, you know, we have more standard trees here, but then it kind of goes into bamboo here. So yeah, what you could do is just, instead of the bamboo, you could do a variety of trees here. Pine trees, oak trees, and then, so you don't see through them, you can use smoke bombs and set them to green to make a green background behind them. It's all on the layering. But yeah, looking good, looking good. You know, lighting's looking a lot stronger than last time. I definitely think you can land in 4K this month. I think you can do it. Some wildlife, like I said, would be really nice. And then don't forget about little details, right? You have open space here. So we're talking about adding companions. But you got to ask yourself, what else can I add that ties into the theme? So if you watched my Thursday video on the challenge, not just my reviews, Chinnery, not just me reviewing, but me discussing the challenge and showing a lot of great items to use. On Friday, I put out a video. If you're gardening, there's burlap sacks, there's flower pots, there's all of these really good little items you can put around your garden to show that it's a work in progress, to show that you're currently gardening. So if you haven't done so, hop over to my YouTube channel, watch that guide. There's going to be a whole lot of good stuff in there you can utilize. And then also, you see how both of these are facing the same way? If you take this one on the left and rotate it, this one will come out, and this one will come out on this side. So this one that's in the back, I would kind of rotate around. Marie is next. This is my snap this week. As always, your tips are appreciated. Thank you for your time and reviews. Very good, Marie. Very good. Not a lot of advice on this. I love the police compost bin. That looks really nice. The burlap sacks. That's exactly what I was just talking about. You have the empty box here. You have the sacks with the sprout on them. You have the seeds. The little coffee beans, which looks like a bag of seeds as well. The crops on the side. Oh, I love that you're using this new stuffed bunny. That's so cute. Oh my God, that's such a good idea. Hiding that little bunny plush behind the lettuce is genius. Look at how cute that is. The pose with the shovel is fantastic. The bee. So you have some wildlife with this, and you don't have to use companions. You don't have to worry about them. The bunny plush is so clever. The bee and the bunny work really well for your wildlife. I would say the bear, but you don't really have a spot for him, so I wouldn't worry about him this week. This is gorgeous. I love how this greenhouse really does tie into these as well. Like, this actually looks really good as a centerpiece. And it really helps you stand out. Yeah, looking great here, Marie. My only advice would be, since we have so many deep, bold greens here, a tasteful little addition of fireflies, or maybe even a little rainbow somewhere, would give this more of a paradise feel. But yeah, you have the renewable energy, you have the compost, you have the gardening. You know, this really feels eco-friendly. Doing a great job here. I freaking love the bunny plush behind the lettuce. That is so clever. Wonderful job. Sweet Lady Sue, where fantasy meets sustainability and nature, Sprite, alongside Wild and Eve, nurture. Well, Sweet Lady Sue, there's a rule. You can't explain your snap to me, okay? You can talk about questions you may have with your snap, but here's the thing. You're not going to be able to explain your snap to voters. So if I start reading the text you attach and it's a description of what I'm looking at, I'm going to stop right there. I got to stop you right there. In order for me to give a real review, I need to look at it as if I were a voter, which means I cannot be told exactly what's happening here, because that is going to dilute my ability to look at it as somebody, like, to look at it like a voter would. A voter is not going to have access to, like, your full description of what's happening in the shot. So, yeah, that's why it's a rule not to include that. I'm assuming you didn't know, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, just for the future. Feels very eco-friendly. You know, these building sets can't really go wrong here. The Lotus Bloom House, also a great choice. Very good harmony with nature feel. And you have all these windmills back here. I will say the windmills do feel a little repetitive. Maybe like one on this side and one on this side, but I don't think you need them going all the way across the back, because the blue sky and the clouds is also pretty when paired with the fireflies. And you have these wind turbines here. So we already have green energy, and we have the solar panels. So the only thing is, I think for all the windmills, I mean, you honestly don't even need them at all. I do think they add some fun color, but I probably wouldn't have them going all the way across, because I think there's beauty in the tree line. And the problem is, as long as you have these giant windmills back here, we know there's not a forest here. There's just a bunch of structures. So that's why I would maybe have a windmill on the far left and maybe one on the far right, but I would get rid of the ones here in the middle. And if you want to give it more of a fantasy feel, use the Aurora. You can rotate the Aurora if you go into the menu after you place it. Right bumper, left bumper, when you highlight the Aurora, will rotate it around. And that way in your skyline, instead of these windmills here, we could say, oh, it's just a big forest. It's connected with nature. And then we have this beautiful Aurora in the back. That's going to tie more into this kind of fantasy element you have with your avatar, while still highlighting the environmentally, conscious area. Love the solar panel here. Love the solar panels here. Great utilization of Wally and Eve. Not a huge fan of the white border. There's really fun colors here, and I would love to see more of them. If this big white border wasn't here, we would see more of this butterfly flower. We would see more of this pot. We'd see more of your dress. I think the motif over here is nice. I like this one. That's kind of pretty. So I actually like this motif. But I think I would like your photo more without the white border and without all of these big windmills in the back. Because, again, you have more than enough sustainable energy. And these windmills, they just don't match the rest of the environment. Everything feels very ethereal. Everything feels either completely connected to nature or almost magically advanced. Like the way these new buildings look, they're like magically advanced. And then we have the solar panels. So like these very colorful wind turbines, they're not even turbines, they're windmills. They don't fit quite as well. I truly think the picture would actually look a lot better without them. If you want to keep one on each side, I think that's fine. But I think a beautiful aurora in the backdrop would look a lot better there. But even if you don't change anything, I feel pretty confident this will get 4K. I feel pretty confident in that. I do think your ring could be even higher, though, if you heed that extra advice. Reptile Mom, I love this one. Any advice? Yeah. So my advice here, Reptile Mom, would be to enhance your character lighting and don't use green lip, right? We want green, but green lip, think about when you go out in public, when you see people wearing makeup, how often do you see light green lip? I've never seen it out in public. Maybe on like a fashion runway where people are being edgy and different, but green, I already said it earlier, so I'm not going to say it again, but it makes me think of something gross. So if you want to pair your green hair and your green eyeshadow with a lip color that looks really good, go with a dark green or a brown. They're both earthy textures, earthy notes that are going to tie really good in with these light greens. So I would rethink the lip color. And then since your sun is behind or in front of the camera, your sun is not behind the camera, so you're not going to get all the good light on your scene here. That means you have to take charge of your lighting. So you're going to need to turn up your character lighting so your character has some light on her. There's a slider for that. You just have to adjust character lighting. Lastly, the challenge did mention both Wally and Eve. You have Wally here. I would add Eve as well. And I would use the villager toggle to have Wally interacting with you or the environment. And also, as mentioned, with many of these snaps, I would include some wildlife. Now, a really easy way to do that, Reptile Mom, would be to pose with the bear. I'm telling you right now, that new bear cub is going to do numbers this week. Voters are going to love it. People loved it when it came out. Everybody was talking about how cute it is. And this is the first time we've had a really good theme for that bear. So if you pose with that bear, you're going to get a very high adorability factor, right? Everybody's going to think it's super cute. And it's going to play into the theme because it showcases the harmony with nature. Just how peaceful the nature is within this, eco-friendly paradise. So that would be the advice. Add Wally and Eve instead of just one or the other. Try to do some kind of storytelling with Wally. You can have Wally and Eve looking at each other, use your villager toggle. I wouldn't do the rainbow trash cans unless you don't have any others. If you don't have the one that says please compost, then just use these. But like these ones feel very Toy Story. They kind of feel out of place here. If you have the ones that say please compost, they're going to fit in really well here. And lastly, if you pose with the bear, you won't have to worry about getting companions to walk into your shot. You can just hold that bear, and that'll showcase the wildlife. Just make sure you turn up your character lighting. Anytime you don't have the sunlight hitting your scene, you have to do the lighting yourself. Looking good, though, Reptomom. Looking good. Lee Sweet says, hey, I'm pretty proud of this snap. Any ways I can improve? Is this showing eco-friendly enough? Let's see. It's got some good eco-friendly vibes for sure. The inside-out house looks like it can run on green energy. It is kind of a mix match of like architecture though. Like for example, you know, you have this new bundle, right, of these new like green buildings. But then we have this like kind of old-timey style building with a thatch roof. But then we have like these metal buildings like Wally's house and like Eve's house. So it's a very diverse mix of buildings. That said, they all kind of work in their own way. So I think it has a shot at 4K. Big things to consider would be harmony with the environment. How do we show that? We talked about that in my Thursday video. I've talked about that a lot today. Wildlife. Wildlife is a great way to show that. And then what I mean about the architecture, you know, if we look at a lot of snaps out there, especially from, you know, some of our highest ranking community members, right? Like if we look at Sunshine or LOTR or Mama Dukes, these people that are consistently like in the top 100, top 1000, notice how, you know, she's using, just like you are, she had a water wheel, but she's putting it on the side. And all the buildings she's highlighting all work together. It's not like a mix of different styles. It's the same style because it's an eco-friendly paradise. Like the whole thing was built together. So everything feels like it belongs together. Like this Moonstone bundle house here vibes well with these houses. It's like the same style. You don't need this one, though. You don't need the $55 house. The fact that you have this bundle means you can just buy more of these buildings from Scrooge, and you can have these, I mean, you know, you could stick with the way it is now. Just giving you food for thought. The downside here is if you pop up against these other snaps that feel really cohesive, where like everything goes together, everything vibes together really well, this one may feel a bit more chaotic, and it might not perform as well against those. But it does have a good eco-friendly vibe, and it does deliver on the theme. However, that's not always a guarantee for 4K. There's a whole lot of snaps that deliver on the theme that get 1200, 1500, 2500. When it comes to getting 4K, it's about more than just delivering the theme, because a lot of people do that don't get 4K. On the bright side, though, pretty much everything you did choose to highlight ties into the theme somehow. Really, the critique here is that there are some ways you could have done this to where everything would have fit together a little better. Where everything would feel like it, you know, it's all part of the same story, part of the same environment, so to say. So, you know, if you wanted to use the water wheel from this house to highlight green energy, you could have had it kind of on the edge. And then you can, you know, you paid the moonstones for this new set, but you're hiding it. You know, it's buried behind this. Like, I can see the edge of the new set right here, and then I can see a little bit of it right here. But you paid, you know, if you bought the whole set, I think it was around like 4,400 moonstones or something. So you paid more for that set than you would win from this challenge. And this is probably one of the best challenges ever to use that set. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll get another challenge in the future. I'm sure we'll have other challenges where that set works really well. It's a beautiful set. But it does work very well this week. And instead of choosing to highlight that new set, you know, we have like, this is a mining pulley. You know, mining, not the most environmentally forward practice. And then we have like this white greenhouse here, which the greenhouse ties into the eco vibes. But if we look at all this color we have on this side, you know, that's just a lot of white on this side. what I'm getting at here is if, you know, I'm not saying you have to change your entire snap. I'm just letting you know for future consideration when you build a scene. It doesn't necessarily mean you should use everything just because it's on theme. You can play up particular things multiple times that work really well together to make sure the whole thing comes out very cohesive. Aside from that, the other big recommendation would be wildlife, as we mentioned. You know, you have the watering can, but there's not like a lot of flower or crop stuff around you. So, I mean, you could just pose with wildlife if you wanted to. You have both Wally and Eve. And your lighting is really good. You have great lighting on the avatar here. So, I think you'll have a great shot of 4K with this as it is. Just keep in mind what we mentioned about, you know, theme cohesion and also building cohesion when it comes to utilizing items. I think some of the harder snaps to beat this week are going to be these snaps where, like, everything they put into the environment, not only does it tie into the theme, but it looks like they belong together. Like, this little train cart house and this little raccoon sanctuary, these aren't part of the same bundle, but look at how they look. They look like they were made by the same person. They look like they belong together. And it's the same for this little wooden workstation here. It looks like it belongs with this because it's that same wood texture. So all of these different elements, they all balance together perfectly. And again, this would require a lot of reworking, Lee, so I'm not saying to worry about it this week. I just want you to think about it in future submissions. There's so many good items to use this week that there's no reason to feel like you got to throw everything in there building-wise. Stick with things that vibe really well together and go in that direction. Like, you can focus on a build that plays up this kind of style, like the building behind you, or you can focus on a build that plays up this kind of style, like, you know, the inside-out house could pair really nicely with this because they both feel very futuristic. So this feels futuristic, but this feels like ancient history, right? Because it's a thatch roof, like bamboo for the walls. They feel like two completely different universes. Again, great lighting, great color, so still a great shot at 4K. Just depends on your competition. All right, I got to pick up the pace. Clinksy. Oh, very nice. Exactly what I was talking about with the cohesion. Look at this, look at this. Solar panel, these beautiful lights on the side. Great outfit here. You got the gardening tools. You have the bird in your hair. You have the wildlife. Look at the bear, look at the bear. Oh yeah, this is going to get 4K. Beautiful aurora. My only recommendation here, Clinksy, is you see how on this far right-hand side, you see how you have this nice robust tree line that comes up all the way over here? Oh, look at them. You guys, look at our kitty family. Look at them on the tree together. They're so good. Oops. They're so good. I love them. Yay. They're both in the tree. You see how you have the trees, like these robust trees kind of on this side, but on this side it kind of goes into the sky? You can keep these beautiful branches here. My recommendation is to have a nice robust tree right here as well, just to balance the left side with the right side. But if that's the edge of your island and you can't put one there, that's fine. Very strong snap here. You check all the boxes. You got the wildlife with the bear. You got a great outfit that shows what you're doing. You got the renewable energy. You have this beautiful, you know, kind of cityscape that feels very eco-friendly. All the architecture vibes together. Fantastic job. This perfectly highlights exactly what I was recommending for the last snap. Well done, my friend. Well done. Dory is next. Congrats on the successful kitty introduction. Thank you, my friend. As always, thank you for your advice. I often struggle with lighting. Well, you did good this week. You did good. Look at your shadow going back here. When it comes to lighting, Dory, the big thing is just, the position of the sun. That's the big thing. Unless it's nighttime. Then it's a whole different can of worms. Now, I love that you're holding some wildlife. That's great. That's great. You're showcasing that harmony with nature. That said, the bear, if you have it, it's brand new, and the act of buying the bear is eco-friendly, and it is one of the cutest companions we've ever had. I know he's going to do really well this week, so I think we've all seen the hedgehog poses, but the bear poses, I think, are going to be really strong in particular. Not to mention, you hold the bear kind of on the other side, so we'll see your solar panel even better. Green eyes might be really nice here instead of the light blue, because I think they'll tie into the green of the environment. And my other recommendation is, I think I would not do Minnie or Goofy here. Instead, I would add Eve. So the challenge specifically mentioned Wally and Eve. I like Joy because she's very easy to see around. She's very small. Minnie with this dream style has this huge hat, and yes, it has flowers, but is it really necessary? And then Goofy, he's joyful, but does he play into the scene in any real meaningful way? He's fun, he's cute. If you want to keep him, go right ahead, but I would swap out Minnie for Eve, and I would swap out Goofy for Pocahontas. You have these willows in the back. Pocahontas is directly tied into nature. So Eve is mentioned in the theme, and you already have Wally, so those two would go together well. You can keep Wally here, too. They don't have to be next to each other, but just having Eve is going to be nice. And then Pocahontas here could be doing a very similar pose where she's got her arms out, But that's really my only recommendation. That and possibly trying out the bear pose. Beautiful work here. I think you did great with your lighting this week. Scuttle. This week's challenge may have suffered because of my Pokopia fixation. I understand. It was hard to put down long enough. I originally left the grass on both sides because I wanted a very natural feel. However, now I'm wondering if I should have paved and Wally's side, even Wally's side, and maybe try a different pose. Editing to add, I do have the bear. Oh, good. Yeah, if you want to try a different pose, you know what I would recommend, Scuttle? It starts with B and it ends with air. So I think that would be great. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. So earlier I was saying if you want to use the water wheel of this house, right? You can put it on the side of your scene so we don't get too much of the conflicting architecture. I'm really glad you highlighted that here. You see how in this snap, Scuttle is hiding a lot of this architecture that doesn't really fit with this architecture? They wanted to showcase the water wheel to showcase that green energy, but they understood that this type of architecture doesn't feel like it belongs with this type of architecture. They're just that different. They don't feel like they would be in the same environment or built by the same people. So what they did was they used trees to hide a lot of it, and that way we can showcase the water wheel really well while showcasing this more, advanced or magical eco-friendly city. I love Wally and Eve here. And honestly, I wouldn't worry about the paving. I think it's actually a great week to not do the paving if you don't want to. If you are going to pave, I think sun-baked clay path, like Mama Duke's used, is probably one of the best ones. But I don't consider that paving. I consider that more of just path. So when it comes to paving, what I would avoid would be asphalt, sidewalk, brick. If you use cobblestone or sun-baked path, I think those things can be really good. But in your case, I would actually keep the greenery. I think the greenery is really nice. And I really, really like Aurora featured very close to the front. That's a great way to use Aurora. And this is what I meant earlier when I talked about the tasteful amount of villagers. There are challenges, guys, where you want a lot of villagers. There's going to be challenges where you want as many as possible if it's a festival or a party. But in this particular challenge, which villagers can you add that are going to play up the eco-friendly movement? Well, this one has a bird perched on her hand. Piglet has an animation where he interacts with a squirrel. And then Wally and Eve were mentioned by name. So that's really all you need. You don't even need them if you don't want. You could just do Wally and Eve and still get 4K. Beautiful work here, Scuttle. Beautiful work. And yeah, if you want to try a different pose, I would go bear pose. I would go bear post for this for sure. Bunbury. Hola, senpai. I'm glad the kitties are doing well. Any feedback? Thank you, my friend. Oh, very pretty. Very pretty. You know, the Main Street path doesn't look too bad here. I mean, it's not asphalt, you know, and I like the color of it. You're not adding, like, a lot of gray. You're not adding a lot of that, like, you know, that light gray texture, which is good because we have, like, a good bit of white over here on the side from the buildings. But I love the futuristic feel of this. We do get a little bit of a mix from the architecture here, but it's only this little piece that we see. At least you have this item far off on the side, which is nice. The water wheel looks really good here too, by the way, especially positioned kind of right behind the hot spring. So we can see the edge of the solar panel here. We can see the hot spring, then we see the water wheel. I love this light glow you have around the avatar with the little gold headpiece. That looks really pretty. Yeah, overall, Bunbury, I think this is very solid. This is so pretty. It's just such a beautiful environment. The addition of the shining oak leaves is really good. My only recommendation here would be wildlife. You know, if there's any way you can add a little bit of wildlife, you know, get that little bear cub back here by the flowers, or maybe a little fox. You know, if you can show the local animals living in this society with you guys, that'll really play up that harmony with nature. But even without that, this is such a pretty build, and it really feels like a paradise. You know, like, I want to live here. Like, I'm looking at this, and I'm like, man, this society probably has free healthcare. I want to move there. That looks great. Beautiful job. Beyblade is next. Hi, Sabai. For your feedback, I just have one photo today. Oh, beautiful. Look at that backdrop. Beautiful backdrop here. We got the bird right above you. Oh, little hard hat's a nice touch. I like the hair. Gardening out. Oh my God, look at the bunny. No way. Oh my God. Can you guys see this? Hang on. I gotta move this so you guys can see this. Look at the bunny in the corner, dude. Look at this bunny. That's so fun. That is so fun. You got him jumping right into the frame. That's perfect. Very pretty. Very pretty. The water wheel here. Again, dude, it's so funny to me. I mentioned in one snap, I mentioned that the architecture with that water wheel didn't quite match the architecture with the other items, and I mentioned how it would be good to use that new bundle together with other futuristic style houses to show this, like, you know, brighter, greener future. And then I said the water wheel's great to use, but you can just put it on the far right-hand side. And then I kid you not, the next, like, 4 snaps in a row did exactly what I was recommending. I didn't know this was coming up. I didn't know that on the last one or the last one, but this is exactly what I was talking about, how you can still use the water wheel of this item, which makes it really strong. You can just kind of hide the architecture that doesn't feel part of this, like, beautiful green future landscape. And again, you don't have to do futuristic, by the way. You could do an entire build based on this house if you wanted to feel like in touch with nature, like, you know, the future is going back to our roots and abandoning, you know, all of this metallurgy and all of this, you know, all this other stuff. So you don't have to go in this direction. The future could look whatever you want it to look like. Wally with the boot, Aurora with the bird, absolutely stunning work. You're checking a lot of boxes here. Beautiful build. I'm wondering if the Aurora might be a nice touch here. Just because you have all this beautiful green, I think it might look nice in the sky. But this is such a fun snap Beyblade. Wonderfully done. Claudia is next. Hi, Zabai. I hope there aren't too many villagers. I was trying to create a little community with the gardener side and a honeymaker side. I love how big it looks like when he's hugging the cat. Thank you for your advice. I did a second one with less villagers, and I really like the bees in this one. Well, let's look at the second one. Yeah, I do like the bees. How many villagers do you have in the first one? Yeah. At least you did a really good job layering everybody. But some of the villagers here do feel like they're there just for the sake of being there. Like, you know, Ariel and Daisy kind of in the back, and Minnie back here. So there are a lot of challenges, Claudia, where utilizing a high number of villagers is ideal. It's the most competitive play. So if you're doing an expo, if you're doing a festival, if you're doing a birthday party, if you're doing a fireworks show, if you're doing a concert, all of these situations, or if you're building a town or a city, could all highlight a lot of villagers. So if your idea is to build a town or city, it could be good to have a lot of villagers in there. However, with this week being all about the eco-friendly movement, it's all about an eco-friendly paradise, I think it's a really good idea to stick with villagers that lean heavily into that. So Wally and Eve are mentioned by name, so they're both going to be very important. But then you have villagers like Pocahontas that work really well. And you have villagers like Aurora that can actually pose with wildlife. Like we see here. We see this connection with the wildlife. So personally, I prefer, for this week's challenge, this is more my preference, and this is usually what we see in the higher ranks on challenges like this, versus pictures that have a ton of villagers. Those are in the higher ranks, typically in themes that require a lot of villagers. But challenges that are very specific or very niche, the snaps that tend to be in the higher ranks are typically snaps that focus on niche villagers, villagers that tie directly into the concept. So Pocahontas, Aurora, Mirabelle dances with butterflies, Piglet has an interaction with a squirrel. Highlighting these very special interactions to play up the theme is more valuable than a high number of villagers. The tricky thing is, if you make your photo heavily populated, it is possible that some of that eco-friendly movement stuff will be lost. Because where we're highlighting these villagers, there's waste bins in the game that say, please compost. There's solar panels in the game. There's all these different items that can play up the eco-friendly movement. But the more villagers you have, the harder it's going to be to highlight these items. That said, strong snap. The bees do look really good in the second one. I think you got some great bees here. And the apiaries and the bees, they tie very directly into environmental maintenance with the pollinization. So, overall, very pretty scene. I'd be surprised if it didn't get 4K. So yeah, I'm pretty sure this will, because it's a very strong snap. Lots of beauty. But I think it could be even better with a more refined villager presence, in my humble opinion, in my 2 cents. And based on what I've seen in Snap Performance, there are particular themes where a stronger villager presence is very competitive, and then there are themes where a milder villager presence is more competitive. And in a challenge that's all about being eco-friendly, less densely populated zones that can highlight more of these eco-friendly items, I think are going to fall more in line with that. But the beauty is very strong here. So either way, you're pretty safe for 4K. Whether or not you incorporate that, we're just talking about competitiveness in general. And that doesn't mean a snap like this can't get rank 1. Ultimately, it just depends on what you pop up against. Any snap that does the theme can be in the top 3 if they pop up against the right things. So whether or not that would even matter would ultimately be determined by what your competition looks like. We've just seen a lot of really, really strong snaps that are, like this one, for example. We can see this waste, please, like this where the waste goes. We can see this beautiful green energy featured here with the water wheel. We see all of these eco-friendly houses. We see the wind vanes. Instead of windmills, which are for grinding, these wind vanes generate electricity. And then we see sections for gardening. We see this beautiful hot spring here. We see the solar panels here. So instead of having a load of villagers, this submission fully highlights the eco-friendly paradise over everything else. So they did make a town or city, but that doesn't mean they have to show us all the residents, right? They could be back there in the buildings. What's more important this week than showing a whole bunch of people or characters is showing what makes this place an eco-friendly paradise. Because that's the theme. That's the whole challenge, is to create that eco-friendly paradise. And in this snap, it's a lot easier to see. We can see solar energy. We can see water energy. We can see recycling and waste. We can see gardening happening right here. With the burlap sacks and with the flowers. We see wind energy. We have these beautiful rainbows in the back. We have this like very advanced town running on this green energy. So yeah, beautiful, beautiful work here. Like I said, very likely for 4K. Very likely for 4K. Its biggest competition, I think, would be from snaps that are a little less populated, that are highlighting more of these eco-friendly elements than we see here, mainly because they have the space to do so, and they're not as populated with beauty elements. They're more focused on the theme aspects. But again, you have more than enough theme aspects here to get 4K, so I wouldn't worry about it. Grimmy Hour, glad to see the kiddies are getting along well. This is my snap for this week. Main struggle was getting the companions in place. Well, let's take a look here. By companions, do you mean villagers? Because I don't see any companions. I don't see... Oh, I see a bee back here. Yeah, the scene looks good. You got some good crops here, some good flowers here. Wally and Eve right at the front. A good outfit for the avatar. Now, if you were talking about pets, like if you're trying to get animals in your scene to highlight wildlife, if you're having a hard time getting wildlife in, just pose with it. You know, you can just hit the bear pose. Could be really good. Oh, Grimmy said I don't have the Aurora. Or no, I unfortunately couldn't get Aurora to do her sitting pose, so that's why she's just kind of staying there in the back of my pick. Yeah, but as I mentioned, in that case, just don't use her. There's like no reason to use her. So if you can't get Aurora to do her pose, just remove her. But there is a way to guarantee that she does it. It's in the Dreamsnap Hub. If you go to our Facebook group, they were talking about that earlier. But yeah, if you want wildlife in your scene, if you're having a hard time getting companions in, like you're posing with the shovel, which is fun, but you can also pose with the bear if you wanted. And that way you can highlight that wildlife. Overall strong though. I don't know if we need like the diorama back here. And then Snow White, Flynn, Aurora, how do they tie into the theme concept? What about Pocahontas? You know, Pocahontas ties in really well. I think she'd look great back here where Aurora is. And then if these two weren't here, we would see this detail in the house really well. So again, you don't have to feel like you need to have villagers just for the sake of having them. And with where with where Joy is, if you do her celebrate animation, she'll jump up so we can actually see her. But yeah, looking good, looking good. And like I said, Grimmy, if you want to, you could always pose with the companion. I like the shovel pose though, because it does highlight what you're doing. But yeah, I wouldn't really, like we mentioned in a previous review, and also with where you put Aurora, and with how you built your scene, you don't have a place for her to even do the bird pose. Like, if Aurora did do the bird pose back here, you wouldn't even see it. So not much of a need for Aurora there. The real important villagers are going to be Wally and Eve. Anybody in addition to that, you just need to ask yourself how they tie into the theme and how they elevate the theme. So, I would say, you know, like we mentioned, instead of Snow White and Flynn here, you could always go no villagers here. Because you have these beautiful crops here. You have this, you know, nice house over here. And then instead of Aurora, you could do Pocahontas, who ties directly into nature. And then if you want Eve to be visible, you could always put Eve on this side where they are and have her jump up. So you can have, or not Eve, I keep saying Eve. I'm talking about Joy. So instead of these two here, we can have Joy jumping up in front of the door. And then we can have Pocahontas back here. So less villagers will see into the scene really well, but the villagers that are present are going to tie into the theme really well. Pocahontas ties in well because of her connection with nature. Joy ties in well because of her connection to her emotion, and that's an emotion we would expect in Paradise. Babbitt. First snap I've submitted. Second has the bear laughing. Last has added beehives, changed the water decorations. I'm stuck as I'm worried. The first two are too dark, and the last is too light. Okay, well, let's take a look. Okay. Nah, this one's not too light. And I wouldn't say these are too dark. I mean, you have really good lighting here. It does get a little darker on the sides because of your vignette border. This one just removed the vignette. That's all you did. I don't think it made it too bright. It's the same brightness in the middle, really. But no, I don't think it's too bright at all. What I usually do when I remove the vignette border, and if I boost highlight, I set light bloom to 1%. But no, this doesn't come off as too bright at all. The bear looks really good here. And this one, you did get the bear giggle, which is pretty cute. But he looks just as adorable in the other two. I would recommend going with the one that has the vignette border off. Because more of those lush greens and colors come in on this one. This one pops really well. I think it's going to be more competitive at the end of the day. You can also try one where you attach Miko to Pocahontas and get Miko over here, and you hold the bear. Because Miko is Pocahontas' companion. But the bear is brand new, and he's so stinking cute. Not to mention, I would also recommend maybe moving back just a little bit. Like, you want to be close to the camera, but you don't have to be so close to where your hair's kind of going out of the frame. If you move back just a hair, you'll cover more of this very bright yellow here, and you'll still get a silhouette. And we would actually see a bit more flowers on the side. We'd get a little bit more visibility where your hair is. You're still going to get voter favor for being close, but you don't necessarily have to be this close. In fact, if you look at most of the shots in the top 100, they're not quite this close. So I think here, Babbitt, I think you could move back a tiny bit. That would increase scene visibility. And I do think it would be worth trying out the bear, like swapping these two. See how you feel about it. Could be good, could be good. The bear is super cute, though. At least you have them either way. Brittany, looking forward to your review. Thank you, my friend. Oh, very nice. Great feature of both Wally and Eve. I love the Bluebird house paired with this new set. This looks great. This one, though, do we really need this home here? It doesn't really vibe with this, like, futuristic eco style, right? With the super futuristic eco style, the Bluebird house vibes with it because it has this glass dome. I mean, you can keep it if you want. It could be just like a little garden nook, like a little workshop. So, you know, it could totally work if you want to keep it there. What I would try to do is fill in this gap. You see how right here behind Pooh, we can see right through your snap? You can do smoke bombs to just make that glow green. Also, you have Winnie the Pooh in his rainy day outfit, but there's not, you know, there's one cloud in the sky. I would just do his standard outfit. You know, unless you're doing some kind of rainy day scene. And the last thing I would consider is wildlife. I like the butterflies around the head. And you have this beautiful garden landscape, and I love the buildings in the backdrop. I think this is very likely for 4K. We have the solar panel here as well for the green energy. But some companions wandering around could be really nice. Oh, you do have a bunny hidden in the grass. Also, since you're posing with the shovel, there's a good chance you can attach companions to you and actually see them. Sometimes when you pose, though, they just get stuck. They just won't move. It's really annoying. I hope they fix that. But since you have a companion home back here, you could maybe try attaching pets to that one. Or you can put another companion home outside of your frame, put a Pixar ball behind you and have them travel to that. You might get a companion right here. Could be good. But even if you don't have time for those changes, I think you'll have a great shot of 4K with this. It checks the boxes. Crafty Joe. Very pretty, Crafty Joe. Very pretty. You did a great job highlighting this solar panel. Wonderful, wonderful. And this is what I meant about this house. Like, if you're going to put this house in the middle of your photo, you kind of want the vibe of your setting to work with that. So, this house, when you see the whole thing, when you see the thatch roof and, like, the bamboo sides, it doesn't look very futuristic, right? Like, it doesn't really pair too well with these super eco-futuristic houses that we got. Or this bluebird house. But if you are going to feature it, you know, if you use it by itself, it's really nice. It has the water wheel. And it also does vibe well with this, like, little, you know, gateway here. I will say the only architecture that feels very different is the greenhouse one. But it's just on the edge, so it's not too bad. Everything feels really warm here. I love the pinks. I love the blossom trees here. Beautiful. And you even got some wildlife with the hedgehog. If there's any way you can include a tiny bit more wildlife, I would say go for it. And then potentially, I think Eve could be really nice to have here as well, since the challenge mentioned both Wally and Eve. But as long as you have Wally, I think you're safe. And if you are going to use Aurora, if you could get her doing her bird pose, you know, that could be really strong. That's where Aurora's really going to shine. Mirabelle's really going to shine when she does her butterfly dance, because both of these interactions showcase them, you know, interacting with the ecosystem. Really strong. Beautiful shot here. The lighting is great. I love the pose with the shovel. Only big recommendation will be wildlife. Checking almost all the boxes. Cozy with Lala. Very cute, very cute. So we have the new building set back here. Okay. We have you kind of giggling here with the gardener's outfit. And then we have these crops around us. So my recommendation here, Lala, instead of having these rows of path in between each of these, what if you move the crops a little bit to where they're together, and then you could put items around them. You can add some decor around them, like the burlap sacks, the little empty boxes. If you take chia seeds, you can drop them. It's a pocket item, and it's a little box of seeds. That'll show that you're gardening. You know, you already have the seeds on your waist. You have the tools. You have the gardening outfit. If you were to take these crops and move them back one square, because you don't really need this leaf strewn border in between each. If you took these and moved them back just a square, you could put the leaf strewn border around 6 crops or 8 crops, and then you can add little details around that. But yeah, that would be a great way to diversify this environment a little bit, just to get some fun details. If you want to keep it how it is, you can also drop those items like around here. Like you can drop a bag of seeds. You can drop the little burlap sacks. We've seen them in a lot of other snaps. The other recommendation I have for you is to remove the vignette. The snap gets really dark on the corners, like really, really dark. And with the challenge calling for a brighter, greener future, there are a lot of snaps out there that took that literally, that have really bold lighting and really bold color. And I think they're going to stand out nicely. Lastly, you're really close to the camera, doing this little giggle. But we haven't done anything with our eyeshadow or lip. I'm not saying you got to be dolled up like you're going to the club, but you have an opportunity here. Even like a soft brown to kind of tie into the hair color. There's some fun stuff you can do. Some fun stuff you can do with the avatar customization. Again, you don't have to be dolled up like you're going to the club because you're gardening, but you could add some extra details in here with your face being so close. Looking good, Lala, looking good. Catterday, thank you for the feedback. Of course, of course. See, these go together really nicely. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, great job with Aurora. So, you see how she's using the water wheel house here with the thatch roofs? Look at the roof on this house. It's a thatch roof. These two types of architecture go together perfectly. The bear is phenomenal here. Oh, yeah, dude, you're going to do good. Great. Oh, and there's the chia seeds. How do you guys do this, bro? Get out of my head. What is happening right now? Every time I make a recommendation, the next snap already did it. I feel like you guys are time travelers. I was literally just... Bro, how is that possible? I haven't mentioned the chia seeds all day. And I haven't seen the chia seeds since Friday. And on this snap, I talk about, oh, there's some chia seeds you can put down. And then on the very next snap, there's chia seeds literally right at the front of the photo. How does that even happen? That's crazy. All right. So overall, Catterday, this is really, really good. I don't have any recommendations from you, so I won't spend much time on it. Beautiful scene. Every villager, every animal, every wardrobe option, every piece of decor, everything you're doing ties into the theme. And that's exactly what I'm always encouraging people to consider. Pocahontas works really well with the nature aspect. You have Mirabelle dancing with the butterflies. You have Aurora over here posing with the bird. You have Joy, which helps to highlight that paradise feel. I mean, if you wanted to, the only little thing I could even think of would be like maybe some kind of pretty rainbow just to play up the paradise if you wanted to, but you really don't need it. You do have a lot of good rainbow colors here, though, so I think a little rainbow back here in this patch of green, like the pot of gold rainbow kind of arching up into the trees, could look really pretty. Very solid job here, Catterday. Amazing work. Jesse Joints. I was struggling what direction to take this in, and I like where it's heading. All right, all right. Yeah, I love the backdrop. The buildings look really nice. This pond here is really pretty. And then I like the garden here. I do think it would be good to plant a few crops. Like I would basically plant and let them grow, but then leave like these three empty. And then put like a little box of seeds. You could do the chia seeds. Then you can do the burlap sacks full of soil. They're in my Thursday video. If you go to the Thursday video, you'll see all these items I talked about for gardening. And then you can move Wally back and you can make it look like Wally's working on the last three spots. So we have all these crops here that are growing, and then we'll have some new spots that he's working on filling. And you can have a little box of seeds or a bag of seeds. You can have the soil bags. I like the little shovel sign here. And I love the eco-friendly backdrop, like this, you know, this housing set. Again, this just looks so good here. Love the pond here. I do think I would probably put Pocahontas here. Pocahontas ties in really well with like the woodsy nature aspect, whereas Moana ties more into the oceany nature aspect. And since this is more of a woodsy scene, I think it would be stronger to highlight Pocahontas here. On top of that, you can attach Miko to Pocahontas. And if Pocahontas is right here, there's a really good chance Miko will be wandering around right here in this open patch, and that way you can get some wildlife in your photo. Now, unless you're really committed to posing with a shovel, you could also hold wildlife. Like I mentioned, the bear is going to be really strong. And since you're not hiding a companion with your pose, you could always attach the bear to you. Maybe you can get him to stand right here. Like, what if you had a little wild bear cub next to you to show that that harmony with nature? This mushroom house is also a companion house. So why not attach, like, 4 raccoons to it? Now we got a bunch of raccoons running around in the background. We got a bear cub here at the front. We have crops here on the side. I love the direction you're going in. I think this could be really, really strong. If you find clever ways to utilize this space, like the space here, some beautiful crops. If we still want to see this wood piece here with the flowers, do low-sitting crops like cabbage or lettuce. And then back here towards the back, like these 3 spots, you can do beautiful crops like red peppers, bell peppers, and then just keep these 3 empty and then put little seeds around. That way you can have some details around the garden to show that it's a work in progress and show why you have the shovel in your hand. And then you can also have, you know, some wildlife around you, little bear cub here, little raccoon here, attach some raccoons over here, or you can do like a bear and a fox and then raccoons. And then Pocahontas here with Miko attached. Oh, dude, I see the vision. I see the vision. I think this, you know, I think you have a lot of potential here. A lot of potential. And then for your outfit, I do think this is a good working outfit. This looks good. But I think since you are playing up the gardening concept, I do think the gardening outfit that has the seeds on the belt and the spade, I think could be even stronger here. But yeah, love your makeup too. The blue eyes, the pigtails, and the red lips. She looks so cute. She looks so cute. Really good job, Jesse. Really good job. Solid work. Willow. Is it after losing my streak last week? I'm not sure if I'm going in the right direction for this snap. Please let me know if I can improve them. 2 are the hour before the lights turn off, and 1 is the first hour of sunset. All help is appreciated. Hoping you start a new streak. I'm sure you will. You were on a nice long streak before it ended. I think, what do you say, 7 or 8 weeks or something? It'll happen. That'll happen. You know, don't be too hard on yourself. Don't start doubting all your work, you know. Well, these are daytime lighting, and this is sunset. What did you say? Oh, 2 are the hour before the lights turn on. Okay, so this is the hour right before sunset. Okay, gotcha. So we have the hour before sunset, and then we have sunset. Well, the hour before sunset, we're not going to see that aurora quite as well. Whereas here, this aurora comes in quite nicely. Also, this sunset time of day does bring out this beautiful gold in the sunflowers very well. Now, aurora here is fantastic. You got a great shot of aurora. But with this outfit, I don't know, this outfit could work since you're just holding Miko. But since you have like the crops and the flowers here, I do think the meadow outfit would be really nice just because it shows that you're tending to the environment, you're taking care of the environment, and I think that could play really well here. The other thing I would consider, if you want to maximize how competitive you're going to be this week, because I know you're really committed to getting back in that 4K range after such a long streak. I love the wildlife here with the raccoons and the squirrel, and then you have the bear here. But as far as renewable energy, these big windmills, they're not electricity generating, right? They're not necessarily green energy. Windmills are grinding machines. Basically, the wind turns the gears and they grind the grain. You could use them because, I mean, it's still powering the grinding via wind. But what I'm getting at here is you have this nice open space right here. Did you happen to buy the hot spring? Because you have the perfect space for it. And it's a beautiful item. Especially at sunset when those little yellow lights come on. The hot spring features solar panels and wind turbines. It's got 2 forms of green energy in one item. And it's cheap. You got a great spot for it. Now, of course, that means you wouldn't have the bear or Wally here, but we don't really need Lady here. We could have Wally here, and then we can have the bear, you know, anywhere else in the environment. But I do think with all this open space, it's going to be hard to fill if you're just relying on companions kind of being in there. Because this side's really filled out, right? We have this beautiful garden here. We have the garden tools. We have the beehive. But then on this side, it's very open. And I think it's the perfect spot. It's just the perfect spot for that hot spring, if you have it. But that would be a recommendation. That would require you to rethink where Wally is in the bear. but you got plenty of room to figure that out. You know, you can always change the foreground a little bit. Is this the piglet squirrel animation? Did you actually capture that? Nice. Nice. But yeah, you could... I mean, I wouldn't put Wally right where Lady is. I would put him a tiny bit further back. But Wally could be looking up at Miko as well. Or you could be holding the bear, and he could be looking up at the bear. Alfira, I just had about an hour and a half to finish this. Would really appreciate your feedback. Looking good, Alfira. This is really solid. I think, as always, Alfira, you'll likely keep your, 2-year 4K streak alive. I feel like... I don't know how many weeks in a row Alfira's gotten 4K, but I feel like she always makes a 4K snap. Very solid. We have the green energy here. There's that hot spring. Wind turbine here. I knew you were going to have this in your snap. I just knew it. You always have the best items in your snap. There's plenty of other things you can use, but we have the new building set here, highlighting this, eco-friendly advanced world over here. We have the hot spring. We have the Wally bike. We have this, futuristic table with the Wally boot on display, the burlap sack, the flower pots. Great techie futuristic buildings running on green energy with these wind turbines. Beautiful. I like the way it transitions into, green and into yellow. I don't know if I'll do much yellow this week. I'll probably just go really heavy on the green. Since the challenge talked about a brighter, greener future, I'm going to play up green a lot, but I do like the yellow here. That said, I think if you did have green plants here like you do on the other side, your fireflies would stand out a little more. But yeah, the yellow's fine. Really pretty snap here, Alfira. I'll be super surprised if this does not get 4K. Beautiful work, beautiful work. If you want a little item here, you could do a box of chia seeds, or even a little bag of seeds, like lettuce seeds or something, could do a little bag of seeds there, a little pocket item if you wanted, because you got a little open space behind the shovel if you wanted something there. Looking good, looking good. I also love the wildlife here with the bird. If you wanted more wildlife, I think that's the only recommendation I can have for you. But you do have the bird, so at least you have some wildlife. And I like that you have the birdhouses to highlight that. So you don't have much space on the ground for wildlife, though. So you can just do birds and bees if you wanted. Or you can just stick with the bird. Beautiful work as always. Mama Trav. Had trouble trying to find a futuristic feel for my snap without the new items. So went with the garden, wind energy vibes. Appreciate your thoughts and advice. Okay. Well, did you watch my video, Mama Trav? I made a full guide about this challenge. And I talked about all kinds of great things you can use. You really don't need the premium items. You really don't. There's so many good things you can use here. There's houses, villager houses that are not even premium, kind of like Flint's house. For the futuristic green energy vibes, one of the best houses is actually the Inside Out headquarters. We see it in a lot of builds. We saw it in, and this isn't premium at all. We saw it in Alfira's build here, right there, and Eve's house. Neither one of these two are premium. Now, of course, this has all the premium stuff here, but you don't need that stuff. You can highlight things like this to make this futuristic, eco-friendly environment. We've seen a lot of snaps like that. But yeah, your scene is beautiful. You got great lighting here. Sun behind the camera, beaming into the scene. Good pose on the avatar. My main recommendation would be to highlight some wildlife. That way, not only do we have this nice eco-friendly paradise, but we can show the harmony with nature. And I would be a little hesitant to pave with gray brick. Consider the sun-baked clay path instead. It's a very happy, warm shade of brown, and it feels more like a dirt path. And if this is an eco-paradise, we don't really want to pave over everything with brick and stone, right? A little bit of cobblestone, like this back here, I think is fine, like the mud path with the stone, but I wouldn't do the brick here. The brick is absorbing the color out of the environment because it's a very light shade of gray. And, if you would like, you can go back in the stream to where we reviewed Mama Dukes' snap. she was using the sun-baked clay path, and it looks so good with all the greenery. So I would recommend the sun-baked clay here instead of the gray brick. Base game path, by the way. And aside from that, the only other recommendation I would have would be to add some wildlife. You got some great butterflies here to kind of showcase your ecosystem. But if you put a cozy companion home, which can be crafted, not premium, if you put a cozy companion home outside of your frame, and then you put a little Pixar ball behind you, little windmill behind you, the pets will walk right over to it, they'll interact with it, and they'll walk back to the house, and you can catch them walking on this path right here. So you can get some wildlife in here too. Beautiful snap, though. Likely for 4K, I think, even without those additions. Though I do think those things could make it even more competitive. Sweet Dreamer Casey, I struggled to find an inspiration this week. Been busy, but I wanted to say I'm thankful for your weekly Dreamsnap inspiration video. It has helped me so much. Thank you. For this one, I'd like to keep trying to get a good shot of the bunny facing forward and jumping with the bird still in the air on the right if I can. If there's anything else that you can think of, let me know. All right, all right. Oh, this is beautiful. Yeah, Casey, you did a great job with this. Especially since you weren't feeling like, you know, too motivated with the challenge until the video. But I love that you got Aurora with the bird leaving her hand. That's so pretty. And the fact that you have the green silhouette behind it. I know you're trying to get the bunny facing the camera, but, like, don't put too much value on that. Really don't. That's not going to make or break this snap. What's more important is the way everything is lined up, and this is a superb shot. Like the sunbird house here, with all the birds around. And then this bird kind of right towards the front here. You leaning on the bike. The bunny, he might not be facing the camera, but he is looking at the boot, which is cool. And more important than the bunny, I would say, is this green energy element right here. The fact that you have the solar panel facing directly towards the camera right in the foreground. And you got these beautiful yellow lights kind of wrapping up the side. This is so pretty. This scene is so pretty. And then Wally in the garden with the lettuce and his little boot. This is so good, Casey. I actually would not recommend changing anything about this. I think this is very strong. And again, this is what I mean when I say you don't need 20 villagers in your snap this week. There's no reason for that. Unless you have some really good storytelling there, this is stronger. Having these beautiful scenes, because think about it. If we had an extra 10 villagers here, would we even notice this? Not right away. But since it's just Eve, Wally, and Aurora, we notice this right away, right? So using your villagers is very important. And for certain themes, using a lot of villagers is more competitive, but not every theme. This is a great example into that. Really well done here, Casey. I love this snap. The Aurora and the Fireflies look great too, by the way. Mags? Hey, Zamai. The videos in Hori Coco were adorable, so I'm glad they get along well. Nice, nice. For my snap, I was having a glitch with the characters. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see. Oh, somebody wants to play Scramble Coin. Maybe that's what you were talking about here. When I move the character, any animal with their pose would disappear. Aurora, no bird. I was struggling getting characters in this scene. I know it was something I'm fairly happy with. However, like my colors are weird. I don't know if it's my pose or what, but I use the similar controls I normally use. Same floating island. Same sunset hour. No, lighting and colors are fine. There's nothing wrong with your lighting and colors. It might be more about your angle. Like, it's not a very flattering angle on the avatar, like looking down the bridge of the nose. There were a lot of gardening snaps, like we saw earlier, like with Breezy, where she put the camera on the ground for this, and it was a bit more impactful. Also, you got the glitch where a villager wants to play Scramble Coin, and it's it's over their head. When that happens, you can restart your game, and that'll go out of your camera. But yeah, overall, the scene's solid, you know? I mean, you have your green energy here. I don't think you need this many villagers. See, like, this is what I mean. You see Aurora back here? I didn't even notice her till just now. Because we just have so many villagers around. Like, we have Tramp behind her, Mirabelle behind you, Snow White here, Lady here, Timon here, Remy. You know, do we need all these villagers? So I want to go back here, Mavs. I want to go back. If we look at Casey Snap, right? There's a reason why in my guide video about this week's challenge, I didn't recommend a ton of villagers. I didn't say, here's like 20 villagers you can use. I listed like 5. I was like, here's 5 villagers that can be really good. Now, the reason I only listed those 5 is because in order to do good with this theme, you really don't need a lot of villagers. This theme is all about the setting. It's all about the environment. We're making an eco-friendly paradise. What does that look like? Well, it's probably not heavily populated. It's probably one with nature. And that's going to come through a lot better with a smaller presence. Now, of course, there will be plenty of photos in 4K with like 10 plus villagers. But I expect photos like this to perform a lot better. Now, in your photo in particular, the main thing I would try to adjust is the angle of your avatar here. So anytime you're looking down the bridge of the nose, it's not a very flattering angle for the avatar. Your lighting and color is good. I don't really see any issue there. Maybe you're worried because the color isn't good on your on your solar panel, but that's because it's facing away from the sun. So if you want the solar panel to come through, you'd want to angle it towards the sun, which is gonna, like these solar panels are doing the same thing. They're facing away. The sun is on the back right. So they're the only thing that's kind of dark in the scene. Except for back here, and that's because the shade from these big trees, right? But yeah, the Scrabble coin thing, I think you got to fix. I would definitely try to fix that. And to give you an idea as to the gardening angles, we had a really good one earlier I can show you. So here's Breezy's, right? She's gardening kind of like you are, but you see how she's not looking directly at the avatar. She's looking at a side profile. That way we're not looking down the bridge of the nose. It's just like when you do the fox pose, right? When players do the fox pose and they put the camera on the ground, I always recommend turning to the left first. Otherwise, when you do the fox pose, you're going to be looking down their bridge. And it's just not a very flattering angle on the avatar. But look at this, right? We see this beautiful smile. We see the full lip here. We see the crest of the nose. This is a lot more flattering of an angle. The avatar looks stunning here. And we get the great action shot of her hands kind of wrapped around the stem of this plant as she's making sure it's secure. So, going back to your Snap Here, Mags, a lot of things you're doing really well. I love the houses you're using. I love that you have the green energy here. My recommendations would be, if you want to use this pose to do gardening, consider the angle in which you capture it. And then the other recommendation I have is, when it comes to using villagers, the only challenge in which you'll want a strong villager presence, like a lot of villagers, is when there's a story to be told or a crowd is required. So if you look at my submission for the Fabled Relics, I included several villagers, and there were these little scenes happening. These very important scenes that were central to the story. Now, like Aurora here, very central because she's interacting with the environment. A bird comes and lands on her hand, ties into the harmony with nature. But like Tramp just kind of existing back here, Mirabelle just kind of looking over you, Snow White just having her hands up, these villagers feel like they're just here to be here. And you would save time and highlight the theme. You would save time and highlight the theme even more prominently with less villagers, right? Like, this is what I mean. Like, you look at this snap, there's only 3 villagers, but every single one of them tie directly into the theme. And imagine this picture, but with like extra villagers just like behind stuff. Well, we wouldn't see these beautiful backdrops. We wouldn't see as much of the paradise because we would just have more villagers. So more villagers does not always equal better. It's how you use them, and it's how they tie into the theme. Now, if the challenge is about a festival, and I think that's the thing, is we've had so many challenges lately where a lot of villagers worked really well. like Fabled Relics was a great storytelling challenge. We had the Street Summer Festival, which in order to have a festival, you need a lot of villagers. Not too long ago, we had the World Fair, or the Journey into Imagination, where we made an expo. We had the Childhood, Cherished Childhood, in which it was optimal to use a lot of playful villagers. So we've had a ton of challenges lately where using a lot of villagers was really good. But you got to be careful with that, because it doesn't necessarily apply or translate into every theme. Some snaps are going to be a bit better with a lighter presence. And I really think this is one of those weeks. I'll be totally honest with you guys. This week, it's about the eco-friendly paradise. And little critters and animals are going to be, I think, vastly more important than like a high number of villagers. So I would be very considerate of that. Final thoughts on your snap here. I would be very careful if you're going to do this pose for the gardening. I would be very careful of the angle. I would also be hyper selective about who you use, and don't be afraid to just get rid of a lot of these villagers. You'll be fine without them because you've made a really beautiful scene. Keep in mind, if you want the lighting to come through on these solar panels, if you're facing away from the sun, that's not going to happen. So if we look at the solar panel here, you see how it's catching the light? It's pointed towards the sun. That's why this one looks such a bright blue, and yours look like shaded black, right? It's because one is facing the sun, one was facing away. Messy Mother Crafter, I would love your opinion on my snap. Was trying to do the bird pose with the sunset timing. It made a very big shadow on my face, so I did the cutie bear. Yeah, with the sunset time of day and the sunbird pose, it always does that. So I avoid, anytime I use the sunbird pose, I usually turn to the side so that the shadow doesn't hit my face. You have to turn. But I'm actually really glad you switched to the bear, because this is probably one of the best poses to use this week. He's super cute. He's super new. He's freaking adorable. And it also shows, it really works well to highlight that harmony with nature. Now, what I would recommend here as well, you got a lot of open space here and a lot of open space here. You could do crops. You can do burlap sacks. You can do little seeds. If you got the new solar panel, if you got the new hot springs, you could do a little hot spring here with the solar panels. There's a lot of things you can do. But keep in mind, with any snap, big open areas can often hold you back if they provide opportunities to play up the theme. You can even just place flower petals. Like if you don't want decor here, you can just drop little flower petals on the ground or drop some wild flowers. Show some stuff growing. It doesn't have to be crops like this or like flower beds like this. You can go to your storage and just grab some daisies and tulips or whatever. Just drop some little flowers here. Hi, kitties. It's a cat party in my studio again, apparently. Hi. Hi, Tiny. What are you doing? At least she's not climbing all over me again. Now that the door's open, she's able to run around out there. But yeah, I would think about how you're going to use these. But yeah, this bear pose, I think this gives you a great shot of 4K with how beautiful the lighting in the background is. Great job swapping poses to make sure that you didn't have that shadow. Also, with these wheelbarrows, let me give you a tip. Turn them around to where the front is facing you and put the flowers in the corner. You'll have these beautiful flower beds filling out the whole corner. We don't need to see the bottom of the wheelbarrow. These wheelbarrows are extremely popular foreground items. And all you have to do is turn both the wheels inward and then put them close to you. Basically, you'll have a big flowery bush, beautiful flowery bush here on the left and a big flowery bush here on the right. That's also going to help hide all this empty space here. Now, keep in mind for that, you might need to move Wally. All right, we're getting close to the end. My goal is to finish by 8. I missed that goal. I missed that one. But I think we got like 5 or 6 left. Cray, I think I like the lighting in the first one, but like the characters in the second snap. The first one is the one I currently have submitted. Thanks for your help. Okay. So I think it's this one you have submitted. Very pretty, very pretty. I actually really like the Haunted Mansion back here. That's beautiful. And the bunny area here is really cute. Now it looks like, yeah, you've completely redone it here. You move Wally and Eve towards the front. That's really good. That's really good. I will say it feels a little empty on this left-hand side here now. Do you happen to have the bear? The bear could be really nice here. And then also, the issue with this one is we can kind of see right off the cliff. So it feels kind of foresty back here, but since we can see through the trees and since they just kind of stop behind this birch tree, it just feels kind of empty back here. I actually like your first snap a lot more. Yeah, this first one I think is your best because we can't see through the snap at any point. We can't see through the snap at all, but you are farther away from your avatar, but it's such a beautiful scene. I think if you took this first concept, this exact angle, and you played both Wally and Eve a little closer up, this could be your best of the 3 submissions. And I like that you have a little squirrel attached to you. Don't forget, you can also use Cozy Companion Homes, and you can attach pets to that. So, like, instead of just a Remy sticker, like a motif, because he doesn't really look like he's here, because the grass just, like, disappears behind him. See this grass coming up, and then it just vanishes? What you could do instead of this Remy sticker is you could put a Cozy Companion House out on the left side where we can't see it. Then you attach some raccoons to it, let them roam wild. There's a great chance 1 or 2 of them will walk right through your scene. Especially if you hide like a food bowl back here behind the basket where we can't see it. They'll walk up to that food bowl. They'll walk right through this scene. So that'll give you some wildlife as well. Calico. Not sure how I feel about either of these. Thank you. Okay, so we have Bear and Miko. Really good options. Now, if you're going to use the Miko pose, which I would just use the Bear. I'm going to be honest with you. I love Miko. I love Miko. One of my favorite, actually, yeah, best raccoon in the game. Even better than the Cozy Edition raccoons, for sure. But if you're going to use Miko, if you turn your avatar a little bit in selfie mode before taking the picture, you can actually show him looking into your eyes and show you looking into his. So if you do decide to use Miko, you can get a much better pose. Whereas in this one, we can't see his cute little face. So if you turn yourself, we can see you guys looking at each other, which is really cute. And, oh, you do have the bear here, too. Ooh. So you can actually have the best of both worlds. I will say, though, as it stands, I like this one more. I like this path, as opposed to this gray path. This brown leaf strewn path, it really adds to the color here. Not to mention this wood texture on the edge of the path. It ties in really well to the wood texture on the hot spring. You're highlighting the fact that you have the solar panel facing the sun. Really good lighting there. The honey, the beehive here, fantastic. The bear looks super cute. I'll be real with you. This is 4K, like as it is, I'm pretty sure. Because I know the voters are going to go crazy over the bear. He's so cute. It's new. Best challenge we've had for the bear. So I think it's going to be very solid here. Now, this is also really good. But if you were to use this one, I would definitely turn so we can see you and Miko looking into each other's eyes. And I would also still go with this type of path. So this one's ready to ship. This one's done. You can call it here. You're good to go. This one would require a tiny bit of fine-tuning to really maximize it. But yeah, I really like... This is what I mean. Rather than highlighting a bunch of villagers this week, wildlife, guys. Wildlife. It's an eco-friendly paradise. So we have Wally, Eve, and wildlife. This is really strong, and it doesn't require you to summon a bunch of villagers or tinker with a bunch of villagers or even mess with a lot of different critters and companions. They just got one good raccoon shot here and this adorable bear and this beautiful paradise behind them with this green energy ready to ship, right? Beautiful work, Calico. Snowco, here's my Dreamsnap submission. Not sure if it needs anything like special effects. I forgot to add butterflies, fireflies, but I feel like it may be okay without it. Oh, I love the bee. Yeah, no, you don't really have to have butterflies or fireflies. Butterflies can be good because they kind of showcase the ecosystem, and since you guys have so many flowers around, would it be too much work for you to add them? I mean, it's not like you have a ton of villagers here. All you'd have to do is hit the pose again, add Wally, add Eve, and then Flynn and Pocahontas if you need them. But the butterflies, I think, would be really pretty. I mean, at least there's already butterflies here, though. You know, you have this one. If you did add them, I wouldn't go too crazy. Like, you know, a couple little butterfly patches, maybe. But I love this picture as it is. Really good pose. Beautiful shot of the avatar. I like the pink blush. I like the deep green eyes. She looks so pretty here. And the fact that we can see your gardening tools and you're kind of kneeling down right in front of the burlap sacks we kept talking about. And you have this little box of flowers. I actually showed these in my little video. And the flower pots. A lot of this stuff I talked about in my video. You know, I've seen so many snaps that aren't using this stuff and they're gardening or planting flowers. And I'm like, guys, this is why I recommend that video. It's why I spend, 1 to 2 days a week, every week, making these videos. Is so I can share all these great things that you can use. Because sometimes it's hard to think about all the... This game has, like, thousands of different stuff. Thousands of items you can use. So I'm always thinking about different, recommendations I can give you guys. Because it's hard to remember everything. But yeah, this one already has it all. So yeah, if you have time, Snoko, if you end up tweaking it, if you want to add some tasteful little fireflies and some butterflies, I think it could up the beauty element more. But I think you're absolutely right that it doesn't need them to get 4K. They could help you secure an even higher rank, but I think the odds of this getting 4K are exceptionally good. So I think you're fine without them if you want to do something else this week. If you just want to go play Pogopia, if you have that, or maybe you just want to go lay out in the sun. Holly is next. I'm so sorry that I had such a bad snap. I've had about half an hour to get this one done. I was a bit lost on what to do this week with having no time to sit and think about it. I've only just now got home from holiday, so this is for now. I need your help with it. As you can see, thank you. All right. So you're on the right path, though. This is the nice thing is if Holly, if you look at what we've seen so far today, if you look at a lot of the snaps out there, this is already heading in a really good direction. So here's what I think. Keep all this. This is perfect. This whole section here, this beautiful backdrop, the trees, the green energy, top notch, right? You can put more of these building set pieces, like you can have another one back here on the side. And if you wanted to, you could even have some poking up behind the tree here to show that this little city kind of goes back more. And then here, think gardening, right? Flowers. Like, how are we filling in this space? And then for the path that leads to the door, you can do garden stones. You can do the sun-baked clay path because it's going to look really natural. But I would lead either garden stones or a sun-baked clay path towards you. Or you can do leaf strewn path. That works as well. And then on the sides of that path, think about how you can fill it out with, either crops or flowers. Also for your pose, if you have the bear, could be fantastic here. And then if you do crops or flowers, you can also highlight an outfit that kind of, you can highlight a gardening outfit. But if you're wearing this outfit, you could, for your, for your eco-friendly fun, you can be holding the wildlife. You can be holding a baby bear. So if you have that bear, that'd be fantastic. But yeah, a little paving here, and then crops and flowers, and then decor that works with those things. So just like we were discussing a minute ago, Holly, we talked about a lot of good stuff to use in my video this week. These burlap sacks, these spilt flower pots, this little flower box. All of these little items and more in my video. All of these items can be really good for like a gardening or flower-centric area, and also the craftables from the meadow. So we have new craftables as of this update that tie into the Peaceful Meadow, and a lot of these items are really good for this week. So that's what I'd recommend for the filler there. Caroline is next. Thank you for the time and feedback, of course. Oh, look at that. Please compost right at the front. Very nice, Caroline. Very nice. Great shot of both Wally and Eve. Another beautiful scene that's not heavily occupied by villagers. And I'm not trying to bash you guys that are using a lot of villagers. I'm just trying to highlight that you don't have to always do it. That's all I'm trying to say. You can do it if you want to. But the thing is, I know for a fact it takes a lot more time, it takes a lot more effort, and it also makes it harder for certain elements of your scene to come through if you put in a lot of villagers. So, again, my recommendation is if it's not a festival, if it's not a party, focus on a small handful of villagers that tie into the theme really well. In this case, the priority is Wally and Eve. A secondary priority would be Aurora or Pocahontas or Mirabelle, or these villagers that somehow tie into nature or have nature-based interactions. This is really good, Caroline. The rainbow here really adds to the paradise feel. These, like, you know, futuristic, eco-friendly buildings. This greenhouse back here with the fog behind it looks amazing. And you have the pose here with the shovel. And you have the wildlife with the birds. The bear would be nice, but we don't really have much space for him. I mean, if you could somehow get the bear, like, wandering out of the greenhouse, that'd be cool. But don't stress out. Don't stress out about it. I think this is already very safe for 4K. My favorite feature is how you put the police compost right here at the front. You know, this is just such a nice touch. And it's just so clear and easy to see. People are going to see that and they're going to go, oh, compost. That's very eco-friendly. You know, it's right there in bold print. You know how I always say we can't type a message to our voters? I guess you can, you know. You can, in some ways. You can leave little messages for them. Really good job there, Caroline. Wag is next. Beautiful here, Wag. Beautiful. Couple things I see that I would recommend. First off, you got the Miko pose down really well. The fact that we can see you guys look into each other's eyes is really nice. And this, you have wildlife here. You have the Sunbird and Miko. And then we have Wally and Eve. We have the solar panel here. Beautiful flowers, beautiful crops. You do have some space right here for some additional items, like burlap sacks, bags of seeds. If you drop chia seeds, it's a little box of seeds. You can do spilt flower pots. There's all kinds of little gardening details you can put around your garden. And then the last thing I would recommend is you have this kind of big gap back here. Now, I know it's probably because your river runs back there. But the thing is, Eve is blocking the end of the river. So you can actually delete this end part of the river and put trees there. Just so, you know, we don't see through it quite as much. I mean, you could leave it open if you want, but this side, you have a pretty thick tree line, and then on this side, we have the buildings and a thick line, and then it kind of just drops off right here in the middle. And since Eve is here, if you do have more river behind her, deleting it, we won't even notice. You know, the voter won't see it. And then you can have a few extra trees back there, if you can fit them. If you can't, don't worry about it. Lighting is really good. Miko and the Sunbird is really good. The Aurora is beautiful. The main thing I would consider is some added details here. Some extra gardening details. Because you got a great opportunity there. Bammy Sam. I have very limited time this week. I tried to replicate the garden I have in my valley, but it feels very boring so far. I'd like to add some companions when I have time to make edits. I very much appreciate your feedback. Of course. So, here's the tricky thing. Bammy Sam. We are being tasked with creating an eco-friendly paradise, right? Also, this flower looks like a hat on my head. So we're being tasked with making an eco-friendly paradise. We've had challenges before where we made gardens. You know, we had a challenge called Wally's Garden. I would be kind of careful here just doing a garden. But you can do a garden and something else. So if you put some eco-friendly houses in the back, it doesn't have to be the new premium ones. You could put the inside-out headquarters. You can have some wind vanes or windmills to show green energy. So there's some keywords in the challenge I think you're kind of disregarding here. You might still get 4K for what you have, but a lot of snaps we've seen I think will give you a hard time because of this. If you pop up against them. If you don't, you'll be fine. But odds are you will pop up against some of these. It's a harmonious day in an eco-friendly paradise. Now, when I think of a paradise, I'm not just like, oh yeah, that's a garden. No, there's gardens all over the world. That's not really a special thing, right? A eco-friendly paradise is like heaven on earth. Eco-friendified, right? Create a sustainable valley with serene spots and mindful touches. build a brighter, greener future. So we're building a greener future. We're building this paradise. So your garden build is beautiful. You can keep all of this here. I'm not saying to tear it down or to start over. All I'm saying is if you take your tree line and you move your tree line back a little bit, you can put some kind of houses here, some kind of buildings that showcase that green energy or showcase that sustainability, like living, like nature-themed houses. There were some great ones we've seen today. Hi, Horty. Hi, buddy. Are you just walking across my desk and then jumping off? Okay, bye. See you later. So we go up here. I mean, there's even things like this, like you can do with the wishful thinking star path, where you can make your own little greenhouse in the back. But then you have like little buildings like this, or you have the companion houses, right? Like you said, you were thinking about adding companions. You can add the raccoon watchtower. You could add the sunbird house, right? You can have so many companions in your snap just by adding those buildings. Some other great options, like I said, you might not have this expensive set, so we're not going to worry about that. But like the Inside Out headquarters looks like it runs on green energy, so something like that could work. And then one that's been very popular today is also this premium house that has the big water wheel and like, you know, the hatch roofs. But like, look at this, you know, just having these buildings back there that kind of tie into nature. This building has a tree growing through it. So think about a future society, a paradise on Earth that is also one with nature and one with the world around it. What does that look like? And how can you show that to voters? So, in closing, my advice for you here. Did we do Bethany's? No, I guess not. I gotta do Bethany's. In closing, my advice for you here is to add some kind of buildings or structure in the back. Don't forget, you can put the raccoon watchtower, but some kind of homes that are one with nature to really showcase this eco-friendly world you're building. It's not just a garden, it's a paradise. It's a whole world. So that would be my big recommendation. You can keep all of this the same, but add some great backdrop elements that showcase that it's a paradise. Bethany, final snap here. So I like the greenhouses in the back, and you did angle the Miko pose well, where you're looking into her eyes. Now, we have Wally and Eve, but you have not prioritized them. So Wally and Eve are likely the most important villagers this week, Bethany. They're mentioned by name. So there are two villagers we really want to highlight. Instead, you're highlighting Lady and Tramp, which are cute, but, you know, you've seen enough snaps today to know you don't need all these villagers. Wally and Eve, the reason they're so good is because they tie directly into the eco-friendly idea. That's why they're so important. Dogs are cute, but they're not really going to help us make an eco-friendly world. Wally and Eve are. Pocahontas is great because she's in touch with nature. She could definitely help us make an eco-friendly world. You got some good green energy. You got great lighting. Got some good tree diversity. And you filled out your backdrop with these beautiful green smoke bombs. So a lot of things you're doing really well here. And by holding Miko, you're highlighting that communion with wildlife. So overall, a very strong snap. My biggest recommendation to you, Bethany, would be to consider highlighting these two very prominently somehow. It doesn't mean you can't have the others, but if you did have to get rid of them, it wouldn't really hurt, right? Because then we would have Wally, Eve, and Pocahontas, which all play directly into this. Piglet can play into the theme as well, because he has a squirrel animation, but if we're not using it, you know, we can just focus on a small little community that is one with the wildlife around it. So you can include the bear, you can include some sunbirds, and you can have Wally, Eve, and Pocahontas in the snap. Now you have the bear in your in this one, but yeah, he would think about how much more visible he would be if we didn't have Piglet in front of him. You know, like, is Piglet really worth being here if we can't see the bear as well? See, the main thing I would consider for yours, you're doing really good with the lighting. I think the scene is very strong. I think this has a great shot at 4K. My biggest recommendation, Bethany, would be to really consider your villagers and who to prioritize, like who ties into the theme the best. And also, there's some really fun outfits. This one is cute. This one is cute. I do like the flowers on it. But with all the gardening stuff, you know, you could wear something that ties into that. Totally up to you, though. This one can still do well. I do like the hairstyle. All right, now that was our final review. Tomorrow we'll dive into our secondaries. I'm a little bit... Yeah, I'm about... Samantha, thank you. Dreamy Dewdrops also needs to be reviewed. Oh my gosh, I have to go. I don't see it. Where the heck is it? Can you tag me in it, please? What the heck? How did it not show up in the queue? There it is. Oh, it's because Messi, I think, deleted her... Oh, okay, yeah. We have 2 for Messi. And when this one got deleted, the 2 below it didn't get seen. Okay. Oh my gosh! Hey, Zama, I hope the kitties are doing great and are enjoying each other's company. They are. They're actually both in my studio right now. I'd love to know what you think of this. Any advice you have? All right. Oh my god, look at that bear! This is what I mean, you guys. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at the villagers. Look at the villagers. We don't have a whole community here. We have some great buildings and some great features, but these 2 are enough. And because it's just these 2, it's a lot easier to notice this little guy. He looks so happy to be here. The outfit is really good, and the bird in your hair is a great touch. You do have some opportunity in this space right here, like kind of around you. Now, you have so many pocket items and so many decor items here that I probably wouldn't put more here because you don't want to clutter the scene. But what you could do, Dreamy, since you have all these flowers around, is just add a tasteful amount of flower petals from the landscaping menu. So, you know, little flower petal action here, tiny little bit of flower petal action here. Now, if you can't get the bear in the same spot, just go with this one. Because the flower petals are just a small touch, not super important. But, yeah, I would prioritize the bear, because you got a really good shot of him. So, flower petals and bear. But if you can't get both, keep the bear over the flower petals. Lighting is superb. The rainbow back here adds to the paradise factor. And the fact that you have this beautiful little community. Another thing you could do is you could, if you don't want to do flower petals, you could do sun-baked clay path that kind of goes back, and you could open up a pathway that leads to one of the houses. One thing I think this could benefit from Dreamy Dewdrop is a little bit of structure, because there's so many items on the sides, and there's not really like a clear way through to these houses. So if you did have a little bit of, even if your cart is parked on the path, or some of your items are on the path, that's fine. But like the sun-baked clay path could be good. Could lead up to the bluebird house. But yeah, that's really, you could do the flower petals or the path. Both good options. All right, I think that's it this time. Stay said, I missed on drops. You did. Drops ended on Wednesday of last week. I'm sure there will be more. Great work, you did it, man. I did. I was hoping to finish 40 minutes ago. Better late than never. At least we finished, you know. I moved quick. I think everybody got, and you know, not only do we move pretty fast, but I feel pretty confident everybody that needed good advice got good advice. So we moved quick, but we didn't half-ass it. We did a good job, I think. All right. I heard about your car while I was out. That is good. It wasn't something else. Yeah, Melissa, I did end up buying new tires, thankfully, so that was good. And it is at midnight. I'm impressed. Yeah, even though we ended up having Discord go down on Friday, so we weren't able to get as many snaps done. Still 40 minutes later than I was hoping, but hey, you know, better late than never. All right, you guys. Thank you for being here. We will wrap up the secondary reviews tomorrow. You are good to clear the channel, Samantha. Let it rip. Just don't worry about the secondaries, because we haven't done those yet. And I already cleared Beagle Mama's primary out of the secondaries, so you should be good there. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for 229 beautiful goals in a row. And thank you for the, 16 or 17 gifted subs today. That was really nice of you guys. Not only did you guys hit today's goal, but a lot of gifted subs. And we had a lot of people help with the Partner Plus goal by joining either the Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3 supporter community. So thank you very much. And I know you guys were asking about that on YouTube as well. I will do my best. I will do my best to set that up sometime this week, and I promise I'll let you know as soon as I can. As soon as it's set up, I will let you guys know. All right. As always, guys, thank you. Thank you for another amazing stream. I'm proud we got through it. I got to get faster. I got to get better. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Have a wonderful night.